The story begins in the eastern suburbs, the Forest of Giants. In the system window, it is written that the recommended level for this location is from level 10 to level 35. Difficulty 3 stars. Heavy rainfall contributed to the appearance of giant trees here. Timber and huge fruits are the main source of income for local residents. But in addition to mining, there is some activity in the depths of the forest. In this forest, a huge wounded monster who has lost one arm and holds a huge weapon in his other hand asks how he dared to measure strength with him. The guy with the sword who stands in front of these monsters asks what he should be afraid of. He may try to attack him. He thinks that in fact he is almost exhausted. He needs to put everything on the line. The system notifies that there will be a battle between King Lu Ren and the elite boss, the one-armed Amon. The monster swings his huge weapon and loudly says that he must die. Lu Ren looks at this attack, reaches for his katana, and thinks that this is the signature move of this boss. Amon uses the instant kill technique, striking the ground with enormous destructive force. Lu Ren moves very quickly and dodges this very strong attack. He runs very quickly towards the boss, and the system notifies that he used the fast movement skill. Movement speed is increased by 30% for 5 seconds. He jumps up and delivers a very strong strike to the neck area of this boss using the sword cleave skill. Lu Ren flies behind Amon and thinks that he jumped to avoid the attack half a second before the boss hit. Used smoke to get close to him and used a combination of fast movement and sword slashing techniques. He is a unique genius. The system notifies that he has defeated the elite boss, the one-armed Amon. He received a boss sword that was level 15 and meant for swordsmen. Strength 100 points, 80 attack points, critical hit 12 points, attack speed minus 10 points, feature wear level reduced by 5. Lu Ren raises this sword above himself and says that it is a high-level attribute that reduces the wear requirement by 5 levels in order to take advantage of it. He was very lucky that he was able to get such a weapon on the first day the server opened. With this weapon, he is confident that he will be first in all lists of rank and combat power. A little girl appears in front of him and congratulates the owner on receiving a powerful weapon. Lu Ren calls her an elf assistant and asks if she has any news. She tells the owner that the task has a limited time. Will he participate? She points to the system window in which it is written that the time-limited task has begun. He found himself in the Forest of Giants, among the habitat of the elite boss, the Bloody Traveler. By defeating him, you can get rare weapons and rich combat experience. Players must kill him. The remaining time is 30 minutes. Lu Ren puts the sword behind his back with a smile and thinks that he will get whatever he wants. A boss who needs to be killed within a certain time. It must be difficult. He's just trying out his new sword. On the map, you can see many green markers that are moving towards the marker in the form of a blue skull. The elf assistant tells the owner that a huge number of players are moving towards the boss. They need to hurry so that others who want to fight do not get ahead of them. Lu Ren walks in the right direction and says that he also wants to hurry up. But there are so many trees here, it makes him dizzy. Somewhere not far from him, a very strong explosion of energy occurred, which frightened all the birds in the area. Lu Ren was very surprised when he saw this and wondered, was it violet radiation? Did the purple weapon explode? He runs towards this explosion and says that a purple weapon appeared there. Even if this weapon is not for swordsmen, by selling it, he will earn thousands of dollars. He should quickly run there. It should belong to him. He reaches out to the rays of the sun that break through the leaves of the trees and thinks that this weapon should be his. Lu Ren runs out onto the field and looks at what is there with great surprise. He sees in front of him a lot of weapons sticking out of the ground and thinks that there are so many different objects here. He doesn't pay attention to someone behind his back, laughs very loudly because of what he sees and says that he will get rich. It will all belong to him. Lu Ren, who is absorbed by the huge number of weapons on the field, continues to walk towards it and speaks that this is a script for a real protagonist. The monster runs very quickly next to him and delivers an unexpected blow to his neck. Lu Ren's body disappears. He is very surprised by this and wonders what just happened. He was killed? It's simply impossible. His weapon falls out of his inventory, and this makes him very angry. The skeleton does not pay attention to this and continues to move on. The system notifies you that there is a time-limited task called the Bloody Traveler. The skeleton looks forward angrily and says that it was 418. A large crowd of people is running through the forest and they ask where the boss is. There are so many weapons scattered in this clearing. My eyes widen at the sight of this. He will definitely defeat this boss and get rich. The system window says that there are 4 hours left until the end of the task. 2 warriors run towards the skeleton who defeated Lu Ren and holds 2 bright red blades in his hand. This skeleton moves with great speed and defeats several warriors who tried to attack it. A guy with huge steel gloves is about to attack using strong blue energy and says that he will defeat this boss. The skeleton runs up to him very quickly, dodges the man's attack, defeats him with 1 blow and says that this is 422. The elf is worried about what happened and says that this boss is quite strong. Maybe they should join forces. All the people together decided to attack this boss and say that they must attack all together. Archers and magicians must attack from afar. They must contain it. Shield bearers and swordsmen must distract the boss and attack in turn. There are many of them, so they must kill him. After killing the boss, they will be able to take all the weapons. Whoever is first will get everything. The boss skeleton got very angry about this and runs very quickly towards them. He deals a lot of quick blows to this group of people and defeats them, breaking the weapons they were holding in their hands. The skeleton ran through this crowd of people and used the hunter blade skill on the enemies. People look at this boss in horror and say that this is a reward for the boss. Didn't he just scream the loudest? He must fight. 2 swordsmen run away from the skeleton and say that he will probably leave from here, because this is not his business. He was just passing by here. They should quickly flee from here. If they die, they will lose all equipment and experience. After this battle, the skeleton puts his blades behind his back and says that this was the 404th enemy defeated. He looks somewhere to the side while his body disappears and says that there are still few corpses. 3 days ago, the man who is sitting in his office tells Lu Lai, who is standing in front of him, that he is disappointed in him. With his abilities, he could become a shareholder in their company destiny. His future is limitless. But he insisted on investigating the disappearance, thereby damaging the interests and reputation of the company. The man raises his voice and says that the board of directors voted and decided that he was fired. Does he want to say anything else about this? Lu Lai says he has nothing to say. In the system window, his name is written, and that his age is 26 years old, height 183. He is the former director of game R&D at Destiny, lead analyst, and master of science in computer science. Lu Lai leaves this office and says that he can't do anything, so he will quit. The man sighs and says that he is very sorry that such talent is wasted. Secretary Wang must find a replacement to take his place. If she can't find it, then she must report that they will add 20 million to Lu Lai's salary. He calls the secretary several times, but she doesn't answer him. He raises his voice and asks who is he even telling this to. Tired Secretary Wang stands next to him and thinks that when she chose this job, she just wanted to see Lu Lai every day. Once he leaves, it will be time for her to retire. What does this old man really want from her? He talks very loudly. Immediately after this, Lu Lai goes outside with a photo in his hand and silently looks at something. He looks at this photograph and mentally tells his older brother that he finally has a clue to his disappearance. He walks across the bridge towards the city and thinks that he will definitely find it. Some time later, Lu Lai stands still and thoughtfully looks at something in front of her. He looks at the city confusedly and asks where he lives. This was due to the fact that he is a workaholic who has only been home once in 2 years. He also suffers from topographical cretinism and, of course, does not distinguish between north, south, west, and east. Some time later, the girl says loudly many times that they are breaking up. A very angry girl points at the Alfei guy and tells this freak that he was talking about how she is his only treasure. But why does he have 68 contacts in WeChat that are signed like a treasure? Alfei tells Azi that he will explain everything now. She gets very angry and says that she is not even going to listen. He always lies. She leaves and loudly says that they are breaking up. She doesn't even want to see him. As he runs away from this apartment, runs past Lu Lai and wipes his tears, and Ah Fei asks her to listen to him. He runs after her and asks her not to leave. He says that everything he said is the absolute truth. They are all very dear to him. Each of them holds a special place in his heart. He was very embarrassed when he saw Lu Lai, who had just come to him and called him brother. Lu Lai looks at him and says that he probably came at the wrong time. Ah Fei puts his hand on his shoulder and says that's not true. He always has time for him. Lu Lai is about to say something about his girlfriend, but he doesn't have time because he interrupted him and says that this is nonsense. In 2 days, everything will be normal again. He comes to the table and says that they can go into the house. Is he thirsty? What should I pour him? Lu Lai notices the girl's underwear on the sofa he's sitting on and asks, did he say something about drinking? He carefully picked it up and said that he had told him more than once that he had to pay attention to hygiene. He should be more reserved with his personal life. Ah Fei pushes it aside and says with a confused expression that he knows it. Lu Lai says with an annoyed expression that he is still throwing things around the house. Ah Fei tells his brother that this time he should stay with him for 2 more days. He's just in a hurry to get somewhere every time. Lu Lai says that maybe he really should stay here longer this time. Ah Fei asks, is this true? It's just great. Does he want to go to the barbecue? Although he is probably very tired after work, we need to take him for a massage. He need not worry, this is a good place. Lu Lai says he has a clue about his elder brother's disappearance. Ah Fei asks with a happy expression, did he say he has a clue? Suddenly his face became very serious, and he says that the equipment that he ordered to be prepared is already ready. Destiny's False Moon will officially open today at midnight. Lu Lai says that's good. The reason for the elder brother's disappearance must be related to this game. He thinks he needs to act. After some time, the alarm clock set for the night turns on and starts making sounds. Lu Lai takes off his glasses. He is sitting in a new suit, the same as Ah Fei's. They both hold helmets in their hands and nod to each other. They both put on the helmet and the system alerts Lu Lai that ID verification is starting. Identity confirmed. Is he sure he wants to start the game? He agrees and the system window says, welcome to the world of the false moon. An elf assistant appears in front of him, as well as in front of other players, who says that she is an elf assistant in the game False Moon. They can call her SS. The game will start very soon. She wishes them a happy journey in this fantastic reality. In the system windows, it is written that loading is in progress. Neurons are connected, the sensory system is connected, vision correction is carried out. Connecting scenes, setting up lighting effects. Data loading is complete. The creation of his character begins. He entered the newcomer's village in Maudland. Lu Lai appears surrounded by many other players and looks around. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that he has the first level. There is no class. Attributes: Strength 15 points, Intelligence 25 points, Agility 12 points, Endurance 14 points, Resistance 0 points, Charm 0 points. He is an aspiring adventurer. Lu Lai examines his body and thinks that the neural connection is well optimized. The temperature and humidity in the game are very similar to real life. Ah Fei comes towards him with some girl, energetically waves his hand and tells his brother that he is here. This is his new friend Amy. Maybe they can team up and complete the mission together. Lu Lai waves his hand at them and says they can go first. Ah Fei points to herself and asks if they can go first. Doesn't he want to go? The tasks for beginners are the same. Lu Lai goes somewhere and says that they have different paths. He can go and improve his skills. Ah Fei is confused by this and asks what he means by saying they have different paths. Lu Lai steps aside and calls out to SS. The elf appears next to him and tells the owner that she is here. He says that she must open a special redemption code. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that a special redemption code window has opened for him. He must enter the code and his password. Lu Lai enters a very long password that he once came up with. The system notifies you that the password is correct. The operation was carried out successfully. He has 3 unread letters and needs to check it. The elf asks the owner what kind of system alerts are these. She can't identify it. Lulai looks at the system window with letters with a calm expression and says that this is a third-party program he created. The elf was very surprised by this and asked if he said it was a third-party program. He must stop using the plugins, otherwise his account will be blocked forever. Lulai looks at something and says that these things are hidden in the base code of the game. The system will not be able to find it. And to find it manually, it will take at least 6 months. So it's impossible. The system window says that he received one item. Bracelet of Omniscience, required level 10. It is universal for all classes. Strength 0 points, increase in characteristics strength, intelligence, agility, endurance, resistance, and charm increased by 5 points. Feature, the level of the item increases along with the level of the hero. Every 10 levels, the quality of the item will increase. Hidden attribute, each time the quality of an item increases, one of the owner's professional skills can be obtained by chance. Lulai tells SS that she should help him hide it. The elf says that this bracelet is very beautiful. Why would he hide it? He says it's too conspicuous and he likes it to be discreet. He opens the next letter. In the system window, it says that item number 2 is a book of random achievements. Book of random achievements. Every 10th level, an achievement task is randomly generated based on the character's events, for completing which he can receive random rewards. Hidden attribute is unknown. Lulai looks at this book that appeared in his hand and says that it seems that he only entered the instructions for the powerful props, and the rest is randomly generated by artificial intelligence. The elf says that she thinks this is a very interesting prop. In the system window, it is written that item number 3 is an invitation letter from Asura. Lulai receives the scroll in his hands and thinks that it is the most important item. After 2 years at Destiny, he was finally able to get it. He opens it and thinks that during the closed beta testing, his brother received this letter. He opens this scroll and thinks that this thing must be the reason for his brother's disappearance. If something happens to it, the key will be lost. Afe should not face such difficulties again. This scroll says that this is an invitation letter from Asura. Advice from the sender. Without fear of anything, he must follow his heart and find himself. The one who places it will be killed. Those who are against him will be killed, and no one will be able to stop him. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that he can change his profession to Asura. Please note, if accepted, a new storyline will be launched. Lulai agrees to this proposal with a very serious expression on her face. At the same moment, he felt a very strong pain in the heart area. He grabbed his chest because of this intense pain. Suddenly, he is transported to an unknown space, and several skeletons in long black clothes stand around him. All these skeletons take out bright red daggers and look at them with an evil expression on their faces. They all pierce Lulai's chest with a sharp dagger blade, and this surprised him greatly. He begins to lose consciousness and wonders what is going on here. He doesn't know this plot. This pain is very realistic. The system notifies that it has been detected that his character is dead. Error. Characters in this area cannot be attacked. A system error has occurred and a restart is occurring. Restart failed. Lulai falls in a space filled with system windows and wonders where he ended up. It's very dark here and he can't see anything. The game doesn't freeze. He wants to quit the game. The system notifies you that an error has occurred. Its data source code has not been discovered. Impossible to exit the game. Lulai wonders, quitting the game is impossible. The exit command is mandatory. How did it happen that he couldn't get out? The system must correct the incorrect code. The system must respond to him. Suddenly, he found himself underground and pulled himself out with his hand. He crawled out of the ground in the body of a skeleton and wonders if the system has been restored. A system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that his level is first. There is no class. Attributes: Strength 20 points, Intelligence 30 points, Agility 17 points, Endurance 19 points, Resistance and Charm 5 points. He is a broken skeleton warrior. Lulai looks at his hands and wonders how he became a skeleton. Isn't this Asura? He looks around and asks what kind of place is this. Some monster with a staff stands in front of him and says that his servant must awaken. He smiles and says that it looks like the summoning was successful. In the system window, it is written that this is the epic boss Sai Yin, a level 30th summoner of the undead. Ability Hellish Chains, Corroding Fire, Summoning the Undead. Lu Lai looks at this summoner and wonders, this is an NPC, right? He wants to try to talk to him. He greets and asks where he is. Kai Yin was surprised by this and wonders why he can talk. Did he really summon a rare level skeleton? Lu Lai turns around and thinks that since he is not talking to him, he will look for someone else to find out everything. Kai Yin is angry about this and wonders why he didn't kneel down. Looks like he's naughty. A bright light appears in his eyes, and he thinks that then the whip did not fall on the slave. He still thinks that he is a man. After that, he immediately uses the Infernal Chains skill and a magic circle appears behind him, from which chains fly out. These chains grabbed Lu Lai, which confused him very much, and he loudly asks, what is he doing? Sai Ying asks if he is wondering what he is doing. He laughs and says that he is teaching him to be an obedient dog. Lu Lai, chained, looks at him and wonders, is this the new boss? He says he is only level 1. He doesn't even have any skills. Who developed this plot? Suddenly, a very strong explosion occurs next to them, which destroys Kai Yin, breaks the chains, and throws Lu Lai several tens of meters away. The chains with which he was shackled scatter in different directions, and he slides on his back several meters and crashes into a tombstone. Lu Lai looks at something in front of him with great surprise and asks, what is this? He sees a huge monster in front of him, which is called the Great Saru, and he says very loudly that this monster is too huge. Did he really make a mistake with map? How can he play here? He calls SS, after which an elf appears in front of him and tells the owner that she is already here. He has a cool new outfit. Lu Lai asks, what kind of place is it? The elf tells the owner that he is now in the lands of pitch darkness. This is the home of all the high-level bosses in the game False Moon. This is the area with the highest level of danger. Lu Lai grabbed his head and asked how he should play here. Is it really impossible to complete some task? The elf says that he should wait. She will check it now. It creates several windows of the system and closely checks it all. She says that the request was completed successfully. 100 kilometers away, there is a point where the task can be completed. The owner must follow her. Lu Lai was embarrassed when he heard that this point was 100 kilometers away from him. After some time, he crawls along a high mountain over which dragons fly and asks, wasn't there a normal path? The elf tells the owner that this is the shortest way. The bypass road is 400 kilometers long. After some more time, Lu Lai struggles to swim away from the huge monster and asks SS what path she chose. The elf tells the owner that she wishes him luck. Would he like some background music? Lu Lai loudly refuses this and panics over what is happening. The elf tells the owner that he has a new message from the user Afe. He writes to his brother that he took on one task and washed 20 wild boars. It exhausted him a little, but he had already reached level 5. Lu Lai writes that this is quite good. Afe asks, what does he have there? What level is he at? Is he going to cultivate secretly? Have you already reached a high level and found a good weapon? Lu Lai refuses and writes that he is still at the first level. Afe writes that this is not like him. He's tired of messing around with monsters and won't do it anymore. As he always said. Lu Lai writes that he is busy now, so he says goodbye to him. Some time later, he runs away very quickly from a huge insect-like monster, and the elf tells the owner that he must run faster because it is chasing him. Lu Lai continues to run away and loudly says that what she says does not make him feel any better. Some time later, the elf looks at something in front of him and tells the owner that they have reached their destination. Lu Lai looks at the huge abandoned city they came to and says that they have finally arrived here. He walks a little further and sees a crowd of people walking towards the gate and asks, does he need to wait in this line to get inside? The elf says it will take about 2 hours. Lu Lai says that there is an entrance there, but no one is in a hurry to go there. The elf looks at this and tells the owner that this is not the planned route. Lu Lai quickly runs towards this entrance and says that the entrance does not matter. The main thing is to get into the city. Her route is too cruel. The elf is about to object, but he interrupts her and says that she should not get in the way. She agrees with him and says nothing to this. After some time at the entrance, which is guarded by two large monsters, one of them asks what's the matter. Lu Lai approached them and said that he was in a hurry. Can they let him in? The big monster says that he understands him. Since he is in a hurry, he can come in. He thanked them for it and thinks it was much easier than he thought. The monsters laugh and say that he shouldn't thank them. He should come in soon. They smile very broadly, laugh loudly, and say that he is so funny, and he also thanked them. Can they come in and watch him die? The system notifies that the registration time for the Fengyun platform has expired. The monster guard says that if he wins at Fengyun, he will become rich. If he loses, he will be subjected to mortal torture. Lu Lai walks along a long corridor and thinks that he has finally come to the right place. He reaches the end of the corridor and someone loudly says in surprise that this is amazing. He finally came out. Some monster in a suit points at him and says that their last member is already here. They can look at basic information about the player. Lu Lai's characteristics in the system window appear in front of everyone, and this monster asks, what is it? Is he just at the first level? Other creatures that are in this room ask, is he a completely fearless idiot? Are they making fun of them? Did he come to the fight or the show? You can crush it with just your little finger. The monsters who stood in the arena turn to him and look at him with a smile. The monster with glasses says that this is just cannon fodder. He hopes that there will be at least something interesting. They should discuss it more quietly. He understands that they can't wait anymore. Now they should pay attention. The Fengyun battle is starting. All the creatures that are sitting in the stands begin to scream very loudly with joy because of what is happening. The monster with the microphone says that their favorite commentator, Quick Rabbit, will be with them throughout the battle. His partner is embarrassed and tries to say something, but he continues to say that this is not the first time they have heard the rules, but he will repeat it again for the new ones. Fengyun rules. First, the competition takes place in duel mode. The one who reaches the end will win. Second, in order for the competition to be fair, the entry level will be adjusted taking into account the lowest level of the participant, not lower than the 10th level. Skills and equipment can be used within the level. Everything is set by the Fengyun platform. Third, if the opponent does not admit defeat, then another criterion for a participant's victory is killing his opponent. As for the rewards, the winner this time will receive 5,000 experience points and an epic weapon. Quick says they will now begin adjusting everyone's levels. This time the level has dropped to the lowest level in the history of Fengyun. The monsters whose level has dropped to the 10th level are asking why there are only 2 skills left at the 10th level. The Nirvana skills he just learned can no longer be used. This skeleton had better not cross paths with him, otherwise he would break all his bones. He doesn't think that equal levels can compensate for the gap in combat experience and skills, right? Lu Lai, who has increased to level 10, thinks that he would have been better off listening to SS. He made a stupid mistake. The system notifies the player who has temporarily reached the 10th level. Now he can choose a class. There are many different classes in front of Lu Lai that he can choose from, and he wonders what should he choose from these classes. When he played computer games, he was always told that he was suitable for the role of a killer. Then he will choose this particular class. The system notifies that he has chosen the role of a killer. In the system window, it is written that Lu Lai is level 10, killer class. Attributes: Strength and Agility 60 points, Intelligence 45 points, Endurance 30 points, Resistance 10 points, Charm 8 points. He is a broken skeleton warrior. Quick asks if the contestants are adapting to their new level. I wonder. Time waits for no one. Now they will distribute weapons to everyone. The system notifies that he has temporarily received sharp dagger weapons. Lu Lai looks at his weapon and thinks he will have to try this, but the daggers look good. If he cannot win, he will simply admit defeat. Then there shouldn't be any problems. Quick says the most important part begins. This year they have a highlight of the program. They should warmly welcome the invited guests, the Dream Master. Those who perform well in this competition can become their students. On the left is their celebrity master Zhuang Hue. In the system window, it is written that his position is the master of the Northern Blood Moon Hall. Function: responsible for external Blood Moon battles. Quick says that more than half of Blood Moon's combat power comes from Master Zhuang Huai. 70% of the masters are his students. If he notices them, they will be able to become famous, improve themselves, and reach unprecedented heights. All the monsters who were in this arena loudly tell Master Zhuang Huai that he is his fan. He should look at it. He is a swordsman, and hopes that he will take him on as an apprentice. He is his lost son. Quick says that the beauty of the Blood Moon, Master Yu, sits on the right. In the system window, it is written that her position is the Master of the Eastern Blood Moon Hall. Function, responsible for the distribution of Blood Moon resources. Quick says that Yu is truly a luxurious beauty. Her mental strength is unfathomable, and her training conditions are extremely harsh. So far, she has only accepted one student. However, this student turned out to be a genius. He won 10 victories in a row on their platform. His name is Han Yixiao. One of the monsters calls her loudly and wants to say something, but the other monster says that he should not shout. She has a bad character. If she doesn't like something, she will kill someone. Other monsters say that he heard that someone looked at her on the street, and as a result, he was dismembered and fed to the dogs. He heard that a guard had his tongue pulled out after shouting her name. Lu Lai heard the name Han Yixiao and thinks it is his brother's name. Finally, he had a clue. This woman must know something. He needs to somehow get closer to her. Yu notices him staring at her and wonders how this idiot dares to look at her. Is he tired of living? She will see how he performs in the duel. However, she doesn't know what he will do with his skills. Why not just get rid of it? Quick says very loudly that they are ending the show. Who will get the reward? They have to look at it all together. His partner quietly asks, will he even say anything? Quick gives his name and says he will be commentating in real time. They should watch the first fight. This time it is the most promising player from the Blood-Live clan, Bloodclaw. This is a legendary wild lion family that is superior to others. A new representative of the generation of bloody lions. Its sharp claws are indestructible and extremely sharp. He is an established starter. He killed his opponent with one blow. He won by an overwhelming margin. The second promising member from the Great Sword Society, Zombie Swordsman Beilei. This is a newly born clan in the southern part. He is the vice president of the Great Sword Gang. Rumor has it that he is quite famous in his homeland. His sword is fast, precise, and merciless. Countless masters had lost to his sword. Looks like he'll win pretty easily. A third winner has already appeared, a devil with 2 blades named Gur. He came from a remote wilderness, but he should not be underestimated. Quick says that the 4th place is a contestant. He is surprised when he notices Lu Lai, who has defeated his opponent, and asks what happened there. It's cannon fodder after all. Did anyone even see how this happened? How did he do it? It is very interesting. It looks like the second round will be even more exciting. The system screen shows those who have advanced to the next stage and will fight in the semifinals. The next fight is between Cannon Fodder and the Devil with 2 blades, Gur. He stands in front of Lu Lai with his swords and says that he must surrender. He wouldn't kill a weakling like him. He is not strong enough to fight him. Lu Lai stands still calmly and doesn't respond to what he just told him. At the same time, someone uses a fireball spell and it hits the big monster. Amy, who is standing next to Ah Fei, says he is amazing. They destroyed all the goblins in the area. The other girl says she's right. There were so many of them. How did he do it? He must teach her this. Ah Fei laughs and says with a smug expression that it's all so simple. It's not worth even mentioning it. The girl says that, however, they think he is very strong. Amy agrees and asks how strong he is. Ah Fei says that his brother is even stronger than him. Do they want to see him? He smiles, slightly thinking about him, and says that when they see him, they will understand how strong he is. At the same time, Gur stands still and looks at how Lu Lai slowly and silently walks towards him. Quick looks at them and says that it looks like their cannon fodder is very cold-blooded. He has no intention of accepting his rival's kindness. Gur points his sword at him and says that he still doesn't seem to understand the whole situation. He missed his only chance to survive, but he doesn't have to worry about it. He swings his swords, releases his energy, and says that his death will be painless. Gur very quickly delivers a strong blow with his swords, and Quick, surprised by what is happening, says that his technique is so fast that it is simply impossible to follow his movements. He is very surprised by what just happened and says that it looks like their cannon fodder managed to dodge this blow. Jir is also surprised by what happened and says it was an accident. He delivers another very strong blow using his energy, but Lulai manages to dodge this attack again. Quick was very surprised by what happened and loudly says that their cannon fodder again managed to dodge the blow. Gur swings his swords, prepares to deliver his most powerful blow yet, and tells that damn snake that he has to stop dodging. He releases very strong energy, but Lulai jumped up and dodged this attack. Quick was very surprised by what happened and asks what just happened. He avoided being hit again. How does he even do this? Lulai stares straight ahead and thinks that his enemy's arm is 80 centimeters long. The blade of the enemy weapon is 100 centimeters, the length of the handle is 20 centimeters, in addition to the length of the arm. The maximum strike length should be 200 centimeters. He needs to keep a distance of more than 200 centimeters. As long as he watches the distance, he will not touch him, but he should not forget about throwing weapons or ranged combat skills. The enemy swings at a speed of half a second. Acceleration reaches up to 160 kilometers per hour. With his reaction, it is not difficult to avoid it. So, now that he's at a safe distance, it looks like his next move will be an instant strike. This is a direct hit that will stop him moving for a while. If he takes this chance, he can win. People from the crowd loudly tell Jir that it turns out he's not that strong. Why can't he cope with the first level? Isn't he ashamed? He must leave here immediately. Jir is very angry about this and loudly says that he is furious. This guy was just lucky. One hit and he'll cut him in half. He jumps high, swings his swords, and is about to strike instantly and thinks that he should come to him. Lulai swings his daggers and thinks that he needs to move to the left 80 centimeters, bend over 60 centimeters, and activate the critical strike ability. He dodged his enemy's blow perfectly and delivered a powerful blow with his daggers. Gur was very surprised by what just happened and asks what happened. How is this even possible? He fell to the ground, and while blood flows from his wounds, he wonders how she could die like that without becoming a ruler. Lulai silently walks away from him with his daggers in his hands. Quick is very surprised by what just happened and loudly says that the battle is over. The cannon fodder has won. He cannot believe his eyes. Was their new member pretending to be an innocent lamb? What is he hiding? They should applaud the victory of cannon fodder. He's looking forward to his next outing. Zhuang Huai looks at Lulai, who won this battle, and says that this is quite an interesting character. What does she think about this? Wai Yu also looks at him and says that he is just using his brain. There is nothing surprising. She thinks that at least it wasn't so boring. She is glad that he has not died yet. Zhuang Huai says it's true. He's still at the lowest level, so he's just trash. Quick says loudly that everyone should be quiet. Although the last battle was interesting, but now will be the most exciting match. This time it can be said that it is a championship battle. A battle is announced between the Bloody Lion, the Bloody Claw against the zombie swordsman Beilei. The battle begins. The two opponents entered the arena and stood in front of each other. Bloody Claw points his finger at his opponent and asks with a smug expression on his face, does he himself understand that he is no match for him? Beilei looks at him and says that he is really not as good as him. He gets into a fighting stance and says that, however, as long as he has a sword, he will go ahead. Nothing will stop him. He uses water technique, instant strike skill, and runs very quickly and smoothly towards him. Quick was very surprised by this and loudly asked what it was. He used a combination kick. This move is at least 5 times faster than the tiger's. He will soon cut off the head of the Bloody Claw. Beilei moves very quickly and says that this is the price he will pay for underestimating him. Blood Claw calmly looks at the blow of the sword that flies towards him and says that he must remember that he is from the Blood Lion clan. He stops the sword attack by biting the blade and Quick asks very loudly, what is this? This is impossible. Blood Claw concentrates very strong energy in his hands and uses the powerful claw skill. He strikes very hard with both hands and defeats Beilei with 2 simultaneous strikes with his paws. Bloodclaw stands in front of his opponent's corpse and looks at it for a while and sighs. He smiles and says that he thought he was a little stronger, but in reality he turned out to be just trash. Quick hugs his partner tightly and says loudly that he turned out to be very strong. Beilei, whom they had high hopes for, lost after the first blow. The Funyun champion is almost determined. The monsters who sit in the stands loudly chant to them of the Bloody Claw, who stands in the middle of the arena with his arms spread to the sides. Zhuang Huai looks at him and says that this lion is not bad. His bloodline is pure, and he has a good base. Yu asks if he is really interested in his bloodline. He shouldn't make her laugh. Lu Lai looks at the Bloody Claw and wonders what just happened. He literally crushed his opponent's weapon with his teeth. Since the weapon was individual, it was not so easy to destroy. Even though the level is reduced to 10, his base is much higher than the average level. Bloody Claw turns to him and calls him a mistake of nature, which attracts his attention. He laughs, releases a very strong aura, and asks if he dares to go against him. He hasn't played enough yet. Wasn't it majestic now? He must not give up, if, of course, he has the courage. Lu Lai looks at him and thinks that if only he had analyzed everything earlier. It looks like he really has no chance of winning. Of course there is a way to get closer to her. He just needs to win. Quick coughs and loudly calls for the cannon and says that he has already shown himself well. Second place is already a good result. Yu looks at them and thinks that if he doesn't go on stage, it will be a complete disappointment. He's not that boring, is he? Lu Lai looks at his opponent with a serious expression and wonders how he can hope to find his brother if he gives up at the slightest difficulty. In this whole damned world, the only people left to him were his brothers. They are more important to him than his own life. No difficulties can stop him. After that, he enters the arena and the next final battle is announced between the lion and the bloody tiger against the cannon fodder. The lion laughs very loudly and says that lower beings are so stupid. It would be better if he chose something more suitable to his level. He smiles and says that he will just think of it as dessert before victory. He must use his despair, his remorse, to please him. Lu Lai looks at him with a serious expression and asks why he talks so much. Is he going to fight? He moves very quickly towards his opponent, but Blood Claw calmly stands still, looks at him and says that his speed is not the same as before. He's too slow. He strikes with his paw, but suddenly Lu Lai jumps over him and ends up behind him. He immediately turns around and notices that his opponent is about to strike with a dagger. The Bloody Claw manages to dodge this dagger strike at the last moment, and Lu Lai then spins in the air and lands on his feet. The lion looks at his opponent and thinks that it turns out that his speed is fine. He almost forgot that he is a killer. I think he was faking it before, but he is still too weak for him. He makes a very strong swing of his arm and releases a very strong stream of energy towards his opponent. Lu Lai dodges this attack by jumping back several meters. He stops, looks at his opponent, and thinks that he is strong enough. With one speed, he will not be able to win. All of his skills are definitely much higher than his. Blood Claw looks at him and thinks he looks like he's going to jump. He notices that Lu Lai was able to wound his face and blood flowed from this wound and wonders when this happened. Didn't he notice it? This is a shame, just humiliation. So many creatures saw it. He is the leader of the younger generation, but he was hurt by the weapons of this garbage. He dared to hurt him. The system notifies that he is using passive energy, a bloody battle. Within 5 seconds, your critical strike chance will increase by 20%. Blood Claw slowly walks towards him, releases a very strong aura, and says that he wants him to meet the most ignominious end. Quick looks at this and says in surprise that this is incredible. This cannon fodder can fight with the Bloody Claw. These are not empty words. Yu looks at this and thinks that this is strange because his rank and bloodline are at the lowest level. The further you go, the more interesting it becomes. Quick says loudly that he looks like he's really, really angry. Now he will fight at full strength. Bloody Claw runs very fast after Lu Lai and asks loudly, does he think he is very fast? Then he will show him what the speed of which he is so proud is. They both run after each other very fast and throw very strong blows. Bloody Claw makes a strong blow with his paw, but Lulai managed to block it with his daggers and thinks that he is very strong. He was thrown very hard several meters, but he tries to stay on his feet and slides along the floor. He couldn't stand it and says it looks like he lost his balance. Blood Claw jumps towards him, sends strong energy into his paws, and says that he will see how he dodges this. He uses a powerful claw skill, and with a very angry expression on his face, says that he must remember that trash will always remain trash. Lulai looks at him with a calm expression, and says that he is very easy to catch. He had been waiting for this exact moment. His blow is lethal, but only for the first half a second. The system notifies that the backstab skill has been activated. Teleportation occurs behind enemy lines to launch a surprise attack. Lulai, who teleported behind his opponent, is already striking with his daggers and is about to say something about it. He releases a very strong red energy and says that in addition, he cannot turn around until the effect of this technique ends. Bloody Claw chuckled because of this and says that it is not bad for his level. However, this is of no use. The system notifies that the Bloody Lion's Fury technique has been activated. The Blood Claw makes a very loud scream and releases a very strong energy around itself. Lulai was surprised by this and realized that he could not move. Quick, who looks at this, says loudly that it has finally happened. They will see the exclusive skill Blood Fury Lion. Activating this skill paralyzes all enemies within a radius of 5 meters for 1.5 seconds. Manhua is interested in what is happening and says that he is so young and has such skill. That's not bad, he needs it. Yu looks at him and says that he takes on so much that he will die of greed. Manhua laughed and said that she still wouldn't take on more students. She thinks that. However, she is interested in someone, so she will look into it. Bloody Claw swings his paw very hard and says that he should look. This is absolute power. This trash needs to give up. He hits Lulai very hard with his claws, and he screams loudly in pain. He is pushed back very strongly after this blow, and his hand, which was cut off by a strong blow from the claws, flies high up. He slid several meters along the floor due to such a strong blow, but stayed on his feet and held on to his shoulder. Suddenly his leg cracked and the bone broke from such a strong load. Because of this, Lulai lost his balance and begins to fall down, which greatly surprised him. Quick looks at this and says that he really feels sorry for the cannon fodder player. The Bloody Claw cut off his arm and leg when his only strength was speed. The outcome of the battle has already been decided. They have to see if he decides to give up or if he decides to die. Blood Claw looks at him with a very angry expression on his face and laughs very loudly. He looks at it and says it looks better from this angle, but he doesn't have to give up. Lulai looks at him and asks what is he talking about. Bloody Claw says that even if the competition is over, he still won't let him go. He will play with him until he dies. He wants to please the crowd. But he need not worry. Perhaps they will remember him for 2 days. Lulai looks at him with a very serious expression and thinks that things can change quickly. The fish will soon swallow the bait. Bloody Claw slowly walks towards him and with a wide smile asks what would be better for them to play. Maybe break him one bone after another. Although this is too banal. Rip his head off and kick it like a ball. This already sounds more interesting. Of course it will hurt. Lulai looks at him while sitting on the floor and thinks that he is 3 steps away from him. The Bloody Claw continues to walk slowly towards him and says that he should not be silent. He can at least say a few words. It ruins his whole mood. He steps on the severed leg and asks him to forgive him for what he just did. A bright glow appeared in Lulai's eyes, and he thinks that now is the right moment. He stood up very suddenly and threw his dagger hard at his opponent. Suddenly his hand, which was lying on the floor, begins to move. While Lulai was jumping on one leg towards the lion, his hand also threw a dagger at that lion. The Bloody Claw, with a slight movement of his hand, reflects the dagger that was flying at him from the front and says that this is what he needs. Now at least he has fun from the fact that he is resisting. The Lulai in front of his face begins to disappear due to the fact that he activated the backstab skill. He grabbed the dagger that his hand threw and is about to strike unexpectedly, which greatly surprised the Bloody Claw. Lu Lai strikes a very strong blow with a dagger in the back of the surprised lion, and blood immediately flows from this wound. He starts coughing up blood and wonders what just happened. After this blow, the Bloody Claw falls to the ground while blood flows from his wound, and Lu Lai stands on one leg behind him. Wei was very surprised by what just happened before her eyes. Zhuang Huai was also very surprised by what he had just done. This entire arena fell into complete silence due to the very strong surprise of how this fight ended. Quick, very surprised by what happened, asks what it was. At the same moment, his partner takes off his glasses and loosens his tie. He gives off a very strong aura and says loudly that this is wonderful. It had been a long time since he had seen such a wonderful killing match. Now the angry turtle will present them with an analysis of everything he saw. This match was completely invented by the cannon fodder player. He remembers everything that happened and says that he showed his advantage in speed from the very beginning, when the weakest harmed the strongest. He angered Bloodclaw so that he became unbalanced from the very beginning. Constantly demonstrating his weakness, he forced the Bloodclaw to use his last trump card. The most interesting thing is that the arm and leg were not cut off by the Bloody Claw. His opponent cut it off for himself. And finally, in a hopeless situation, when everyone thought that he was doomed to death, he used the feature of the skeleton's body, since the severed bones are still associated with the spirit of the owner for some time. This is the end. A battle in which the weak defeats the strong. The turtle commentator points his finger at him and asks, "Did he analyze everything correctly?" His name is Lu Lai, a new player. At the same moment, he is about to deliver the final blow to the Bloody Claw, which crawls away from him, asks to be saved, and says that he cannot die this way. Zhuang Huai looks at what is happening with a very serious expression. Suddenly, he entered the arena between two opponents, and with a very strong stream of energy threw Lu Lai away from the lion he was about to finish off. He releases a very strong energy with his hand and stares at him. He clenches his hand very tightly into a fist, and this energy begins to revolve around him. Suddenly, very strong currents of air begin to appear around Lu Lai, which completely destroy his body. At the moment when all that was left of him was his skull, he wondered what it was. He continues to disappear in this stream of energy and thinks that he was so close to victory. Wei suddenly appears in the arena, catching his skull and dispersing the energy that Zhuang Huai released. She concentrates very strong energy on the tip of her finger and uses the Sky Barrier spell. She releases a very powerful ball that she created from her black-red energy with enormous destructive power. Such a powerful spell completely destroyed the part of the arena into which it was directed. Zhuang Huai, who was a little hurt by this spell, loudly calls Wei's name and asks this crazy woman, was she going to kill him? She can explain everything to him right now, but it doesn't seem to him that everything is so simple. He again calls her name very loudly, but she does not answer him. Instead, Wu Yu uses his magic to heal Lu Lai, and because of this, his body begins to slowly recover. She touches his skull and says that from now on, he is now her property. She completely restored his body, sends a flow of energy into his body, and says that this should help him recover. Lu Lai looks at his hands and thinks that his bones have not only recovered, but are also stronger than they were before. Wei again concentrates the black-red energy on the tip of his finger and asks, where is this rabbit and turtle? If they don't announce the result, she will tear off all their limbs. The turtle crawled out of his shell and said loudly that they were here. Quick hides behind him and says that he must say this as quickly as possible. The turtle says that the persecuted hero dared to devour the sun. They were witnessing a new rising star. They congratulate the new champion of the Fengyan competition. The system notifies that the reward for victory is being calculated. He receives 5,000 experience points. Learned a new skill, Dark Step, agility increased by 20%. Lu Lai's stats window says that he is level 15, assassin class. Attributes, strength 75 points, intelligence 62 points, agility 100 points, endurance 37 points, resistance 15 points, charm 10 points. Achievements, Winner Fengyan, Broken Skeleton Warrior. The system notifies that his reward is a dagger of the 15th level, a bleeding blade with spikes. Lu Lai immediately received his 2 daggers and thinks that this is a good win. In the system window, it is written that his weapon is a bleeding blade with spikes. Required to wear level 15, only for killers. Strength 100 points, attack 80 points, damage 20 points, attack speed 15 points. Feature, 10% of the damage dealt is converted into his own blood. The turtle looks at this and says that this attribute in itself is very good. Quick agrees with him and says that this is very suitable for battles of attrition. Combat endurance will be very useful in the next battles. Waiyu turns around and says that his injuries have been healed and his reward has been received. They should start Fengyun Jai quickly. Lu Lai looks at her and asks what is this. Quick says that this is his first time taking part, so he may not know something. Fengyun is divided into 2 parts. The first is the battle in the ring. After this, the champion is allowed to participate in the second part, Fengyun Jai. In the window, the system says, Fengyun Jai rules. The champion of the first stage will appear in the game world for a limited time. His task, in order to survive, is to hunt as many players as possible and kill them in order to gain his own experience and contribution points. Points can be used for mutual transactions to purchase skills and weapons, and this can also be used for movement. Zhuang Huai loudly calls out to Waiyu and says that this is not the end. She openly attacked the Lord. Does she really want to declare war? She will sue her. She is wasting resources aimlessly. Her ambitions will destroy her. They want to get rid of him because he wants all the resources in his hands. She shouldn't ignore him. Waiyu is very angry about what he said and says that it is time for him to rest. Zhuang Huai asks, what did she just say? She raises her voice and says he should stop being so shameless. He might be punished for interrupting Fengyun. Does he want to save someone? He must have just noticed that guy from the Blood Lion family a long time ago. He clings to every little thing and also dares to throw mud at her. Zhuang Huai gets very angry and is about to say something, but Waiyu loudly asks what he wants to say about her. If he wants, he can believe it, or he may not believe it, but when he goes to fight, his salary and rations will be cut. They won't even give you weapons. Lu Lai runs away from them and asks, they won't start fighting, will they? Quick, who is running next to him and his partner, says that if they have a fight, then half of the residents may suffer because of it. Lu Lai says they should get him out of here quickly. Wu Yu looked at him very angrily and said that he should not disgrace her. He may not even think about returning unless he kills at least 1,000 people. Lu Lai at this time runs into the portal that opened in this arena. The system notifies you that the Book of Random Achievements item has been activated. The Master's level was discovered to be above level 10. A random task is generated for it. The teleportation was successful. The countdown began. The code name of the operation was Bloody Traveler. Lu Lai, who found himself in the forest after entering the portal, looks at the book and says that he had almost forgotten about it. The system notifies that a random task has been generated. He must complete the task of Waiyu, kill 1,000 players. Execution time within the framework of Fengyun action. Please note, if this battle ends without the quest being completed, the quest will be invalid forever. The system notifies that the game Bloody Traveler will begin very soon. All players must prepare for this. The inscription, Bloody Traveler, appeared above Lu Lai's head, and above several guys in front of him, it was written that they were from a gang of bald men with knives. Aegon of the 13th level, AC of the 15th level, Afa of the 17th level, Achu of the 14th level. The system notifies that the Omniscience Bracelet has detected an increase in the character's level. Skills are improving. His characteristics strength, intelligence, agility, endurance, resistance, and charm are increased by 5 points. The current quality of equipment is average. Every time a character increases its level by 10, the quality of attributes will improve. Equipment activation. Skills will be played out randomly. Each time equipment is upgraded, a new skill can be acquired. Random skills are distributed. One of the bald guys strikes quickly with his knife, but Lu Lai easily dodges this attack. The system notifies that he has acquired the enemy Hunter Blade skill. He has access to a very fast 4-hit attack. Physical damage is 110%, 120%, 130%, and 150%. It should continue to strike and will automatically be able to attack enemy targets within 10 meters. Passive skill: for each kill of an enemy, physical damage will increase by 150%. Lu Lai defeats the 4 guys very quickly and thinks that the damage from his blow increases depending on the number of attacks, as long as he reduces the opponent's blood volume, and then uses the trick again. He uses the Hunter Blade skill on enemies and does a lot of quick strikes on the bald guys, and his combo is 16 hits. Lu Lai stops after this battle and thinks that he can theoretically create a perpetual motion machine. The system notifies that he has made 4 kills out of 1,000 and receives 400 experience points. He calls the elf assistant, after which she immediately appears and tells the owner that she is here. Lu Lai asks if other players can see his location. The elf agrees and says that the system will broadcast his location in real time to all players on the server. Lu Lai releases a very strong energy and thinks that then everything will be much easier. He heard someone's voice asking where the boss is. His face immediately became very serious, and he looks at the people in front of him. Some time later, Lu Lai defeats a large group of monsters, and the system notifies that he has made 56 kills out of 1,000. After some time, he defeats another group of people, and the system notifies that he has made 156 kills out of 1,000. He continued to defeat large groups of enemies and achieved 314 kills out of 1,000. After that, Lu Lai sat on a branch of a tall tree and thinks that he has dealt with almost everyone in this area. Players get in his way less and less often. It's time to go somewhere else. He is sorry because there is no way to pick up the weapon. It turns out that it is a waste. At the same moment, he notices Lu Ren, who saw a lot of weapons in the clearing and with a joyful expression on his face says that he will get rich. It will all belong to him. He goes to this weapon and says that this is a script for a real protagonist. Lu Lai stood on a branch and looks at Lu Ren, who is not paying attention to him. He very quickly ran next to him and defeated him with one blow of his dagger. Lu Ren was very embarrassed by what happened and asked what it was. Did they really defeat him? He is the strongest hero. There must be something wrong with the system. All his equipment and money will disappear. Lu Lai silently walks away from him in the other direction and thinks that this guy talks too much. Some time later, a large crowd runs towards him and loudly asks where is the boss now. There are so many weapons here. He will be the one to defeat this boss. They will get rich after this. Lu Lai runs through the crowd of people with great speed and defeats them all with blows of his dagger. He puts his daggers behind his back and says that 444 kills is too few. However, this talkative guy reminded him of something. He presses the button that says Notebook. Lu Lai wrote the coordinates of the Forest of Giants that he should come here faster. Ah Fei writes that he received it. Why shouldn't he become his kept woman? Is it his weapon or his clothes? Or did he prepare equipment for him? Some time later, Ah Fei comes to the right place that they wrote to him about and sees a huge amount of weapons sticking out of the ground. He was very confused by what he saw and said that it was amazing. After some time in the forest, where a very strong energy emanates, which frightened the birds in a large radius, the girl defeated the huge monster, and the system congratulates her on the fact that she successfully killed the 15th level monster, the giant warrior, Kui Zheng. In the system window, it says that this is Luna, level 18, swordsman class. Attributes: strength, intelligence, agility, endurance, resistance, and charm 60 points. Achievement: Shining Star. This title can be obtained by reaching the top 100 in the region in terms of combat power. In the system window, it is written that she received a Heart of Resistance, the level 15 required to wear it, universal for all classes. Strength is 100 points. All characteristics are increased by 10 points. Feature: when attacking, there is a 20% chance to increase resistance by 20 points. Lu Lai looks at her and wonders, can players outrun an epic level boss? This is the first time he has seen this. She should check her details again. The elf agrees and tells the owner that she has found information about the Moonlight Knight. In the system window, it is written that the Moonlight Knight is a hidden swordsman class, a special skill, a mixture of physical and magical attacks, as well as great endurance. Luna wonders why she feels like she's being watched. Someone is definitely nearby. Several guys are walking in her direction, and the one walking ahead asks, "Who is this here?" It's an epic level item, isn't it? Maybe she'll let them take a closer look at it? He had never seen anything like this before. Luna looks at them with a calm expression and asks if they want to fight for this. The man with a sly expression asks, what is she saying? It's not like that at all. They just want to be friends with her. Maybe they will take the weapon from her to wear for a few days. He promises to return it. If she doesn't believe it, she can add him to WeChat. Lulai looks at this from a tree branch and thinks that the cats are biting, the mice are free. Luna agrees and says he can take it if he can. Two guys are walking towards her with weapons, and the man who remained standing says that it seems that she does not intend to give it up voluntarily. Then his brothers will help her make up her mind. Luna slowly unsheathes her sword as the two guys walk towards her. She uses the Star Strike skill and uses very strong magical power to defeat the two guys. The man who was watching this from afar was very confused and says that it seems that everything is not so simple. Luna walks slowly next to him, and the man says that he is the leader of Jai Zhang's team. Is she even listening to him? She doesn't answer him and cuts off his head with a very quick blow of her sword. She asks with a calm expression if he has seen enough here. He must come out before her. Lulai immediately jumps off the tree branch and stops in front of her. Luna looks at him and wonders, is this the boss? Does he want to fight her here? The gang may soon return to take revenge. This boss is very militant. Lulai looks at her with a serious expression and wonders, was she able to detect him? The cost of killing her is too high. It's not worth it. They both think that they should start this battle and immediately rush towards each other. They did not have time to do anything because members of the Jai Zhang gang came to them, who came to the rescue and loudly said that this was the girl. She killed their brother. True brothers, there are enough of them here. They must show their power and avenge their brothers. Luna notices them and thinks that they came here very quickly. Lulai turns around, notices the boss attack team that came after him and wonders, is this a new wave? These people who follow him loudly say that the boss is here. They must catch him soon. Luna and Lulai very quickly turn away from the crowd of people that came after them and look at each other. They run past each other very quickly and do nothing to each other. He jumps over the crowd of Jai Zhang members who came to help, and this group of people asks, what did it fly past them? Is this the boss? They should leave him alone, because they have gathered here to avenge their brothers. Luna escapes through the boss attack command and runs past them. People notice her and say she's no slouch. She decided to team up with us, and they are a professional team. All the people who were here were surprised and outraged by what happened. Gang member Jai Zhang, who came to the rescue, loudly says that they must not let this girl escape. The man from the boss attack team loudly says that the boss ran there. They must catch up with him. Two groups of armed players run at each other and shout very loudly. They bump into each other, causing confusion, and they say he bumped into someone. They need to get out of the way. They need to catch up with the girl. They must get out of his way. He will do everything to catch up with the boss. A good dog will not get in the way. He stepped on his foot. Why did he grab him? A fight breaks out, and someone says that they should show at least a little respect and not touch him. At the same time, while a battle is taking place between the two groups, Lulai and Luna run very quickly towards each other. They both swing their weapons at the same time and are about to attack. One of the men notices them, starts shouting very loudly to attract the attention of the others, and loudly says that they are back. Lulai runs through the crowd of these people very quickly and delivers many quick strikes. Luna also hits very hard using her magic and defeats a large crowd of people. Panic begins among people and the girl speaks. That he shouldn't approach her. She uses the fireball technique. The guy is embarrassed by this and loudly says that she should not use magic indiscriminately. The elf uses the arrow strike skill and shoots several arrows from his bow. One of the arrows hits the man's back, and this attracts his attention. A fight begins between these people using the magic of different elements, and because of all this, a large curtain of dust appears. People who survived the incident cough and ask if they killed him. He doesn't know it. It looks like he himself will die faster. He is bleeding. They almost killed him in a group attack. Suddenly, Lulai runs out of a large cloud of dust and says that this is the end of the hunt. He lands a lot of his strikes very quickly and defeats a lot of players. Someone asks very loudly, "Is this some kind of mistake? Does this boss really have unlimited skills?" Lu Lai defeats all the players who were in this place, and the system notifies that he defeated 999 players out of the 1,000 he needed and sees Luna, who is standing not far from him. They both run very fast towards each other to end this battle. They collide with each other and strike once using strong energy. The system notifies that he has defeated 1,000 players and completed the task. Sometime after what happened, Luna, who left the game, sits in a wheelchair next to the old woman and looks out the window. The old woman tells Miss Bai that the master and his wife invited her to dinner. Luna sits with a virtual reality helmet on her feet and says that they can eat, but she is not hungry. She sits at the table on which her cat sits and thinks about something and writes something in a notebook. She wrote, "Bye family, bye Zio Yu. Ghost Moon strategy. Boss for a while, bloody traveler." It is assumed that the attack will be equal to from 75 to 80 points, agility from 100 to 105 points, advanced level, wisdom, at the same time in the game. The system notifies that he has successfully completed the task, killing 1,000 players. He is given a random reward. His reward is divine earrings. This is a mythical item. The owner can change his appearance. New appearance, passive talent, knowledge of another language. Communication with races such as humans, elves, sirens, and the like. Words of God. Can a mask change your life? Lu Lai looks at this earring that appeared in his hand and thinks that this is a mythical equipment. This is a reward for killing thousands of players. This prop will be useful to him. The system congratulates him for passing the Fengyan competition. The reward for participation in the event is calculated. He gets 1,000 points. The level rises to 21. A new skill learned, a sharp blade, enhances a normal attack, deals 180% of physical damage to the target and ignores 20% of the target's defense. Increases the chance of injuring the target by 20%. After all this, Lu Lai passes through the portal and ends up back in the arena. Everyone here is cheering very loudly for what he just did. Quick says loudly that they congratulate the participant on successfully completing the competition. He achieved impressive results, killing 1,000 enemies. The turtle says that it can be said that he is worthy of the name Fengyan Star. Spectators throw confetti and shout loudly with joy. The system notifies that he has received the Fengyan Star achievement. Lu Lai goes to Wui Yu and Zhuang Huai walks away from them with a very angry expression on his face. She looks at him with indifference and says that he is a good boy for not disgracing her. Lu Lai doesn't answer her and stands silently in front of her. Wai Yu chuckled at his reaction. She creates a red portal with her magic and says it's time for them to go. Lu Lai follows her and puts her weapon in her inventory. The system notifies that the city of the Blood Moon is one of the secret kingdoms. There was an improvement in the pedigree. They are transported into this space and see a large red lake in front of them. Lu Lai looks around the place and thinks that by revealing the hidden plot, he thought that all the secrets would be revealed to him. But there is no game plan here. What is going on? Wai Yu turns to him and asks if he knows why the Bloody Claw, being at the same level, was still strong. Lu Lai looks at this place and says that it is because of genetics. Wai Yu says that he turned out to be not stupid. He says that just like equipment, players have different attributes. This difference lies in origin. However, his pedigree is too low. Did she bring him to this place to improve his origins? Wai Yu looks at the big red lake and agrees. She says that this is one of her secret worlds. Secret Lake of Blood. She points at something and says they should stop talking. He must choose the place he likes best and begin. She turns to him and says that now everything depends on his luck. At the same time in the city of the Blood Moon, the temple of the Northern Moon, someone breaks a bottle of red liquid on the floor with a loud sound. Zhuang Huai sits on his throne and loudly says that he is not done with Wai Yu yet. He gets very angry and says loudly that if it weren't for the Blood Lion clan, he wouldn't be so ashamed in front of this woman. A man stands next to him and tells the Lord that he should calm down. He smiles and says it's not that bad. The Lion clan intended to befriend him. He must understand that anyone is ready to stand up for their student. He shouldn't be so angry. Zhuang Huai calms down a little and says that even thinking about it still infuriates him. The man says he's not exactly sure. He didn't finish, and Zhuang Huai allows him to speak. The man says that at first glance, there is no way he can resist Yu. However, they may have no effect. He came closer to him and spoke very quietly in his ear about what they could do. Zhuang Huai thinks about this and says that this is pretty good. That's what they will do. Sometime later, Lu Lai is in the middle of the blood lake and absorbs the red energy. Wu Yu looks at him from the shore and thinks that his absorption speed surprises her. He has quite high potential. She felt someone's presence, it attracts her attention, and she turns to the side. She sees a man from the City Lord's Black Death Guard loudly calling out to Yu and saying that they have received orders. She must go to the main city immediately. She stands in front of this man and asks if they can't see that she's busy. She will go there when she is free. The man shows the scroll with the order and says that it is the order of the Lord. Will she dare to disobey him? As soon as such an order is issued, the recipient must immediately appear. Otherwise, there will be execution. Yu is very annoyed by what is happening. She looks back at Lu Lai and says that rockfalls happen here sometimes. She hopes it doesn't kill him. She approaches the army. The man points her in the direction and says that she should come this way. He turns around and looks at Lu Lai, who is in the middle of the lake absorbing strong energy. While no one is paying attention to him, he smiles very evilly and slyly. After a short time, Lu Lai continues to absorb strong red energy, and a red ball of the same energy appears above his head. He bends his legs towards himself, and a very strong sphere appears above his head and energy surrounds him. While he is busy absorbing energy, several armed people approach him and look at him. This is Master Zhuang Huai's subordinate, the Shadow Force. He stops and makes a hand sign for the others. He lowers his hand as a sign that they should go forward. Immediately afterwards, several people attack Lu Lai and jump on him while he is trapped in a ball of energy. He continues to be in this ball while a very strong stream of red energy swirls around him. Suddenly, Lu Lai's face appeared and he opened a red eye. At the same time, a man with a crowd of guards accompanies Wu Yu along the path that leads upward. The man looks at her with a smile and wonders what's wrong with her. She needs to be obedient when given orders from above. Yu at this time is looking towards the bloody lake, where Lu Lai is now and is waiting for something. She sat down on a stone, and this greatly surprised the guards who were following her, and the main man turns around and looks at her in disbelief. He calls her name and asks what is she doing. Yu ignores him and thinks that it is a beautiful sight from here. One of the guys who carried out the assassination attempt on Lu Lai swings his weapon as he falls and says that he will do it himself. He delivers a very strong blow with his weapon to the huge ball of energy that contained their target. A large ball of energy bursts, and all the people standing next to it look at it. The ball of energy collapses, and they see Lu Lai, who was inside. One of the guys with daggers looks at it and asks if they succeeded or not. The guy who stands next to him doubts this and says that it seems so. Suddenly someone says that they should stop talking and take their weapons. They all immediately run towards Lu Lai, who got out of the ball of energy. He got himself a human body and with a horn on his forehead and looks at his hand while strong energy flies around him. Two guys who were not far from him were surprised by what they had just seen, and one of them was about to say that they should be careful. He does not have time to finish because Lu Lai, who was moving very quickly, cut off both of their heads. The leader among this gang is very shocked by what he saw and asks how this is possible. He very loudly tells everyone that the information turned out to be false. They must attack together. They need to look around and use the second tactic. A crowd of people immediately, on his orders, run towards Lu Lai, who stands still and calmly looks at them. They all simultaneously deliver their blows, but he manages to jump back and dodge these attacks. Several guys suddenly got holes in their bodies and were very surprised by it. Lu Lai squeezes their hearts, which he just tore out with his own hands. The head of the Shadow Squad is very angry about what just happened and runs very quickly towards him to attack and screams loudly. He uses the Shadow Blade skill and makes many very fast strikes with his weapon, which Lu Lai dodges. The leader of the Shadow Squad swings his weapon, filled with strong energy, and loudly says that he will kill him. Lu Lai looks at him with a calm expression, smiles a little and chuckles because of this. The head of the Shadow Squad was very surprised by what he saw when he ran closer to him. He jumps back after this with his arm torn off and the remaining hand holding onto his wound, from which blood flows. Lu Lai stands in the same place and holds his hand. The head of the Shadow Squad stopped, looks at his opponent with an angry expression on his face, and thinks that the data turned out to be incorrect. This guy turned out to be too strong. He feels a lot of pain and thinks he needs to kill him anyway. He remembers something that happened some time ago. The man tells the people from the Shadow Squad that they are the pride of Master Zhuang Huai and the Northern Moon Temple. They must complete their mission. That is the order. They are the support of the Temple of the Northern Moon. This represents the will of Master Zhuang Huai. The glory of the Blood Moon is with them. The leader of the Shadow Squad screams loudly out of anger and uses a secret technique. He called the rest of the squad over and loudly tells his brothers that they must complete this task together at any cost. They use the blood sacrifice technique, impaling themselves with their weapons and loudly saying that the glory of the Blood Moon is with them. Energy emanates from them, which is redirected to the leader of the detachment. He slowly walks towards his opponent while the powerful energy he received emanates from him and loudly says that he must die. Lu Lai stands still and calmly looks at what he is about to do. The leader of the Shadow Squad swings his weapon, which is filled with very strong energy, and is about to strike a very strong blow. Lu Lai runs towards him very quickly and is about to grab him. Suddenly, as he ran, half of his body began to turn back into a skeleton. The head of the Shadow Squad smiles, looking at him and grins. He strikes very hard with his sword, releases his energy, but Lu Lai leans down and dodges this attack. Immediately after this, he came closer to him and dealt a very strong blow to his neck with his dagger, which surprised him very much. The severed head of the Shadow Squad flies away, his energy dissipates, and he wonders what it was. At the same time, someone is watching him from afar and sees how Lu Lai defeated this head of the Shadow Detachment. Waiyu stands next to him and claps after what she saw and says that it wasn't bad. It seems that the Fengyun competition has left its mark on him. Lu Lai turns to her and asks, "Were these Zhuang Huai's people?" Waiyu says that he understood everything correctly. Those who wanted to kill him and take her away were Zhuang Huai's people. Lu Lai asks where they wanted to send her. Not far from this place, the consequences of her actions are visible, and Waiyu says that she herself has already sent them somewhere. He approaches her and asks if she lured them out on purpose. Is this the second test for him? Waiyu doesn't answer what he asked and looks at what's between his legs with a small smile. Lu Lai was very embarrassed by this and covered himself with his hands. She got very angry about this and asked why he was hiding. She orders him to remove his hands. She is happy with him. Can he say what he wants? She will fulfill his every wish. Lu Lai says that he wants to ask about someone then. He looks at her with a serious expression and says that this man's name is Han Yixiao. Waiyu closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. She got ready and says that he left a long time ago. Perhaps he has already died. They stand opposite each other for some time and a stream of dust flies between them. Lu Lai looks at her with a serious expression and asks what happened to him. Waiyu looks at him and says that this is the second question. She looks at him and notices that he is squeezing his hand very tightly out of anger. She felt sorry for him and says that she can tell him, but first he must answer her. She remembers what happened before and says that from the moment he heard about Han Yixiao at the competition, he often looked at her. Then he thought it through and showed his best side. All this in order to get close to her to find out about her student. It turns out it's for him. Lu Lai realized that she was interested and said that he was his older brother. He is immersed in memories from his distant childhood in a social security institution. Several guys are laughing very loudly, and one of them is holding a pink rabbit toy in his hand. The guy standing in the middle shows them this rabbit, laughs, and says that they should continue playing. Ah-Fei trembles with fear and asks them to return the rabbit to him because his mother gave it to him. Lu Lai, who is beaten strong, stands in front of him to protect him. One of the guys repeats what Ah-Fei just said to annoy him. Another guy throws away the book he was holding in his hand and asks, is he still pretending to be a hero? The guy standing in the middle laughs at them and holds the rabbit by the paws with both hands. He smiles looking at them and says that this is actually an orphanage. They were all adopted by his mother. They are nothing more than just trash. He rips off the paws of a toy rabbit and says that all the things here belong to him and he can do whatever he wants with it. Afe starts crying and asks him not to do this and give it to him. Lulai grabbed something he was hiding in his jacket and walked towards them. He takes out a pen with a sharp tip and is going to fight with them. Suddenly, behind the backs of these three guys, someone jumps in their direction, swings some kind of stick and screams loudly to attract their attention. This guy takes a really hard blow to the head of a guy who tore the legs off a toy bunny with a broom. This guy throws a lot of hard punches at these three evil guys, and they can't do anything to him. The guy who broke the toy bunny says he made a mistake and asks to be rescued. The guy with the broom let them go, and after that they ran away and loudly called their mother for help. The guy with the broom took the pink bunny, turns around and says that everything is fine now. Afe looks at him with very strong admiration and says that he is cool. Lulai looks at him in disbelief and asks who he is and why he helped them. The guy turns to them completely with a smile and says that his name is Han Yixiao. If they have any problems, they can just smile and everything will go away. From now on, he will protect them. No one will bully them anymore. Lulai in the present says that he is the closest person to him. He is like family to him. Waiyu thinks about something, but doesn't say anything to him and remembers something from the past. She plunges into a memory in which Han Yixiao calls her a master and asks with a smile if she can give him an ordinary weapon. He also has two younger brothers. An older brother should give his best to his younger ones. Waiyu says the word purgatory with a thoughtful expression on his face. Lulai, who is standing in front of her, did not understand her and asks what does this mean. She looks at him and says that day. She remembers something that happened some time ago. Quick says it's amazing Han Yixiao defeated the Guden Knight. He once again confirmed his status as the winner. The turtle says that he has won 10 victories in a row. This participant became a real legend. Waiyu says that after he won for the 10th time in a row, he entered Fengyun as usual, but did not return. Quick said that the Fengyun battle ended 4 hours ago. This can't be. The competition has already come to an end. He had to return. Waiyu says that she searched for him for a long time, but then found out that the last place he was seen was in purgatory. Lulai says that knowing his location, she couldn't. She does not have time to finish because Waiyu realized that he wants to find out and says that she cannot do this. She cannot teleport to this place. That world is blocked by an unknown force, so she cannot get there. Lulai thinks about this and says that means she can't get there. This place is called Purgatory and you cannot teleport there. He calls the elf assistant, after which she immediately appears next to him and tells the owner that she is here. Lulai asks her to check the information about Purgatory. The elf says that she will now check it for him, but unexpectedly some interference appears for her. The system notifies that the request was rejected or an error occurred. Lulai asks, is there some kind of error? You need to query this in the database. The elf tells the owner that he does not have such powers. He says that then you need to switch the interface to manual input. Waiyu looks at him and wonders, is he talking to himself? Lulai looks at the system window that opened in front of him and thinks that he needs to calm down and think. Purgatory is where he was last online and where he was spotted. In that place he can find the answer. The system window says that he must enter a password. Lulai enters his password and clicks on the continue button. In the system window, it is written that his number is 18208. The database is entered. An endless stream of information consisting of binary code appears around him, and he looks around. He examines many windows of the system, and the system notifies him that he should receive the Purgatory code. Lulai is surprised by this and asks what kind of code is this. The system notifies that an illegal intrusion has been detected and a closure protocol is activated. Lulai orders to open the original code, but the red windows of the system do not disappear, and he wonders how this is possible. Is the original code being rewritten now? The system notifies that a forced expulsion is taking place. The windows of the system that surrounded Lu Lai begin to disappear, and he wonders how this is possible. Yu, who is standing next to him, says that this is all she knows. If he doesn't believe it, he can go looking for it himself. Lu Lai looks at her and thinks that if he goes to that place, he can find out everything. He approaches her and asks if he can ask her a question. Yu asks, does he want to ask one more question? Lu Lai asks her how he can get to that world. The elf flies up to him and with a smile tells the owner that she knows how to return to the game world. Yu says that she only knows the name, Fangyun Platform. There is a time limit. He doesn't seem to be very patient. Han Yixiao plunged into the bloody lake twice and did not return. And now he is also planning to go there. Lu Lai thinks about what she said and remains silent for a while. The elf tells the owner that she knows how to return to the player's world. He was surprised when he heard this and asks how can he do this. The elf flies away and tells the owner that he must follow her. Yu stopped him by asking where he was going. Lu Lai turns to her and says that there is a way that will help him get into the world of players. She didn't understand what he meant and asked if he said the world of players. He says that's what she always calls that world. Yu thinks this sounds interesting and says that she will wait for good news from him. After some time, somewhere in a large forest, where a very strong explosion occurs. This explosion destroys a large number of monsters at once, and their bodies burn out very quickly. Fei, a 23rd level explosive mage, says it's too easy. Are there any stronger monsters here? Several girls run up to him and admire him and say that he is so handsome. He is wonderful and even shares potions with them. She was scared. He should hug her. Fei stands with a very pleased expression on his face while these 3 girls stand around him. He, blushing very hard, looking at one of the girls, remembers something and asks, that merchant who collects high-quality weapons they were talking about is here, isn't it? All 3 girls agree and say they need to hurry. Its purchase price is very favorable. Fei laughs and says that's good. He will spend money on weapons for each of them. The girls go with him and ask, is what he said true? They love him very much. Suddenly Fei saw something strange in front of him that attracted his attention. He notices that he is surrounded by a large group of people who are laughing as they walk towards him. A man with very pale skin and a katana says that he's caught. Fei is about to use his magic and says that everyone should hide behind him. What are they? He felt something strange happening behind him, and looking behind him, he saw the faces of the girls, who smiled slyly while looking at him. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them inflict very strong blows on his back, which he did not expect at all. Fei falls to the ground as blood flows from his wounds and asks why they did this. The girls ask one by one, is he wondering why this happened? What are they? They are Guild North. They greet the eldest, second, third brother, and the rest of the winners. Fei stands on all fours, trembling due to severe wounds, and asks, did they say the elder and other brothers? The girls look at him with a smile and take turns saying that beauty is deceptive. It was a great scam. They should leave the pain to others and the wealth to themselves. Guys from the North Guild, who created female avatars for themselves, Mei Sheng, Mei Kayan, and Mei Ming, ask him to take care of them. Fei got very angry. Strong fiery energy begins to emanate from him, and he says that this is unforgivable. They deceived him. How dare they lie to him? They must tell only the truth. The pale-skinned guy watches him rise to his feet and says that he doesn't seem ready to cooperate yet. 2 players from the North Guild immediately channeled their strong energy into their hands and very quickly ran towards Fei, who looked at them and also channeled his energy into his hands. He simultaneously punches these guys and releases his very strong fire magic. With this attack, he defeated 2 guys from the North Guild who tried to attack him. But other guild members at the same moment ran towards him from behind in a large crowd. Fei notices them approaching, turns to them, and is about to use her fire magic. He waved his hand, released very strong magical energy, and immediately destroyed these several people who were about to attack him. Fei grinned and did not immediately notice the arrow that was quickly flying towards him. He felt this arrow, turns around and looks at it in surprise. He puts his hand up and the energy with which the arrow was filled scatters in different directions. The one who fired the arrow was Meikayan, and Mei Sheng runs very quickly towards him, filling his hands with energy and saying that they are following him. He collides with Afei, and they both release very strong energy. He was thrown back, and he thinks that he doesn't even have any mana potions left. He spent too much. Meikayan asks, is there something wrong with him? Ming shows 99 mana restoration potions and asks if these are the potions he needs. Shen holds out his hand and says that he should be smart and give them the boss's equipment. He was surrounded by their people. If he doesn't cooperate, they'll have to take action. They will kill him until they take away his last weapon. Afei calms down, takes a deep breath, and gets ready to do something. He gives them 2 middle fingers and starts scolding them all non-stop, saying very nasty words. He scolds these people so long and loudly that the birds that were nearby begin to fly away from this place. The guild leader is very angry with him and is about to attack him with his sword and loudly says that he should shut up. Afei stands still with a sad expression on his face and mentally apologizes to his brother for being very stupid for being deceived by the scammers. He stands calmly in place while the head of the guild north runs towards him to attack. But from the other side, a red silhouette runs towards him. Lu Lai defeated this guild leader, and this greatly surprised him and Afei. He turns to them, looks at them very angrily, and says that not one of them will leave this place. Sometime later, a large number of people from the North Guild were defeated, lying on the ground and asking, was it a person? They lie on the ground while their bodies disappear, and their weapons were broken due to very strong blows. The brothers from the Mei family were very shocked by what happened and asked when did this happen. Afei looks at his brother in surprise and asks if it's really him. He was even more surprised. When I realized it was really him. Lu Lai took on a human form in order to be here calmly, and he had the 23rd level. He turns around and asks, did he just go away for a while, and he already got into trouble? Afei burst into tears, grabbed his leg, and loudly told his brother that it was all their fault. They not only wanted to steal his weapon, but also deceived him. The guys from the Mei family look at this and say that it looks like help has come to him. I think this is the brother he was talking about. Maybe he's rich too. That sounds reasonable. They laugh with a very evil look on their faces and say that they will become rich. They point at them and tell their brothers that they must attack them. Afei thinks they are about to be attacked and tells his brother that he should turn his back on him. They all wait and stand still for a while, but no one came to their aid. Afei very quickly approached the Mei brothers from behind and scared them very much with a loud scream. He looks at them with a sly smile and asks, they said they would make him a dead man, didn't they? Cyan calls him brother and says that's not true. They were just joking. Afei squeezes them very tightly and says loudly that he is not their brother, but their death. Sometime later, he walks through the forest and says that this guild has done a lot of bad things. They robbed and did a lot of bad things. Lu Lai walks next to him and agrees with what he said. Afei asks his brother how he was able to find him. What is his progress? Lu Lai remembers the hellish purgatory and says that now he knows where their brother last appeared. Afei says that as expected of him, they now have a clear goal. Lu Lai with a serious expression says that however, this place is not on the map in the game. They may assume that this place is of a very high level. With their current powers, this is beyond their capabilities. Afei asks what will they do. He will do what he tells him. Lu Lai says that first they need to go to the nearest town. They need to figure out the equipment and props. Afei happily says that the great thing is that they will make money. He will now never believe in online dating again. How can 3 good girls turn out to be such guys? By the way, he has changed a lot. What happened to him during this time? They continue walking into town and talking to each other. Sometime later in the southern suburbs, the city of Nankin. Lu Lai walks through this city and thinks that he has finally returned to the game he knows. He receives a friend request from Mao Afei notices a girl he likes and asks if it seems to him or have they already met. 2 guys come from a man who recycles equipment and says that this equipment is only worth a few hundred gold coins. When can they get the purple suit? They need to improve first. The man says that the equipment is being recycled, The price is justified. He is not deceiving anyone. Lu Lai and Ah Fei approach him, and the man asks if they need to dispose of the equipment. They agree with him. The man took a cube with a sword icon inside and said that there is so much high-quality equipment here. The total value is 95,000 gold coins. Do they agree? Ah Fei is surprised by this and says it's cool. At current exchange rates, that's tens of thousands of dollars in cash. Lu Lai gives a thumbs up and says his hair is cool. This surprised the man and his brother very much. He leaned closer to him and asked if he really thought that. However, he is a very elegant guy himself. The system congratulates him on the successful launch of the Commodity Traders program. The possibility of receiving a discount has increased by 10%. Ah Fei didn't understand what happened and asks what it was. Did he manipulate this salesman? Lu Lai says that these are little tricks of the programmer when creating. He remembers the game's developer, with the same hairstyle, quietly saying that if he couldn't change baldness, he needed to change the world. Lu Lai says he can take the money for himself. Ah Fei was very happy about this and says that if he becomes a woman, he will definitely. He doesn't have time to finish because Lu Lai interrupted him and said that he should shut up. The system congratulates him for receiving 100,000 gold coins. He got achieving a ton of wealth. Ah Fei tells his brother that they have some more equipment. Will they sell it? Lu Lai agrees and says that, however, he has not chosen a location yet. After some time, at the auction house, next to which a huge crowd of people had gathered, Ah Fei looks at this building in surprise and says that this auction house is amazing. This is his first time coming here. Someone with a microphone comes up to him and asks if this is his first time at an auction. What does he think about this? He says there are a lot of people here. A large crowd of people inside the auction building are loudly saying that everything is going on for too long. Is it possible to do everything faster? How much longer can you wait? A short guy approaches two guys standing at the door and calls them brothers. He says he is only a few hundred coins short of entering the competition. There is an item that he really needs. Could they do him a favor? The two guys brush him off and say it's none of their concern. They follow the rules. Starting capital 10,000. It will be easier if he leaves here. He should not waste their time and get out of here. Other people get very angry with him and say that he is the only one here who is wasting their time. Where did he even come from? He must get out of the way. Suddenly someone came up to this guy and put a hand on his shoulder. Other people get even angrier and ask if they are finished yet. They should not block the path. This is just ridiculous. Even poor people want to take part in the auction. Ah Fei says this guy is coming with them, so they should split up. The two guys say that in that case, they should wait. They notice that an inscription has appeared above his head, informing him that he is very rich. Two guys immediately open a huge door, from behind which a bright golden glow can be seen. They point to this door and say that they are sorry for the delay. These dear guests may come in, and they wish them a pleasant stay. They go inside and see a large crowd of people standing close to each other. The guy they helped says he is grateful for their help. He will definitely repay them when he gets the chance. Ah Fei says it's okay. He doesn't have to worry about it. The guy says that then he says goodbye to them. A girl approaches them and tells them welcome. She is their guide, the Eight of Hearts. She brings Ah Fei a VIP card and says that given his status as super rich, they automatically applied for a gold card. Here is a brief description of the functions of this item. First, card holders can enter without queuing. Second, when selling items at an auction house, the commission is reduced from 10% to 5%. Third, with this card he can submit an application to the auction house. The loan amount depends on its credit limit. Ah Fei took his card and asked if he could use this card to penetrate her heart. Eight of Hearts is confused by this and asks what he means. Ah Fei comes closer to her and asks if she believes in love at first sight. Lu Lai stands next to him and doesn't say anything about this. Luna passes next to him at that moment, whom he did not immediately notice. She passes by and doesn't say anything, but he recognizes her. Eight Worms points to the door and says that they must go into a separate room. They will make sure they are comfortable. They walked into the room together. She put several bowls on the table and said that they could treat themselves to tea. Their goods will be put up for auction first. Equipment is very popular now. The auction is expected to end within the hour. Oshi summons a weapon from her inventory and says that their epic level sword, Stardust, is a unique weapon at the current level. This auction will definitely offer a good price. If he has time, they can also attend the auction. Perhaps they will be interested in something. Afe leaned towards her and asked if she would go there too. He doesn't understand a lot of things, that's why. He doesn't have time to finish because Lulai hits him hard on the head and says that all they need is a list of items. She'll pick it up in an hour. Eight of Hearts agrees to this. After some time in the hall where the auction is taking place, the man standing on the stage says that all participants must sit down. Their auction will start very soon. At this auction, he is the leader. He hopes they are all familiar with the rules. He wishes them success in acquiring what they need. People who participate in the auction begin to applaud him. The presenter points to the girl who is carrying the first item and says that he is grateful to them for their warm greeting. The auction starts now. Their first treasure is a fiery heart. With this item, they can change the properties of their weapons. When meeting forest monsters, there will be an additional bonus to damage. Who wants to get a weapon that can control flames? Starting price is 20,000 gold coins. Bidding begins. The guy who put on the skin of some animal raises his hand and says that he bets 25,000 gold coins. The magician with red hair raises his hand and raises the amount to 28,000 gold coins. The guy smiles broadly, raises his hand and says that he bets 35,000. No one will name the price higher. The fiery heart will definitely belong to him. The presenter asks loudly, "Will anyone offer more money?" The guy continues to smile and thinks that he only has 35,000 gold coins. He bet everything, he can't lose. This is the first lot at the auction. No one will bid higher than it. The host begins to count down from 1 to 3. But at the last moment, the man with number 9 raises his hand and says that he is betting 50,000. The host says that number 9 offered a price of 50,000 coins. People who sit at the auction ask, "The fiery heart is a good item, but is it worth that kind of money?" He remembers that everyone used to trade around 28,000 gold coins. He has so much money. Who is he? Girl number 95 asks Han if this price is too high. Guy number 9 says that as long as she likes it, everything is fine. The girl smiled when she heard what he said. The presenter hits the table with a hammer and says that the first lot has been sold. Number 9 buys a fiery heart for 50,000 gold coins. The guy who bet 35,000 says that he came for this lot. Who is he? The guy who sits next to him points to number 9 and asks if he doesn't know him. It's Khan. He is a famous boss. He may not be looking for trouble. It seems that they will present better lots. Afe says that they are crazy for deciding to spend 50,000 on a piece of fire attribute stone. Han Xiao is in his repertoire as always. The presenter says that the second lot is a special made costume. Who would refuse this? The system window says that this is a special made costume that can change the image. The presenter says that the starting price is 30,000. They start bidding. People immediately start raising the price by shouting their price. The host says that number 66 offered 48,000 for the maid's costume. Someone immediately says that he should quickly give it to him because he wants to try it on. What the people who were at the auction saw were very surprised when they saw the one who won this lot. The presenter, who was also surprised, tells number 66 that he can wear it. A huge, muscular man immediately puts on this maid costume and says that it's not bad. Wearing this makes him feel safe. Afe, who is very surprised by what he saw, and tells his brother that it looks like everything is possible in this game. Lulai looks at this with great surprise and does not answer him. The host coughed and said they should continue. The third lot is wolf boots, which increase speed by 2%. Starting price is 40,000. Han Xiao raises his hand and says that he bets 80,000. Other bidders say he doubled the price. There is no point in bargaining if you want some item. The presenter says that this lot has been sold. Number 9 bought wolf boots for 80,000 gold coins. Next lot. Han Xiao says he bets 50,000. The host says there are no more bids, it's sold. He buys the next lot again for 90,000 gold coins. He kisses the girl who sits next to him and buys another lot for 120,000. He continues to buy all the lots in a row for different prices, and the rest of the participants begin to leave the auction room and say that he is buying everything, so they will not be able to compete with him. Why did he even come here? If he has money, he can do anything. Wu Fei looks at this with displeasure and asks how he can buy everything. He really wants to beat him. Lu Lai says that this has nothing to do with them. They should count on his help for a while. Ah Fei doesn't understand what he means and asks what does it mean. The presenter says that time has passed very quickly. The auction is coming to an end. Their last item for today is the epic level sword, Stardust. In the system window, it is written that the sword is Stardust. The required level is 20 exclusively for swordsmen. The strength is 90 points out of 100. Attack 260 points. Critical hit 40 points. Speed 30 points. Features. First, attack with the light attribute. Second, the level is lowered by 5. Third, attack power increases by 2%. Stardust causes additional magical damage. The presenter says that it is a rare treasure with unique characteristics. After level 25 or 30, this weapon can really help. It would not be an exaggeration to call this weapon the best at this auction. The starting price is 200,000 gold coins. Bidding begins. Han Xiao says that he bets 250,000 gold coins. One of the participants thinks he is crazy. No one will dare to offer a different price. How can such a rich man be such an idiot? Han Xiao, with a calm expression on his face, thinks that this is just a game with which he achieves his goals. Ah Fei smiles and says that he bets 300,000. Han Xiao looks at him and says that it seems that he still has one opponent here. He bets 350,000 gold coins. Ah Fei continues to smile and says that he is offering 400,000. Han Xiao looks at him and wonders who he is. He had never heard of it. He says that he offers 450,000 gold coins. Ah Fei bets 500,000 gold coins immediately afterwards. Han Xiao thinks about it. Does he want to bet 500,000? It's too expensive. No matter how good it is still in the early stages of development. The girl asks, maybe he shouldn't bet more. Han Xiao wonders if he should do this. The items in this auction are just pointless. What he really wants is adrenaline. He wants to satisfy his desire. He smiles slightly and says that he bets 600,000. The host says that number 9 offered 600,000. Ah Fei was about to bet 700,000, but Lu Lai immediately stopped him and prevented him from making this bet. Han Xiao imagines himself standing on a high cliff and rejoices at his victory. The presenter almost finished the countdown, but suddenly someone outbid this bet by betting 1 million. This surprised Lu Lai, Ah Fei, and the host very much, and they look at who made this bet. Han Xiao was also very embarrassed and surprised that someone had outbid him. Luna made this bet, and the presenter begins the countdown. He finishes the countdown, and she takes her sword back. After this, Lu Lai and Ah Fei leave the auction room. He is very excited about this and says that it turns out that making money is such a pleasure. Lu Lai says that the last million was not the planned income. This time they sold 1,520,000. You need to subtract 200,000 of the purchased props. In the end, there was 1,320,000 left. Having received the money, the number on his card changed from 8,988 to 7,450. Ah Fei was very surprised by this and asked if this means that there are 7,450 people who are richer than them. There are so many rich people in this game. Lu Lai doesn't notice the man standing on the roof watching him and says that it's not that important. They must go, because the time has come for the main task. Ah Fei is happy about this and says they can go. The person who was watching them was Luna, who continues to stand and silently watch them. Some time later, the two of them walked from the southern suburbs of the city of Nankin to the village of Bushcall. Ah Fei asks his brother if they can go to a barbecue tonight. They haven't gone anywhere for a long time. Lu Lai continues walking and doesn't answer him. Ah Fei is not calmed down and tells his brother that he wants to talk to him. Why did he suddenly become silent? Suddenly Lu Lai stopped and stood still. He looks ahead and says that he knows that she is following them. She must come out. Ah-Fei turns around and sees Luna and says that she is from the auction house. He thought about something, stood in a fighting stance, and said that he understood everything. No wonder they are willing to pay such a high price. Luna panicked about this and says that this is not true at all. She doesn't want to hurt them. The weapon they auctioned off is an item she lost earlier. She remembers Lu Lai, who defeated her in the form of a skeleton, and asks. She was wondering how they got this sword. Ah-Fei chuckled and asked if she was wondering where they found her weapon. His brother got it when he killed the boss. Luna was very surprised by what he said and wondered, did he kill the boss? She runs very quickly towards them to do something. She stops in front of him and asks loudly if he can teach her. Ah-Fei was very surprised by this question and asked what was the matter. Lu Lai turns away from her and says that he is giving it up. Ah-Fei quietly tells his brother that this girl is deliberately trying to get closer to them. Luna looks at them and thinks that there is nothing wrong with this. In the future, they will definitely fight. After some time, when they almost came to the village they needed, Ah-Fei says they will reach the village soon. He must tell him everything. Lu Lai agrees to this and says that since this is an early copy, it shouldn't be difficult. The general storyline is like this. A village called Bushcall is besieged by monsters. You need to fight off monsters. After they get to the village, the residents will tell the reason for the siege. There is a little girl in the village who is a body of divine light. She is the treasure that the monsters covet. The task they received was to escort a little girl to the Temple of Divine Light. Along the way they will meet monsters. The ending is that it is necessary to safely deliver the little girl to her destination, the Temple of Divine Light. Only under this condition will the mission be completed. They come to the village and Ah-Fei says that with him he knows that they will achieve anything. By the way, here is the village. He walks towards the village with a smile and says that he will go forward and clear the way. He can watch how he deals with everyone. At the same time, in the village, a woman asks her sister if she listened to these strange sounds. The other woman agrees and says she thinks she heard it. Ah-Fei runs towards them at high speed, screaming very loudly. He speeds up using his energy and runs towards these women and says that these are monsters. They should be careful. The women were very frightened of him and loudly called for help. Ah-Fei stops and asks who are they. The women say that they are residents of this village. They should be asking who he is. Ah-Fei is embarrassed by this and says there was a misunderstanding. He came on a mission to destroy monsters. The women were very surprised by this and asked, did he say mission and monsters? Could this really be a warrior lord? Is he the same legendary warrior? Did they really meet the legendary warrior? These women stood next to him and asked this warrior, does he want to get to their village? They will show him the way. Another woman says that her sister is very cunning. She also wants to help him. Ah-Fei agrees and says that everyone here is very hospitable. Lu Lai slowly follows him, notices him, and looks at him blankly. The inhabitants of this village say very loudly that a legendary warrior has come to them. Children should watch. This is a legendary warrior who punishes villains and destroys evil. He wants to be just like him. The man hands out a variety of items and says he is grateful for his hard work. He can come see their signature village items. Another guy stands next to the girl, calls the legendary warrior, and asks if he can give them his autograph. The man bows before him and says that they are greeting a legendary warrior. Now this village will become famous. The residents were surprised and said that this was the village headman. The elder raises his hands and loudly says that they should greet the new warriors with applause. Ah-Fei quietly tells his brother that this is different from what he said. Has this mission been adjusted by Tiananmen Company? Lu Lai says that it is possible that the content of the story and the appearance of the residents have changed, but the key line must remain the same. The headman loudly asks the villagers, what is the highest ceremony for welcoming a warrior? All the residents were very happy about this, after which they cheerfully and loudly said that this was a banquet. The villagers approach the two brothers and tell the legendary warriors that they must follow them. There will be a banquet very soon. Lu Lai walks next to several villagers who are enjoying the banquet, and he looks at them. He asks, he heard that alfalfa is blooming here. Can he look at it? The old man agrees and says that. However, they must first rest at the banquet. Afterwards, they can enjoy the blooms as long as they want. Lulai is a little embarrassed by this and looks at the villagers with suspicion. Some time later, a large crowd of villagers sits at a table and eats many different dishes. Afe stands and tells his brother that there is a lot of food here. He heard that in the game you can fully taste the food. They need to try this. One of the villagers comes up to them with a plate filled with eyes and says that they should try it. Meat is very famous in their village. After that, he eats one of those eyes with a very sly smile. Lulai stops him and says he shouldn't eat it. They need to find the girl. Afe was embarrassed by this, agrees and says that just watching them eat it makes him sick. They walk through a large tavern and he says there are so many people here. Maybe they should ask them? Lulai calmly walks in front of him and says that there is no need to do this. He must look carefully, then it will not be difficult to find her. Immediately after this, they notice a little girl sitting among the villagers with an apple in her hands. She looks at the apple in her hands and does nothing. Lulai comes up behind her and puts his hand on her shoulder, which scared her a little. He asks if she wants to go to the Temple of Divine Light. The girl with a joyful expression on her face turns to him and asks, "Is he a warrior who came to save her?" The system notifies that he has successfully activated the mission. Immediately after this, the moon changed its color and became red. The villagers get up from their seats. Afe notices something strange and tells his brother that the situation has changed a little. All the villagers look at them, walk towards them, and their eyes light up red. The eyes of one of the villagers suddenly began to pop out of their sockets due to very strong tension, and his whole body began to tremble violently. This resident gets to his feet. His whole body grows very much, and he breaks the table with a blow of his hand. Immediately afterwards, he and the other villagers attack Lulai and Afe, who are standing next to the girl. They both reacted instantly to this attempt to attack them and move very quickly. Lulai summons his dagger and defeats the villager who tried to attack them with one blow. Afe creates a fireball with her magic and shoots it at another villager who was attacking them. The monsters they had just defeated fall to the ground due to mortal wounds, and the rest of the monsters stopped next to them and looked at this in surprise. After standing in front of them for a few seconds, a large crowd of villagers begins to run towards them and shout very loudly. Lulai and Afe immediately charge back and use their energy for this battle. They run through this crowd of monsters with the girl in their arms and fight off the villagers who suddenly attack them. Because of their fight in this large building, loud sounds and light from energy burst out from there. After a short period of time, all the villagers were defeated and lay on the floor. Afe notices something strange happening in this building after they defeated everyone. The bodies of the monsters are filled with very strong energy, and the system notifies that a ban has been imposed. After that, all these villagers begin to rise to their feet, and very strong energy emanates from their bodies. Afe looks at this crowd of monsters and says that this is all very strange. They have all been resurrected. He turns to his brother and asks what will they do. Lulai says that logically, the pig-headed man should not have such a skill. He looks at these villagers and thinks that everything that is happening here is completely different from what was originally planned. Something happened after he left Chanaming. Afe begins to fight off the crowd of monsters and tells his brother that if he continues like this, they will be eaten. Lulai has an idea of what they should do and says with a serious expression that they must escape first. After that, they jump out through the window. He holds the girl in his hands, and the monsters reach through this window towards them. Immediately afterwards, they run down a narrow street away from the building they just escaped from. They went into a house and locked themselves inside. The monsters didn't notice this and continued to walk down the street looking for them. They continue to stand at the door of this house and do not notice a man with white hair who is walking along the second floor. Afe exhales with relief and is about to say something about the current situation. He doesn't finish his sentence because he notices someone reaching out to him very quickly. Luna suddenly approached them and covered his mouth with her hand. Lulai looks at her with a calm expression and says that it is her again. Afe, whose mouth is covered with a hand, also tries to say something, but he fails. Luna shows a sign that they should speak more quietly and quietly says that these monsters are not far away. She went to the middle of the room and says that they can talk upstairs. They followed her, and from the window of the room above you could see the moon, which was red. Afe, like everyone else, sits on the floor and asks if it turns out she also came to carry out a mission. It seemed to him that she was watching them again. Luna says that she actually arrived earlier than them. Upon entering the village, she constantly felt that something was wrong. So she planned to wait here until nightfall and explore everything carefully. However, having waited until night when she was about to go out, they suddenly entered. After what she said, there was silence in this room for several seconds. Lulai looks down with a serious expression and says that she is right. There's a lot of weird stuff here. What's going on here anyway? She must say everything she knows about it. The girl they took with them was embarrassed when she heard this. She looks at the floor with a worried expression and is silent for a few seconds. Luna puts her hand on her shoulder and kindly tells her not to worry. They came to protect her. She can tell them what she knows. She was very surprised by what had just happened. The girl took off her pig mask and says that this is exactly the point. Afe was very surprised by this and asked, was it a mask? The girl says that their village is peaceful and calm. Everyone in the village is very kind and friendly. But outside the village, there are always monsters with pig heads and human bodies roaming around. However, according to her uncle, who often went out, if you go around him, there is no danger. Later, everyone noticed that the monsters imitated their actions from time to time. It looked very funny and vigilance against monsters gradually weakened. Until that very day. Knights of the Holy Light came to their village. This time Lord Greg was on the tour. He is very strong and gentle. Under his leadership, they performed the sacred prayer. But this time she prayed differently. She felt that her body was burning hot, as if she was being pierced with needles. She found it, hoping to find out the reason. After that, when he found out about it, he excitedly told her that she had awakened the Holy Light body and became lucky. In addition, she can join the Society of the Holy Light and become a part of it. Her village would also be blessed, and she would no longer have to worry about the threat of monsters. And when they were overcome with happiness, they were suddenly attacked by monsters. They were cruel, ferocious, and there were so many of them that it was impossible to kill them. Greg brutalized the monsters to protect their village, but was killed. She was so frightened when she witnessed all this that she did not dare call for help, let alone run away. Her mind went blank and she just cried. She doesn't know how long she cried, but she cried so hard that she couldn't shed another tear. Perhaps the Holy Light was also comforting her and telling her to be strong. If the light has chosen her, she must bear responsibility. So she put on a mask and pretended to be one of them, waiting for an opportunity to escape. She told them about what happened here. Since it was fate that they came, it means the sacred light hurt her. Luna and Lulai thought about what they just heard and thought about it all. Afe smiles to give the girl hope and says that his brother and he will figure it out. She was happy about this and asked if it was true. He says that of course it will fall on their shoulders. The girl does not pay attention to the huge eye that looks at them through the window and says that she relies on them. Lulai and Luna were very surprised when they noticed this huge monster through the window. They all managed to react to this and jumped back when part of the building was destroyed. They stare at it and a surprised Afe asks what just happened. They all see how a huge monster, which broke part of the building in which they were hiding, grabbed the girl and said that she was caught. This huge monster carefully picks up this girl and is about to eat her. Afe looks at it and says that this monster is too huge. Lulai says that once the girl dies, the mission will end. They all immediately run towards this monster together and use their energy to attack this monster in advance. They simultaneously deliver their blows using skills and magic, but the monster shields himself from this with his hand. The monster swings his arm very hard and throws them all into the nearest building. The monster notices that there are injuries on his hand after blocking their blows and asks if there is really the power of a warrior lord in this world. Afe stands on the roof and says that this monster is so huge. How could it recover so quickly? Luna says that he probably has a weak spot. The monster quickly delivers a very strong blow and destroys the building on which they were standing, but they manage to jump away in different directions. Lulai stands on the flying piece of building and says that he must cover it. Afe, who is standing next to him, gives a thumbs up and says that he can rely on him. Immediately after this, he jumps up and creates 2 magic circles behind him. He uses the fire meteor spell and many small fireballs appear behind him. He releases this many fireballs at one point, and this forces the monster to block with his hand. The huge monster is very angry about what he did and exhales heavily. He blocks Ah Fei's magical attacks at a distance with his hand and with his second hand, in which he holds the girl. He swings and is about to strike a very strong blow. Lu Lai flies towards this monster's huge fist, which is already delivering a very strong blow. He uses the backstab and explosive blade skills with a calm expression. He teleported and found himself above the hand of this monster, after which he immediately delivered several very strong blows with a dagger using energy. He stands on the fist of the monster, on which he struck his blows and left very deep wounds. He sees a girl that a giant monster is holding in his hand and reaches out to pull her out of there. Suddenly, Ah Fei loudly warns his brother to be careful. Lu Lai looks around and notices that the monster is using its green energy to heal its wounds, and human-sized monsters are coming out of its hand and are about to attack it unexpectedly. He quickly turns towards these few monsters, but Luna very quickly approached him and defeated these monsters with the help of her Starlight Break skill. She looks at him and says that he should save this girl quickly. Lu Lai looks at her, turning his head, and agrees with her. Suddenly something strange happens to the hand of a huge monster, and it greatly surprises both of them. The hand of this monster turned into a huge crowd of smaller monsters, and one of them took the girl with him. Lu Lai looks at this and asks what kind of bunch of pig-headed idiots are they. Luna asks if he thinks it's too difficult for such a task. They both hit very hard using their energy, and she says that it seems to her that killing the boss is not the main line of the mission. They both fly towards the roof where Ah Fei is standing, and Luna says that escorting the girl safe and sound is what really matters. They both run after the monster who took the girl, and Lu Lai calls Ah Fei by name. He stands still as they both leave, regaining his mana and saying that he can rely on him. He uses the double fire meteor skill and blasts a large crowd of monsters that fly towards him. At the same time, Luna and Lu Lai run across the roofs of buildings and chase the monster, who runs away with a girl in his arms. This monster notices them, and a sly smile appears on his face. Suddenly, he turns into one of the buildings, breaking the door with his hand. Luna and Lu Lai jump down to the door where this monster ran in, and she says that he has to stop. They both see this monster quickly run through the empty room and break down another door. Luna notices something strange in this room while Lu Lai is focused on the monster and says that they run very fast and know this area very well. He notices the same thing as she and looks at it blankly. They see several people sitting behind bars and making loud noises. The faces of these people were distraught, and none of them could say anything, and they just made sounds. Luna looks at them with a thoughtful expression and says that they should let them out. Lu Lai strikes very quickly with his dagger and destroys the grate. He looks at these people with a calm expression and says that they can come out. Distraught people begin to slowly walk towards them. After they left this building, Luna says that the first chapter of the Bible, Genesis, is to blame for everything. Lu Lai didn't understand what she meant and asks what did she say. Her face has become much more serious, and she is silently thinking about something. Suddenly, they hear a loud cry from Ah Fei, who is calling his brother. Lu Lai recognizes his voice and calls him by name. He runs away from a huge crowd of monsters that are chasing him and loudly says that they must save him, because there are too many of them. He can no longer resist them. At the same time, the monster that took the girl very quickly jumps from roof to roof and moves in a certain direction. The girl opens her eye and thinks that this is the end. She will definitely be eaten. Sometime later, on the balcony of a high tower in the middle of the city, the monster sat the girl against the wall and loudly said that they were all very slow. He turns around and looks at the girl he carried away with a small smile. He comes up to her, sits down and says that she smells very tasty. He opens his mouth wide and says with an angry expression that he wants to take a bite out of her. The girl raises her head, looks at this monster with a serious expression on her face, pulls out a small knife that she was hiding in her sleeve, and uses the Shengguang blessing skill. She closed her eyes and delivered a very unexpected blow with a dagger using energy to the face of this monster. This monster's head lights up due to the wound she inflicted, and he screams loudly in pain. He reaches his hand towards this girl while she trembles in fear with a knife in her hand and thinks that she will be reunited with the blessing. Unexpectedly, someone with a sharp blow cut off the hand of this monster, with which he was reaching for the girl. The girl notices Lu Lai, who protected her from the monster, and joyfully calls him Lord Warrior. The monster was very surprised by his appearance here and asks how this is possible. Where did he come from here? Lu Lai holds his dagger in his hand and silently looks at this monster. He remembers what happened 15 minutes ago in this city, where there were very loud sounds from monsters. They, along with Luna and Ah Fei, run away from a large crowd of monsters, and a large cloud of dust rises behind them. A huge crowd of monsters continues to run behind them, climbing on top of each other as they try to catch up with them. Lu Lai throws small blue pills to his friends and says that they should catch it. Immediately after this, he swallows the same pill as the ones they threw. What happened after this caused confusion and misunderstanding among the monsters. They have become invisible and are hiding behind the wall while the monsters are trying to find them and asking why they are not visible. They have to split up to find them, but they smell close, which means they won't hide far. The system notifies that they have eaten a stealth potion. The monster can lose its target within 5 seconds. This helps players escape. First, the potion only affects players. Second, it doesn't help against high-level monsters. They all sat down near the wall, behind which they hid to rest, and Ah Fei asks his brother, what will they do next? They won't be able to defeat them, and the heroine has been stolen. Lu Lai says that the main goal is to find the girl. He thinks that now they are faced with 2 problems. One of them is a crowd that is impossible to deal with. The second problem is that the girl was kidnapped. Since this is an unusual task, they will have to use unusual methods. He calls Ah Fei and asks her name. Luna tells him her name, and after that Lu Lai says that he has an idea, but he will need their help. Sometime later, monsters walk down the street and say that the smell here has suddenly disappeared. They have to keep looking. They have to check every corner. One of the monsters stands against the wall and does something while someone creeps up behind him. Someone grabbed this monster who was eating a piece of meat by the shoulder, and this greatly frightened him. He hides the meat, turns around and says with a worried expression that he is not messing around. He didn't have breakfast. He was dizzy from hunger. That's why. Lu Lai, who has turned into the same monster, says that he doesn't have to panic. He also just ate. They can rest a bit and talk. The worried monster asks what he wants to talk about. Lu Lai sat on the box next to him and said that these 3 warriors seemed quite powerful. Does he think they kidnapped the girl? The monster looks at him with a piece of meat in his hand and asks, does he mean snack? He says with a calm expression that he doesn't have to worry about it. Lao Wang is the fastest of all the brothers. He knows every house in this village. Since there are many of them, they will soon find them, because their smell can be heard from afar. Lu Lai smiles and says that makes sense. They have to go. They have to hurry and catch these 3. The monster says they need to go to the tower. He looks aside and thinks that this brother is like a pig and a dog, but he doesn't know anything. Lu Lai says that he drank a lot. That's why he forgets things all the time. Suddenly, somewhere in the village, there is a very strong explosion. The monster was very surprised by this and asked what just happened. At the same time, Ah Fei runs down the street from a crowd of monsters with someone in his arms and says that he has returned, so they should run away. The crowd of monsters that have filled this street continue to quickly run after him. Currently, the monster who stands on a high tower looks at Lu Lai, holds the wound on his face, and says that it is him. How is this even possible? The girl who sits by the wall next to him looks at him and joyfully calls him Lord Warrior. Lu Lai swings his dagger and releases very strong energy. He very quickly grabbed the girl and struck a lot of blows with his dagger at the monster that kidnapped her. After that, he jumped down to the street to his friends, who are running away from a large crowd of monsters that are chasing them. Ah Fei was happy when he saw him and says that this is really his brother. Lu Lai runs with the girl in his arms and says that he shouldn't relax. They need to leave the village first. A huge monster walks through this village after them, while smaller monsters jump off it and loudly says that they cannot escape. Lu Lai and the others drink a boost potion, and it increases their movement speed by 30% for 30 seconds. The huge monster delivers a very strong blow with its hand, but they accelerated and this attack did not hit them. They continue to run away from the village, which is illuminated by the red moon, but when they left this place, the light began to become normal. The system notifies that they have left the village. Afe says they are finally gone, they need to take a breath. Lu Lai continues to run and says that this is not true, they need to run even further. They continue to run away at high speed away from this village, but suddenly many shadows appear next to them. This attracted their attention, and they all turn around and look at something in surprise. The huge monster gets very angry and screams loudly as he looks at them. This huge monster swung his arm very hard and threw a huge crowd of smaller monsters towards them. The three of them stand still and watch the monsters they just threw fly towards them. Lu Lai turns away from the village and says that they must run without stopping. They all begin to run away together, and a huge number of angry monsters land next to them. While a large crowd of monsters is running after them, they run forward and in front of them. Just like in the games, a path of coins appears that shows them the way. They run after each other. Luna defeats the monster by jumping on its head. Lu Lai and the girl collect coins, and Afe runs on a large log. They dodge the spiked obstacles, but Lu Lai runs after Luna, and Afe slides under these obstacles with a tackle. She jumps on a long-legged bird, which is pointed at by a red arrow, while the others run after her and are overtaken by a crowd of monsters. One of these monsters makes a very loud and frightening scream. The big bird is confused and looks in different directions after hearing the loud cry of the monster. When they all jumped on the bird, it ran very fast and the monsters that were chasing them immediately fell behind. After some time in a safe place, they descended from the bird, which immediately ran on. The girl waves her hand and thanks this duck. Afe was confused by this and asked if she called this bird a duck. They all walked together through the forest, where there were large lakes and mountains nearby. The girl with a joyful expression on her face says that there is a very beautiful lake here. Can she go and look at it? Afe put his shoulder on Lu Lai's hand and tells his brother that they can take a break. He is very tired. Luna says that this is the desire of the main character. New tasks may appear. The map shows that the monsters will catch up with them in about 30 minutes. Lu Lai does not readily agree to this and says that they can rest for 15 minutes and clean up. The girl and Afe were delighted and thanked their brother for this. After a while, they run after each other around the lake and laugh, while Luna sits on the shore and checks the system window. A girl comes up to her and asks why not go and play with them too. Luna turns to her and says she doesn't want to, so they can play on their own. The girl says that she feels as if her thoughts are confused. She should let her be helped in order for her to be happy. She took Luna's hand, emits energy, and reads a spell. Divine light is always here. It shone yesterday, will shine today and tomorrow. Suddenly a very bright glow appears, which this girl created. Luna covers her face with her hand and hears someone's voice calling her Zio-Yu several times. She plunges into memories and sees her mother, who called her. She looks at Luna with a smile and says that she should not stand still. Dad took them to her favorite amusement park today. She should go to them quickly. In the present, Luna began to cry and calls for her mother, while particles of light fly around her. The girl was embarrassed by this and asked why she was crying. She prayed that good memories would come back to her. She must have made a mistake due to her clumsiness. She asks her forgiveness for this. Luna smiles at her and says that she is grateful to her. Those were good memories. The girl asks, is this true? She already thought she was in trouble again. Luna pats her on the head and says it's true. She's amazing. Afe comes up to them and asks, is it that magical? He wants to try it too. The girl turns to him, agrees and says with a smile that he should give her hand. She took his hand, a bright glow appeared, and she reads a spell. Divine light is always here. It shone yesterday, will shine today and tomorrow. Afe is immersed in memories and is a little surprised because of this. Han Yixiao and Lu Lai, who are sitting next to him, put different dishes on his plate and tell him to eat meat and vegetables. They sit opposite each other and eat what is on their plates, and something attracts their attention. They simultaneously looked at Ah Fei, who was sitting on the side of them. He immediately begins to eat the dish that was on his plate using chopsticks. Lu Lai says that he has started working. He doesn't have to work as much on the side anymore. Han Yixiao asks if he feels tired because of this. Lu Lai says it's time to rely on them. Nothing will stop them anymore. Han Yixiao asks, the higher his level, the more tired he gets, right? Lu Lai says that if he continues like this, it will only be a matter of time before he passes out from exhaustion. Han Yixiao says that they can arm wrestle, and then he will know if he is tired because of his part-time work. They continue to communicate with each other for some time. In the present, Ah Fei is crying very hard and holding an imaginary plate from her memory in her hand. The girl leans over to him and asks how he feels. He runs towards the lake, wipes his face from tears, and says that everything is fine with him. He loudly tells his brother that he is hungry. After that, he ran to the lake and dived into the water. Lu Lai sits on a tree and watches what he is doing. He notices someone and asks, what is she doing here? The girl is shaking while crawling along this branch because of her fear of heights and says that he is so cool if he is not afraid to sit at such a height. She looks at him with a smile and asks if he is worried about something. She has the feeling that he is always depressed. Lu Lai looks at her with a cool expression and says that he doesn't need to remember anything, so she can come down. The girl sat next to him and asks if he doesn't want to remember the good times. Lu Lai says that if he looks back, he will move forward slower. The girl says that is well said. Perhaps she does not understand very well. These must be very deep and powerful words. She looks forward and says that she feels so at ease and comfortable when she is next to him. She lost her parents as a child, so she was raised by people in the village. She appreciates the kindness and help of others. She folds her hands in front of her and says that she prays to the divine light 100 times every day for all good people. Suddenly she felt sad. She began to cry and asked why misfortune still befalls everyone. Maybe the divine light did not respond to her request because she was doing her job poorly. Lu Lai pats her head to calm her down and tells her that she did a good job. When he was her age, he might not have been as brave as her if he faced what she faced now. The girl wipes her tears and asks, then will she be able to become as brave as him in the future? Can she protect the person she wants? Lu Lai remembers Han Yixiao as a child, agrees and says that she will definitely succeed. After that, they went downstairs. They all walked together, and he said that it was time for them to leave. Ah Fei straightened his arms and said that the rest ended very quickly. They all walked together, one after another, across the field next to the lake. The girl reaches out with her hand, and her face turns very red due to embarrassment. She gently grabbed Lu Lai's clothes, which caught his attention and made her feel very embarrassed about what she did. The system makes a sound and notifies that the book of random achievements is being launched. A random mission was created. He must send the girl safe and sound to the Society of Divine Light and kill the King of Pigs. Please note, the mission will fail if: first, the girl will be intercepted on her way to the Society of Divine Light. Second, if the Pig King is not killed. Sometime later. Luna takes out her sword, which emits a bright magical glow from its sheath. She turns around very sharply and releases strong energy and hits the monsters that were chasing her. Ah Fei turns back and says that more and more monsters are chasing them. The girl tells the Lord Warrior that he can put her there, because she can run away on her own. Luna looks back and thinks that the speed of recovery and these pigmen are getting faster and faster. Attacking them will stop them, but not for long. They continue to run away from the monsters, and the system notifies that there are 50 kilometers left to the Holy Light Society. Ah Fei slows down due to extreme fatigue and is about to drink some potion. He drinks this potion and is engulfed in a small glow of energy. One of the monsters accelerates very hard to catch up with him and runs after him and makes loud footstep sounds. Ah Fei turns around and notices the monster, which has already opened its mouth to bite him. Lu Lai says loudly that he should duck down. He immediately does what he was told, and with a sharp blow of his dagger hits this monster. The severed part of this monster's head immediately returned to its place due to the strong energy, after which he immediately screamed loudly out of anger. The monster, who has just recovered, immediately strikes back at Lu Lai and the girl, who is worried about what is happening, loudly calls him Lord Warrior. Afe turns around and looks at the monsters with an evil expression on her face as she prepares to use her fire magic. It releases a very strong blast of fiery energy, and this knocks the monsters back. Lulai says that they must run without stopping. The girl is worried about his wound, but he doesn't pay attention to it. Afe says to his brother that he would help him guard her while he could focus on recovery. Lulai says that they do not have time to recover, because as soon as they stop, they will immediately die. After some time, the system notifies that there are 20 kilometers left to the Society of Holy Light. They all stop before something and try to catch their breath after a very long journey. They see a narrow chasm in a huge mountain on their way. Afe looks at this chasm and says that this road gives him a strange feeling of claustrophobia. Luna stands next to him and says that, however, such terrain will create certain restrictions for the pigmen. Lulai looks back and wonders, is this his imagination? He sees a small crowd of monsters chasing them and wonders if it's just his imagination or if their number has decreased. After a short rest, they immediately ran into the crevice while a large crowd of monsters ran after them. The system notifies that there are 15 kilometers left to the Society of Holy Light. Afe runs ahead and says that monsters will not be able to move freely on this road, so they won't have to worry much about it. Luna asks, their number has decreased, hasn't it? Lulai agrees and says that there are about 60% fewer of them. Maybe they are going to ambush them. The sun above them suddenly begins to become darker, and dark clouds appear in the sky, and the system notifies that there are 6 kilometers left to the Society of the Holy Light. They see a way out of the crevice, and Afe happily says that this is the way out. Suddenly the light at the end of the crevice disappeared, and he asks what just happened. They notice something strange that catches their attention, and Afe says that it would not be that. They see a huge monster who has blocked the light with his body, laughs loudly, and says that they will not be able to escape. The girl wants to say something and calls the Lord Warrior. Lulai turns to her and says that there is nothing wrong. She should go down and hide behind them. The girl does what he says, and the three of them stand up to protect her from large crowds of monsters that are coming towards them from both sides. These crowds of monsters run towards them very fast and scream loudly while they are about to attack them. Lulai and Luna fight against the monsters each from their own side, and Afe uses her magic to attack in 2 directions at once. The girl trembles very much out of fear while she hears the sounds of their battle and thinks that she should stop trembling and being afraid. She calmed down, opened her eyes, and said that this time she will not be shy. The Holy Light will definitely protect her. At the same time in the Temple of the Holy Light, the knight who stands in front of the other knights says that in recent years the forces of darkness have become more and more powerful. Holy Light, dispelling darkness, simultaneously consumes itself, so they urgently need to find his body. Light needs a lot of it. A knight approaches him and says that he is reporting to the commander-in-chief. A large number of crazy people gathered near the valley in the east. The commander-in-chief asks, did the pigmen dare to challenge the Holy Light? He waved his hand and loudly said that the darkness will recede anyway. They must go into battle. After that, he goes down the stairs and other people from this temple follow him. A very tired girl is crawling up the steps to meet him. The commander-in-chief looks at her and says that falling into darkness is her first sin, and touching the Temple of Holy Light is an even greater sin. He creates a ball of energy in his hand and tells her that she must receive the baptism of Holy Light. The girl takes off her pig mask and calls him leader. She goes to him and says that she asks him to help them quickly. She is the body of Holy Light from the village. She starts crying and says that her village was attacked by pig people. The lives of the people in the village were in question. Thanks to 3 warriors, she was able to escape, but the monsters are chasing her. All the warriors are locked in the valley. The leader must save them. The commander-in-chief looks at her in surprise and asks, what did she just say? Is she the body of Holy Light? He picks her up, which greatly embarrassed the girl, and joyfully says that it's true. She is the body of Holy Light. This is great news. Did she have many difficulties along the way? The girl says that this is not so. The path to the Holy Light is always difficult, but at the end, the sweetest fruits and the most beautiful flowers await. The commander-in-chief says that is well said. Is she ready to become part of the holy light and illuminate the dark side? The girl looks at him in surprise and asks, can she become part of the holy light? At the same time, Lu Lai delivers many quick strikes to the crowd of monsters that are coming towards him. These monsters recover from these attacks at great speed and continue to move towards them. He was very surprised when he noticed something strange. He looks around and asks where the girl went. The others were surprised when they heard this and look around. Luna turns to the monsters and asks if she was really captured. Lu Lai says it doesn't look like that. Afe calls her loudly and asks where she is. She must make at least some sound. They will immediately come to save her. Luna looks at something and asks if she could take advantage of the situation and get to the holy light alone. The monsters run towards the temple of holy light, do not pay attention to the people next to them, and shout the word desert loudly. Afe is surprised by this and asks what is going on. Why don't they attack them? Luna says that their target is only a girl. The huge monster also runs away towards the temple and loudly shouts the word desert. Lu Lai runs out of the crevice and says that they should get ahead of them. Luna stands next to him and says that they are very close. They need to go to the holy light. She hopes she is safe. They immediately begin to run after the huge monster, who are running towards the temple. After some time, the system notifies that they have reached the goal of the holy light. They are standing next to a huge monster that has stopped at the entrance to the temple of holy light. The monster is very angry and screams loudly out of anger at something he just saw. Lu Lai and the others were very shocked by what they saw in front of them. They look at the commander-in-chief, who is holding the body of a headless girl in his hands. His face was stained with her blood, and he says that she should be proud of it. She became one with the holy light. And now it is even more dazzling after her arrival. Some time ago. The girl asks if she can become part of the holy light. The commander-in-chief agrees and says that it needs her. It will help the holy light illuminate even more dark corners. The girl was delighted and said that she agreed to this. If the holy light needs her, then she will not refuse. She wants to protect her village and be able to protect as many people as possible. She remembers Lu Lai with embarrassment and thinks about what else she wants, but stops. The commander-in-chief's head grows unnaturally. He is about to bite her and says that in general she should turn into holy light. Having said this, he immediately bit off her head. In present time, the commander-in-chief threw the girl's body to the ground. A bright light energy emanates from his body, and he says that it's just wonderful. Every ray of light is elevated. The huge monster screams very loudly out of anger and raises his hand high. This monster hits the ground very hard and creates huge destruction. Because of this blow, many people from the Temple of the Holy Light were thrown back by a destructive wave. The huge monster swings with both hands, is about to deliver another strong blow and screams loudly out of anger. Unexpectedly, the commander-in-chief creates a very powerful magic circle. He fires a very fast and strong beam of light that pierces this monster. He stands still while a bright light emanates from him and says that he has fallen into darkness and is trying to destroy the temple. In addition, he is going to kill the Knight of Light. He looks at this monster and uses the skill power of Holy Light, Death Penalty. He releases several huge beams of light that destroy the body of this monster. From the injuries received, the huge monster falls to the ground and screams loudly in pain. The commander-in-chief flies over this monster and says that he will continue to burn his dirty body. Recovery tricks will not help him, because it is like a drop in the ocean against him. He creates a sword of light in his hand and says that let the holy light drive out the darkness. He was very surprised by what he noticed on the side of him. He blocks a surprise attack from Lu Lai with his newly created light sword. He immediately uses the backstab skill, teleports behind him, and delivers a very strong blow with a dagger. The commander-in-chief was thrown to the side, but he stayed on his feet and slid a few meters. He looks at the very angry Lu Lai, who is emitting very strong dark energy, and says that he must wait. He puts his hand on his chest and says that he is a warrior. Perhaps there was some kind of misunderstanding. He is the commander-in-chief of the Holy Light Society. They are allies. The monster with the head of a pig is their common enemy. He dealt him a large amount of damage, They must work together and kill him. He would reward him generously later. Lu Lai looks at him very angrily with a very strong aura and asks, why did he do this? The commander-in-chief looks at him incomprehensibly and asks what he is talking about. Lu Lai uses the blade-cleaving skill and delivers a very strong blow with the dagger that he used to knock back this commander-in-chief. He releases very strong energy and says that he is not going to listen to anything. He will just kill him. A red system window appears in front of him, in which it is written that he should pay attention. If the commander-in-chief of the Holy Light Society dies, then the players will not be able to kill the Pig King and the mission will fail. Lu Lai doesn't pay any attention to this and looks at his opponent. The commander-in-chief, who was thrown back very strongly by the last blow, crashed into the wall, but still survived. He looks at him with a very angry face and asks how dare he do this to him. Lu Lai quickly approached him and they struck with their weapons. The commander-in-chief throws him away with a strong blow of his sword and says that he is no match for him. He felt something and immediately turned to the side. He sees Ah Fei, who creates a very strong flame on his hand. He releases a very strong stream of flames and uses the flame burst skill. He continues to shoot very strong flames from his hand for a few more seconds. He's breathing heavily while casting this spell and thinks he's already running out of mana. In this stream of flames, the silhouette of the commander-in-chief is visible, who cannot get out of this spell. Lu Lai at the same time runs very quickly next to this stream of fire. He and Luna simultaneously run to the commander-in-chief, who did not expect to see them in front of him. They both hit him very hard using their energy and loudly say that he must die. The commander-in-chief did not survive such a strong attack and falls to the ground. He fell to the ground and a large amount of blood flowed out from his wounds, while Lu Lai and the others stood still and looked at his corpse. Ah Fei is about to leave here and says that even if he killed this freak 100 times, it still wouldn't be enough. Luna turns around and looks at Lu Lai, who is standing still. He stands in front of a badly wounded huge monster who lies on the ground and says the word dessert several times. Lu Lai continues to look at this monster and does not say anything. He notices that this huge monster is crying and repeating the word dessert. He plunges into memories. The girl protected him from other pigs and drives them away. She sat down next to this pig and said that he was seriously injured. She says in a friendly manner that he should behave and not move. She will give him medicine. She hopes that in the future he will be able to become like a person. He will make many friends, fall in love with someone, and live a happy life. Her name is Dim Sum. If he wants, then she can be his first friend. Sometime later, she left this pig lying on the grass with a bandaged wound and says that it is already getting dark, so it's time for her to go back to the village. He should rest well. She will come to him tomorrow. This little monster looks at her and thinks she looks like dessert. He says that the next day he did not wait for Dim Sum to come to him. Probably the 3rd or 4th day. She forgot him, but if he always remember what she said. Every day, in addition to eating, he spent time observing the people in the village to learn how to become like a person. Although it is difficult, she will be happy when they meet. She will see that he has become like a person. This is a wonderful motivation. Ah Fei says that the name Dim Sum is similar to the word dessert. Luna asks why he attacked the village. The monster loudly says that he did this to protect her. He remembers again what happened some time ago. He was sitting in the forest behind a tree and 2 knights are jumping next to him, who say that he must go and report to the commander-in-chief. There is a girl in the village named Dim Sum. She is the body of holy light. They were very lucky. They will make a great contribution. Maybe after he eats her head, he will reward them and give them the body. He heard about someone who ate his finger and immediately got a promotion. This surprised the monster very much, and he thinks, is the dessert the body of holy light and they want to eat it? Currently. Lu Lai asks, what about the villagers they saw? The monster asks, did he say the villagers? At that time they were making too much noise, so he allowed them to live in a pigsty in the village. He also specifically told the pigs who lived with the villagers he should treat them as well as they treated them. This news greatly surprised Lu Lai and the others. He asks if he can still save him. He can't recover. The monster continues to disappear and says that he needn't worry about him. The commander-in-chief is dead, Once his strength weakens, he can recover. Afe looks at him blankly and asks, "Then why is he disappearing?" Unexpectedly, the still-living commander-in-chief stood behind them, emitting strong and bright energy. He folds his hands into a seal and uses the Holy Light Realm skill. He began to create a magical barrier that grew in size and formed wind. Lulai covered his face with his hand from the bright light, and then suddenly decided to rush forward and wanted to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. But at this time, he completed the creation of the kingdom. Luna and Afe managed to move back and avoid the field of action, while Lulai remained inside at this time. Afe called out to his brother in concern, and Luna cursed and said that he was dragged into the field of exposure to professional skills. The field of professional skills is a barrier created by the user in his favor. Depending on his skills, the user can receive special skills, buffs or debuffs. Once the barrier is completed, it cannot be destroyed by external forces. The field can only disappear if the user or opponent dies. At this time, Lulai found himself in a different place. He was standing on a large platform floating in the starry sky. He stood in a fighting stance, and in front of him on the throne sat the commander-in-chief in a light white robe. He welcomed him to his world and said that he should be grateful that he could come here. This is the birthplace of holy light. Here they can wash away all their sins. Lulai did not listen to him. He immediately rushed forward, intending to attack. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief slowly raised one hand and one star in the sky shone brightly. Lightning appeared from this star and struck Lulai with a roar. Dust rose. Lulai managed to jump back in time, but his hand was hit and now sparks flared up around it. He stopped and thought, was that a light ball attack? He got nervous and thought, isn't this what it is? The commander-in-chief interrupted his thought, saying that it was not bad. This is the holy light of his skill. He won't be able to avoid it. Before baptizing him, I told him something curious. What made him attack him? Maybe the enemy's dark forces have penetrated the warrior's camp. Lulai replied that it was because he wanted to take his life to apologize to the child. The commander-in-chief repeated, "Child?" A blade of dark red energy appeared in Lulai's hand, and he shouted in rage that he had tarnished her sincere faith. After that, he threw a blade at him with a flourish, but lightning immediately reflected the blow and a roar was heard. After that, the commander-in-chief stood up from his throne and sharply swung his hand to the side, striking Lulai with holy light. Dust immediately rose on the sight and sparks flashed. After a few seconds, the dust settled. The commander-in-chief saw that Lulai was still standing, but was visibly worse for wear. He sat on the throne again and said that the reason was the holy light body, but he was wrong. If they could clear everything up right away, perhaps no one would have to die. They have no contradictions, just different ideas. Lulai asked, "Different ideas?" The commander-in-chief confirmed his words and said that because he had discovered the limitation of the world. Lulai remained silent as he continued to listen to him. The commander-in-chief frowned and said that this is a world with different levels. Ever since he became the leader, his daily job was to give out tasks to the incoming braves related to the fire monsters. This is how he received respect and support. Every brave man who completed the task and received a reward smiled at him. The days passed one after another. Everything was repeated one after another. Every day he saw different brave men. Everyone talked about different things. He thought maybe he could go out and see the world. That day he saw the warrior he once knew return and become powerful. Everyone looked at him with hope. At that moment he decided that he too wanted to go out and see the outside world. The outside world is truly beautiful. New cities, new things, everything new. For the first time he felt the value of the word freedom. But as he explored more and more, the monsters born from darkness became more powerful. They grew from barely being able to fight back to the point where it was impossible to compete with them. Can darkness swallow up the light of freedom? This is absolutely impossible. So he began to look for ways to become stronger and visited many powerful warriors. The most common answer is to level up. But it's not easy, right? No matter how many monsters he killed, he could not level up. He searched all over the world, but there was no one who could give him the task. He tried countless methods, but to no avail. However, the holy light saw his efforts, so it enlightened him. The Japanese rat, a weak monster that could be crushed by his foot, gave him the answer. Since this type of monster is actually too weak, they realize that becoming stronger is the only way to survive. As soon as they are born, they fight each other. They eat brothers and sisters whom they themselves kill. So, by virtue of one kind, they can become stronger. After listening to him, Lulai asked, "So the holy light body is just a made-up answer?" The commander-in-chief confirmed his words and said that, however, not everyone can become a body of holy light, only the most believers. For example, like a child, they can make him stronger and provide him with nutrients. Lulai became even more angry and said that Ah Fei said he was an animal, but he was gentle. He is worse than any animal. The commander-in-chief grinned and told him to say what he wanted. The people he saves from monsters are many more than those who dedicated their bodies to him. Suddenly the smile disappeared from his face, and he clenched his hand into a fist, saying that enough chatter, he had to die. Immediately after that, all the stars shone and illuminated Lulai, who stood below, with their light. He sharply waved his hand, directing streams of energy upward. When his energy reached the sky and touched the stars, an explosion arose that began to spread to the rest of the stars around. Lulai was a little surprised and asked, "Can this be destroyed?" The commander-in-chief pursed his lips displeasedly and asked, "Isn't it better to die obediently than in pain?" One of his eyes glowed. He raised his hand and a spear of holy light appeared in his palm, which he immediately threw towards Lulai, sharply waving his hand. He did not have time to react in time. Fear appeared on his face, and then it was distorted by pain in his stomach, in which the spear had pierced a hole. 3 more spears flew towards him, but he still didn't have time to do anything, and they all pierced his body and got stuck inside. From so many blows, Lulai fell to his knees, and the commander-in-chief stood up from the throne and said that he was a representative of the holy light and would achieve true freedom. They, the small fry who hinder his progress, will never understand his greatness. Lulai cleared his throat and said with all his might that he was just a mad pig trying to escape from the pen. The commander-in-chief remained silent. These words made him very angry. He rushed forward sharply, opening his mouth wide to devour it. But suddenly Lulai smiled and the system warned that an error had occurred, the appearance of Zhang Yu. All his skin instantly burned and the commander-in-chief was very surprised to see the skeleton and asked, "Boss?" At that time he grabbed him by the shining hand and said that it must be with the help of this hand that he controls the light balls. He sharply pulled the commander-in-chief's hand towards himself, tearing off his limb, and his face was distorted in pain. A system notification appeared. A mission error for a random achievement book. Error, task setup begins. Murder of the leader of the Holy Light Society. If the mission fails, the character will die. A spear appeared in the commander-in-chief's other hand, which he swung sharply, but Lulai managed to jump back in time. He braked, and then suddenly jumped high into the sky. The commander-in-chief raised his head to him and shouted that he was truly a child of darkness, a despicable monster. Even without a field and one hand, he can crush it. At this time, streams of energy began to emanate from Lulai in the air. His red eyes lit up even more, and he used the strike of the hunter's blade on the enemies. The blade began to quickly strike the sky, touching the stars, causing explosions. First he made 137 double strikes, then 456. Explosions were heard again. There were already 728 double strikes. The sky began to glow, the stars exploded like fireworks, and Lulai's dark red energy rushed from side to side, diluting the glow. The commander-in-chief looked at the sky in shock. He asked how this was possible. Suddenly, Lulai's blades that rained in the sky sank down and blood sprayed out from the commander-in-chief's body. His face was cut by several sharp blades at once, but he could not do anything. His body evaporated, and the largest star exploded in the sky, which meant the end of his life. Meanwhile, Luna and Ah Fei were waiting outside. Ah Fei kicked the barrier, but suddenly it began to collapse from the inside and eventually cracked, breaking into several fragments. Luna immediately put her hand on the hilt of the sword, expecting the worst, and Ah Fei, seeing Lulai, was very happy. From the bright flashes left from the barrier, Lulai came out, holding a blade in one hand. Ah Fei put his hand on his shoulder and said that as expected, He is so cool. They all went somewhere together, and Luna walked to the side, keeping her distance, and thought, was he the only one who killed the boss? How did he do it? Lu Lai told his brother that he had brought some props and equipment. He would share it later. What about the King of Pigs? Ah Fei pointed his finger forward and said that before he appeared, he disappeared. But before that, he cried over Dim Sum's headless body, holding her in his arms. After that, he rose to his feet and left, saying he would bring her home. Having learned about the fate of the King of Pigs, Lu Lai asked, "Is the task completed?" Ah Fei wanted to answer, but the system got ahead of him. The task has failed. The system issues a random task. The tasks are being updated. The reboot has begun. Reboot complete. Time passed. A rooster crowed on the street, notifying everyone of the beginning of a new day. Dim Sum immediately opened her eyes and sat up sharply on the bed, a little confused. After that, she folded her hands in prayer and in her thoughts turned to the holy light, saying that everything had come to life. There is light in her heart. After the prayer, she confidently clenched her hand into a fist and thought that today was a day full of the energy of holy light. She left the house, first taking her bag. While she was walking down the porch, she looked at the potion in her hand and said that these medicines should be enough. What about that pig's wound? She can't leave him alone. She needs to run to him as soon as possible. She walked out onto the main street, which was full of people, and waved, wishing Grandpa Nu, Uncle Wang, and little Otto good morning. The old man nodded, wishing her the same in return, and Uncle Wang waved his hand and asked, "Is she going to the mountains with medicine again?" Grandpa Nu waved his index finger in front of her and told her to be careful when going to the mountains. There are cannibal monsters there. Dim Sum waved her hand and said that she knew. She was grateful to him. She walked on, but the smile disappeared from her face, and she thought, monsters that eat people. She continued to think about it and did not notice the man in front of her. She collided with him and hit her forehead, and then fell to the ground. The village chief smiled at her and told her to look ahead as she walked along the road. She is all right. Let her get up faster. The girl apologized to him and stood up, and the village chief turned to Greg and asked if he could look at this child. Greg agreed, and after that the village chief sat down on one knee and patted her on the head, saying that on weekdays she prays diligently and never misses a ceremony. Greg also sat down and reached out to her with his hand, saying that she was such a good child. He smiled and said that if she is so devout, perhaps she will definitely become a body of holy light. Dim Sum suddenly got scared and thought, body of holy light? She knocked his hand aside and ran, shouting that she did not want to become the body of holy light. The village headman was surprised and asked what she was doing. Dim Sum continued to run. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she thought, what happened? How could she be so rude to a guest from the Temple of Holy Light? She began to pray and ran further, but suddenly her gaze froze on the man who had just passed by. Lu Lai smiled slightly and said that the real holy light is not visible to the eye, it is inside her heart. Dim Sum immediately stopped and looked up at him in surprise, thinking, is he talking to her? She feels as if she's seen him somewhere before. Meanwhile, Greg and the village chief were standing outside, and he told him not to worry. She was just a little child. The villagers behind began to talk about something, and Greg thought that she was a little girl with such pure faith. In a few years, she will become a perfect body of holy light. He smiled and thought that was great. They don't have to waste their time. After it is fattened, they will be able to enjoy the taste. He turned his gaze to the village chief and said that later he could bring her again. He would check how things were going. The village chief agreed, and while they were talking, Lu Lai walked past them. As soon as he passed by Greg, he suddenly began to choke and clutch his hands to the wound on his neck, from which blood gushed out like a fountain. The headman became very worried, and the girls standing nearby asked what happened. The village head nervously shouted that they should bring a doctor as soon as possible. While they were trying to help Greg, Lu Lai had already managed to move away from them. Meanwhile, a pig was sitting in the forest and was bored. He kicked the flower with his hoof and wondered if she would come back for him. Can she do it? He suddenly said that it smelled so delicious that he wanted to bite off a piece of it. But his inner voice did not agree with him. She was his friend. The pig said that he was only asking for a small piece. The inner voice again disagreed, and he said that she could try it too. Suddenly Dim Sum appeared from behind the bushes and waved her hand, calling out to the pig. He immediately looked up at her and waved his tail, joyfully saying that this was dessert. They met each other halfway and reunited, and in the meantime, Lu Lai, Ah Fei, and Luna were sitting on a rock nearby and watching them. Luna said that if they hadn't failed the mission, they might not have seen this scene. New task to send a little girl to the Society of the Holy Light. Ah Fei said dissatisfiedly that this was a bad task. He did not want to do it. They sat there for a little while longer, but Lu Lai suddenly stood up and told Ah Fei that they were moving on to the next mission. He turned to Luna and said that he was glad to collaborate with her. Maybe they will see each other soon. Ah Fei looked up at his brother and said that they work well together. Maybe they can be a team. Lu Lai started to leave and said that they are not playing games here. Ah Fei stood up after him and said that he was so indifferent to girls. Luna closed her eyes and thought. She asked why monsters and NPCs deviate from the given path. The tasks are not unified, and there are many unknown directions. It's all related to Genesis. She stood up and told Lu Lai that although she didn't know his purpose, she felt that they all needed each other's information and abilities. Maybe they will continue to travel together. Ah Fei gave her a thumbs up, but Lu Lai remained silent. Luna came closer and extended her hand to Lu Lai, saying that they could meet again. Her name is Luna. Ah Fei smiled and winked at her, pointed his finger at himself, and said his name was Ah Fei. Lu Lai looked at her outstretched hand and then shook it and said that his name was Zhang Yu. She smiled and repeated, Zhang Yu? She hopes he can handle everything. A system notification appeared. All servers will be launched at noon. Updates will be made tomorrow at 8 a.m. Major adjustments and changes are listed below. They apologize for the inconvenience caused. First, optimizing server performance and improving stability. Second, new items in shopping centers. Then the list of all the adjustments continued, and all three said goodbye and wished each other a good rest. Luna left the game and a cat immediately appeared before her eyes, looked at her and purred. She smiled and began to pet the pet, repeating the names of her new friends with a smile. Suddenly there were steps outside the door. She immediately turned around, and her cat waved its tail displeasedly. The servant came into the room and told Miss Bai Zioyu that the owner was looking for her. Luna, that is, Bai Zioyu, coughed and said that she had told her many times to knock first before entering. The woman called out to her again and told her to hurry up. The owner doesn't like to wait. After that, she took Bai Zioyu in her wheelchair to the underground floor. They stopped in front of a huge door, and she said that she could not go further with her. Bai Zioyu knocked on the huge door and told her father that she had arrived. She looked down upset and began to wait for an answer. After a few seconds, the huge doors opened. Inside, there was a spacious hall underwater. Fish swam above the glass, and a blue, muted light illuminated her father's office. She went inside and stopped a few meters before him, and then said that he was looking for her. Without looking up, he called her full name and said that he heard that she participated in the preliminary exam. Bai Zioyu coughed and replied that it was so. Without paying attention to her, he said that the repeat test would be in a month. Since she has already participated, she should be a finalist. So let her not disgrace him. She agreed, and after that he said that she could go. Bai Zioyu left, and the shark that was swimming outside the office grabbed its prey with its sharp teeth. At the same time in the city, Lu Lai and his brother went outside. Ah Fei said that it is better to eat hot pot in winter. He heard that all the ingredients in the store were flown in from Sichuan on the same day. It must be very tasty. They approached a restaurant where girls in latex bunny suits stood at the entrance, with furs on their arms. They greeted the guests, and Ah Fei, separated from his brother, hurried towards the girl and said that last time she said that she would give him her contact information when he came again. After a short amount of time, they took a table and food was brought to them. Ah Fei immediately began to put everything on his plate and said that there was beef, tripe, duck, bullfrog, bean shoots. Today he will rise from the ashes. Lu Lai calmly took a piece of food with chopsticks and said that let him eat the tripe and not make a fuss, otherwise he will quickly grow old. He dipped it into the soup and said that this hot pot was really tasty, but not too spicy. He asked his brother to add more sesame seeds to protect the intestines and avoid stomach upset. Ah-Fei suddenly froze in place, and Lu Lai remained silent. At another table, a man suddenly said that this game goes beyond all limits. Lu Lai listened. This interested him. The man said that in the club, there are more than 40 people doing the same tasks, but they are all different. Does he know what's even more outrageous? His friend asked what. He replied that this was a level 18 task, but difficult and completely different. The easiest way to catch a rabbit is level 5. What's hardest is beating a level 35 boss alone. His interlocutor was surprised and asked how they could play this. The man began to fan himself and said that he was still delighted. He had never seen anything like it. His friend lit a cigarette and thought for a moment, and then replied that it was true. The man said he was still confused. Does he think the tasks are generated randomly? Or does it depend on the person? Lu Lai thought, is it random or depending on the person? He remembered the system notification that a random task had been generated to escort a girl to the Holy Light Society. He remembered the King of Pigs and thought that although it was difficult, he was definitely happy at the thought that he would meet her again and become like a person. However, not everyone can become a body of holy light, only the most devout. Why did he suddenly switch to the boss? Why does even the plugin he developed deviate from the operational logic? Why is everything happening like this? All because the source code was heavily rewritten? Is there any connection between rewriting the source code and what Luna calls Genesis? Can they trust a girl who suddenly appears? And all this leads him to purgatory? Or is it the whirlpools and reefs that hold it and try to crush it? At first he thought he was ready and was confident in his actions, but unexpected things happen over and over again. In his thoughts, he turned to his brother and asked, is he moving forward or is he moving further and further away from him? While he was thinking about this, he was darker than a cloud, and Ah-Fei just watched him and continued to eat. The waitress approached them with a tray and asked with a smile if they had been waiting long. She brought 5 bowls of egg fried rice. Ah-Fei smiled at her and said that they finally brought it. She laid out all the bowls on the table, the freshly cooked rice and egg emanating steam and aroma. Ah-Fei handed Lu Lai a bowl and said that he would eat 3 bowls, and this was his. Suddenly Lu Lai remembered his childhood. One winter day, when it began to snow, Ah-Fei was heard crying in their room. Han Yixiao ran into the room and asked why he was crying again. Lu Lai, who was sitting on the floor by the bed, said displeasedly that their bed was broken and dirty. Ah-Fei wiped his tears, but they flowed with renewed vigor, and he said that it was so cold today. How will they sleep? Han Yixiao remembered the bully's face and said, that idiot again. This time he won't let him get away with it. He was already heading towards the door and was about to deal with him, but Lu Lai said that his mother had already taken him, and they left. Han Yixiao immediately stopped and after a short pause said that then he would look for his aunt and find them new sheets. Lu Lai replied that he had already looked. Aunt said that there was an order. Each one gets 1 set, so they have nothing to give them. A blizzard swirled outside the window. The weather forecast included reports of strong winds, blizzards, and temperatures of -18 degrees Celsius. Soon night came. All 3 sat on one bed and began to shiver from the cold. Han Yixiao said that there is nothing wrong with it. They can fit under the duvet cover. If they don't get sick, it will be a victory. Ah-Fei, who was sitting in the middle, looked down in frustration and asked, is life always so hard? Why do they hate them so much when they haven't done anything wrong? Lu Lai said that life is always difficult. If they get used to it, then perhaps it won't hurt them so much. Han Yixiao smiled and said that if life is difficult, then let him not look too far. Let him just think about what he wants to do tomorrow. He hopes tomorrow he can find a temporary job and earn a lot of money. Lu Lai said that he wanted Mom to read a book, and Ah-Fei started drooling and said that he wanted to eat 3 bowls of rice with egg. Han Yixiao laughed and asked, did he not hear? 3 bowls? Lu Lai also laughed and asked, is he the only one who wants to eat 3 bowls? Ah-Fei grunted with offense and said that then he would eat 5 bowls. 2 would be enough for them. Remembering this, Lu Lai began to eat rice with egg and thought that he knew what he wanted to do tomorrow. and that will be enough. A new day has come. Everyone has entered the game. The elf assistant informed the players that the kingdom of Tevar, located 15 kilometers east of them, was holding a large-scale event called the Heart of a Warrior. In this event, they will be able to get a huge amount of experience in gold coins, rare equipment, and props. Let them hurry up and invite their friends. The kingdom of Thevar is one of the 12 great queens. Simple and honest people live there. The mountains of the kingdom are rich in refined iron, so the mining and forging industries are well developed here. This kingdom is known as the birthplace of weapons. Floating above the huge city was a small island with a large tall castle and a small town. The territory of the kingdom was surrounded by walls, which had several passages and people gathered at each one. The system reported that there was 1 minute left until registration ended. At one of these passages, there was a huge guard who did not let the players in. They were all unhappy and wanted to go inside. The guard extended one hand to the side and said that the registration places were over. Let all the other brave souls come next time. Lulai walked up to the guard and placed a bag of 500 coins into his outstretched hand. The guard immediately let him and his team through, and they walked through the walls. The rest of the players began to be indignant, asking why he let them in. Let him explain himself now. But the guard pretended that nothing had happened and asked if someone had entered. Was that really the case? 9 seconds left before registration ends. When Lulai and his team passed through the wall, a beautiful view of the kingdom opened up in front of them, with hills and forests all around, and the city itself in the middle. Afe was surprised and asked, "Isn't this the Iron Kingdom? Why are there forests and mountains here?" Lulai ignored him and said that they should set foot on the kingdom's soil and go to the castle. Soon the system reported that there was 1 second left before the end of registration. Immediately after this, a huge iron slab fell from the air towards the wall. Then these slabs began to outline a circle around the kingdom, covering all entrances. After the end of registration, the kingdom of Thevar became a closed zone and no one else could enter or leave. A similar slab fell next to Lulai and the others and dust rose. Lulai asked, "Is this a trap?" Luna said the wall was 50 or 60 meters high. Afe suddenly became nervous and said that it reminded him of a comic book. Is it possible that a cannibal giant will appear very soon? After that, a huge screen appeared above the flying island, the image of which was a little inconsistent. Afe pointed his finger at the sky and asked, "What is this?" Through the noise on the screen, a man became visible, asking, "Can you hear him? Do they see him?" A man in a business suit approached him from behind and whispered that there were no problems with the projector. The man quietly replied that he understood. After that, he cleared his throat and greeted the dear warriors. He is the foreign minister of the Thevar kingdom. His name is Hua Deshui. He is also their leader. Let them allow him to begin by briefly telling them, the warriors, why they were invited. It was in the spring of 18 years ago. Their king, who is extremely brave, wise and courageous, and also loves his people and the beauty of the kingdom, the mother and the queen, who has wonderful talents and virtues, as well as a bright, sweet, smart, and cheerful princess loved by everyone. The man behind him whispered that he needed to tell him briefly. The minister suddenly came to his senses and said that the princess was growing up day by day. Her appearance is magnificent. Her beauty melts ice and snow. Flowers bloom. Birds sing. The princess is a treasure given by heaven, the embodiment of love, the most noble and beautiful woman. The man interrupted him and whispered that he only had 2 minutes. The minister immediately sped up, discarding all the beautiful speeches, and briefly said that the princess was kidnapped by an evil dragon. The king must find the strongest warrior so that he can save her. The man showed his fingers up and said that was well said. The minister continued, saying that now all soldiers must understand what this task is. Since the dragon is extremely powerful, the king organized a gathering. Then he will announce the selection rules. The total number of warriors currently participating in the competition is 10,000 people. The warrior needs to find the warrior's certificate. Icons with the number of points appeared above the players' heads, and Afe asked, "A warrior's certificate? What is this for?" Luna replied that it might be a collectible game. The minister said that he thought they had already guessed that this was a competition to collect military ranks. The promotion lasts 7 days. In 7 days, only the best 100 warriors with warrior certificates will be able to pass. Out of 10,000 people, only 100 will pass. The ratio of 100 to 1 means that out of 100 warriors, only 1 will be able to pass. So how do they get certified as a warrior? There are 3 ways. First, the simplest, which consists of searching for warrior IDs scattered everywhere. It can appear anywhere. Second, kill the monster. The more certificates a monster has, the stronger it is. Third, the simplest and most effective is to rob other warriors. Everyone can see the number of military certificates above their heads. Therefore, the more certificates they have, the more dangerous their situation. The man behind him whispered in his ear that the break had already been over 5 minutes. The minister got excited and asked, 5 minutes? He was confused and said that they had already discussed the selection rules, and to find out others, let them read it themselves. The screen went dark, and in its place appeared a countdown of 168 hours. That is, 7 days. The competition for the warrior certificate begins. Lulai walked forward and told the others to go. They needed to go further and discuss tactics. Other players came out to meet them, and one of them greeted them and asked if they could team up. In such conditions, the more people, the better. He plans to form a team of 100 people to quickly establish an advantage and increase his lead over others. So how? Will they join them? Lulai and the others walked past the players, and he said that this was not part of their plans. The player who offered them cooperation frowned and thought that they didn't even understand why the big fish eat the small ones. They are just mindless idiots. If he meets them again, he will kill them. Lulai and his team meanwhile sped up. Afe approached him and said that the guy's offer was not bad. Why did he refuse? Lulai replied that increasing the number does not always work to his advantage. He took out a weapon, a red circle appeared behind him, and the same circle appeared under the feet of his team members. No matter how many fish there are, they are still prey. No matter how small sharks are, they are still hunters. After the battle with the commander-in-chief, the system congratulated him for completing a random task and gave him a random reward. His reward this time is the Godslayer's Covenant, a guild certificate. This is a mythical prop. The owner of the Godslayer Covenant can use the certificate to create an alliance. The effect of the alliance can be obtained by increasing the number of members of the alliance. Main effect: 10 points are added to all attributes of union members. If the number of people is 20, then the speed of movement and attack increases by 20%. If there are 50 people in a union, then they all receive balanced power. The attributes of low-level guild members rise to the average value of all members. If the number of members is 100, then the skills of hundreds of people can be activated to kill the god. After a while, they came across the first monster with 15 certificates. Lulai quickly killed him and took the certificates for himself. It was Luna's turn. She deftly ran through the vines, having previously taken 10 certificates from the monster. Afe, meanwhile, killed 5 players, burning them in bright flames. He took 5 certificates from them. All the team members gathered together and stood on a tree branch, looking at the monster below. A huge rhinoceros with 10 certificates wandered below. Afe waved his hand and told Lulai that he should leave it to him. After that, he jumped from the tree branch and a fireball formed between his hands. But at the same moment, a girl was running on the ground towards the monster, while conjuring the same fireballs. They simultaneously attacked the monster from both sides, and this caused an explosion. After killing the monster, Afe received 5 certificates and jumped back, exclaiming, "Where are these bandits from? How dare she steal his certificate?" The girl also received 5 certificates and jumped to the side. She heard him and asked, "Bandit, did she steal the certificate?" She immediately rushed towards him and shouted in rage, "Is he blaming her?" She was the one who first found the monster. Afe became a little worried when he realized it was a girl. She began throwing fireballs at him, and he began to run away and asked her to be more careful. They can just talk. But the girl did not give up. She shouted that he should give her the warrior's certificate, and then she would talk to him. Many explosions began to be heard throughout the forest, and Afe shouted that normal men do not fight with women. Let her not force him. The girl shouted back at him. What should she do? What a pity. She did not slow down and continued to run after Ah Fei, and he was forced to call his brother. He called him loudly, and Lu Lai immediately came to his aid, putting a blade to the girl's neck. Ah Fei stopped and caught his breath, telling the girl that she was too small to fight him. The girl's face darkened, and she said that he accused her of stealing the certificate, scolded her, and even called his henchman. She could not stand such impudence and loudly called her sister. Immediately after this, a sound was heard somewhere from the side. A woman rushed forward and appeared in a dark silhouette behind Ah Fei. Luna immediately rushed towards him and took out a blade, telling him to be careful. But the woman had already grabbed Ah Fei by the throat and managed to stop Luna's attack by grabbing her arm. She already had 50 Viona certificates. She continued to hold them, and Ah Fei said that she had so much strength. He coughed and said that he was going to die. As a result, her sister ended up being held hostage by Lu Lai, and she captured his squad members. She said that men who abuse women are worthless. Luna tried to do something and thought that her attributes were so high that she felt as if her strength was bound in an iron vice. Ah Fei can't hold on for long. She has to do something. Immediately after that, she used her starlight ability, and the blade, which froze a few centimeters from the woman's face, suddenly sparkled brightly. She covered her eyes from such a bright light and involuntarily unclenched her hand. Luna successfully freed herself from her grip and immediately swung her blade, leaving a light blue trail in the air. To avoid the blow, the woman ducked, but Luna again continued to attack, swinging her blade from side to side, and she had to retreat. At one point, she stopped and Luna swung her blade again, attacking her, but this time the woman decided to fight back. She raised one leg and then quickly extended it and parried Luna's kick, causing 2 bright flashes from the impact. Luna stepped back. The woman told her that her technique was excellent. Luna replied that she was not bad either. She raised her blade and thought that she had an advantage in strength and speed. She needed to be more careful. She needs to force her to make mistakes and take advantage of this opportunity. She swung her sword sharply, delivering a moonsault. A shockwave in the shape of a full moon was sent forward from her sword. The sharp edges of the moon cut off tree trunks in an instant, and the woman jumped to avoid the blow. Seeing this, Luna realized that she had found a weak spot and immediately rushed into battle while the enemy was still in the air. She noticed that her opponent was running towards her and immediately sank to the ground, putting Ah Fei in front of her. Because of this, Luna was unable to attack and hesitated, and the woman took advantage of this and kicked her with a swing. She then pushed Luna and was thrown straight towards Lu Lai. He managed to run up and catch her in time, and then asked if she was okay. She coughed and apologized to him, saying that she couldn't save him. The girl told them to stop. Her sister used to be a professional gamer. The 3 of them are no match for her. Luna stood up and pointed her sword forward, saying that she would try again, but this time she would try better. The girl said that no matter how much she tried, the result would still not change. Suddenly her sister put her hand forward, calling her to stop, and said that she did not want to hit her. She pointed her finger at Lu Lai and said that let that guy come over. She will fight him. Lu Lai handed the girl over to Luna and said that she should rest and he would go. She held the girl and asked him to be careful. She is very strong. The girl, meanwhile, shouted to her sister that let her fight to the fullest. Seeing him coming towards her, she locked Ah Fei in a cage and said that this was not bad. He is a determined person. She gives him 10 points. When she finally let go of Ah Fei's neck, he coughed and tried to catch his breath. After that, the woman went to meet Lu Lai, and they stopped opposite each other, and a second later the fight began. They both rushed towards each other, bright flashes from their blows decorating the clearing in the forest. While they were attacking each other, they moved around the clearing, but at one point they stopped next to each other for just a second, and then went on the attack again, which caused a powerful explosion that shook the trees and scattered pieces of earth around the area. The wind rose. Ah Fei covered his face with his hand and said that this woman is so cruel. She even fights on par with his brother. Her sister closed her eyes at this time due to the wind caused by the explosion, thinking, is this guy so strong? This is the first person her sister has fought for so long. If this continues, she is afraid it will end badly. Luna at this time thoughtfully raised her hand to her chin and thought that they were both top-class masters, each with their own style. Zhang Yu has a calm technique, but he is just like a computer. When faced with difficulties, he always finds the correct answer as quickly as possible. His attacks are flawless, without unnecessary movements. It matches the characteristics of a professional player. Several explosions were heard again in the forest, showing how quickly they were moving and striking each other. At one point they stopped, and the woman said that she would add 10 more points to him. Not bad, he passed the test. She will ask him one question. Can he accept a girl who is taller than him? Lu Lai was surprised and confused by such a question. Her sister got upset and asked if they had agreed that they wouldn't date anyone online. Luna asked if she was offering to meet. The woman licked her lips seductively and said that her sixth sense could not fail her. She is confident that this is a high-quality man with a score of 80 or higher. She shouldn't be given this opportunity. She thinks only about games and has devoted 10 years to sports. Although she achieved some results in various gaming competitions, she never fell in love because of games. Now she is in love, she wants to love. Based on her experience of participating in 1,000 love games, the man in front of her is simply unique. She sharply slammed her hand on the ground. A huge crack headed straight towards Lu Lai, and she asked if they could start dating online and let it all develop into sweet love. Lu Lai dodged her blow and said in a cold voice that he refused. He ended up right next to the cage where Ah Fei was locked, and the woman froze because of his refusal. Ah Fei asked his brother to pinch him, and he cut the cage with a slight movement and told him to shut up. Ah Fei said that he had never really been in love. He thinks she's perfect for him. These words made the woman even more turned on and asked if he had never been in love. Because of his passion and arrogance, 10 points are added at once. Is he probably also innocent? This is immediately plus 50 points. Her heart is beating so fast, as if Cupid's arrow flew into her. This is what it means to be in love. Suddenly, her sister shouted that she had actually been shot. These words made her wake up. A sharp arrow pierced her shoulder, and she looked around in confusion. The wind whistled in the clearing. Players came out of the forest from all sides, and she realized that they were surrounded. Most of the players had from 5 to 12 certificates, and the strongest had 30 to 74. The strongest of them turned to the others, and with a big smile on his face, said that there is fresh meat here. Let them leave the woman with the most certificates to him, and as for the rest, then in order of priority. Lu Lai became alert and told Ah Fei to get ready. Let him send a signal to their partner. Ah Fei became very worried, and the girl's older sister cursed and said that he had ruined everything for her. They are all corpses. Her sister asked if she could take care of her first. Hearing this, Luna nodded, supporting her. The man smiled even wider, but suddenly the zone began to expand. A bright red beam of light soared from the forest into the sky, which began to grow at high speed. Soon this light covered the entire clearing, and someone exclaimed, "What is happening? Where did the red light come from? What's happened? Is this really his skill?" A screen began to appear in the sky. Then it grew in size and appeared right on the border of the red zone. The players told everyone else to look there. This screen appeared again. Through the noise, the image of the minister's assistant appeared on the screen, whispering to him that the "grab the blue and avoid the red" event had begun. Let him hurry up. He needs to be told the rules. The minister's voice was heard behind the scenes, exclaiming displeasedly that it was so noisy here. He doesn't see that he was sleeping. In the end, his assistant decided to read the rules himself. He greeted the dear warriors and said that now he will explain everything. This is a task to increase the difficulty and test the level of adaptability of the warriors. In the kingdom of Tevar, the "grab the blue and avoid the red" event appears randomly. In the blue zone, there are power-ups, rare equipment, special treasures, and so on. They appear randomly. In the red zone, punishment, lethal bombing, possibly transferred to another place in time. Updated randomly. The man smiled and said that these are all the rules. Next time they will introduce them to the new rules, but for now he wishes everyone good luck. The huge screen disappeared, and the people in the clearing began to run from side to side in panic. One of the players shouted, "Are they in the red zone now?" Let them forget about these people. They need to leave. They need to save their lives, so they retreat. The system suddenly reported finds in this area, random place and time. Warriors in this area will be randomly teleported to anywhere in the kingdom of Tevar. Each player highlighted in red, and Afe asked his brother what should they do. Luna replied that it was too late to run. Lulai said that if they were together after teleportation, then let them just focus on collecting the warrior certificate and go to the central zone. They will meet there. After a few seconds, the red light that highlighted each player rose into the sky like a beam, and teleportation to a random place and time was activated. Time has passed. There are 152 hours left until the end of the event. The number of participants at the moment is 8,087 people. In an unknown place on the map, powerful explosions were heard in a small forest. The girl's older sister had killed all the players who interfered with her, and was now heading towards the last survivor. He backed away and asked for mercy. He wouldn't dare touch her again. But she did not pay attention to his words and approached, forcing him to retreat. He spread his hands to the side and excitedly asked her to let him live. He could pay her. But she didn't need it. Sparks appeared around her steel glove. And then she hit the man with her fist, and this threw him back, and his back hit a tree trunk. After that, she called him a freak and cursed him. After dealing with all the players, she now had 231 warrior certificates in her account. She went back to the forest and said that she forgot to exchange names with him. She needs to find him quickly. He must have a beautiful name. What should she name their unborn child? At this time, in another part of the kingdom, Afe and the girl had already become friends. The fire was burning around them. They shook hands and Afe said that his name was Afe. What's her name? She smiled at him and said that her ID was too spicy for you, but that he should just call her Chili. Afe repeated her ID and said that based on her name, she must like spicy food. She replied that it was so. She was from Sichuan. After they met, they started talking, and she said that she was surprised that they could get along and communicate well. Afe was also surprised and said that 10 minutes ago they had a fight. As soon as they teleported, they found themselves together and immediately began to fight. Everything around them lit up with a bright flame, and Chili, attacking him, swore loudly and said that since they teleported together, he was destined to die in agony. Afe sighed tiredly and said that he had been praising her for so long. She didn't listen to him at all. He thought that this crazy woman was continuing to chase and beat him. He can't do anything about it. This will go on forever, so he has to find some way. He called her sister and said that it was all a misunderstanding. They just needed to talk. Chili rushed towards him. Several fireballs appeared behind her, and she shouted that she had already told him. Let him give him a warrior certificate. No explanation needed. Suddenly, he sharply extended his hand forward and asked her to wait, which made her hesitate. He asked with a smile, is her sister interested in her brother? Maybe she wants him to share information about him, and she can gossip with her sister. Chili stopped and asked in surprise, is he inviting her to gossip? Now they were sitting on a log and chatting enthusiastically, sometimes laughing. At one point, Afe said that it was too late. They needed to go find her sister. Chili smiled and said that this should not be done. They would rather look for his brother. Afe objected, saying that the lady should give in. It would be better if he first helps find her sister. Chili disagreed and said that there really was no need to do this. Once they found his brother, his sister would soon find them herself. After teleportation, Luna found herself at a large lake. The moon was already shining in the sky, and the night flowers were sparkling from the moonlight. Luna tried to open the map, but was unable to do so and said that communications and map were temporarily disabled. It seems that it will be difficult for her to find Afe and Zhang Yu right away. She looked down upset and thought that she was alone again. Her gaze came across the quiet surface of the water, which let the moonlight through it. She remembered her father's words that she must become a winner and not disgrace him. Then she agreed, and he only briefly said that she could go. She thoughtfully raised her hand to her chin and in her thoughts turned to her mother, saying that Dad had met her. He spoke coldly and never looked at her. But she thinks that deep down in his heart he still cares about her and hopes that she will achieve results. Memories of the laboratory appeared in her head, and she said that it hurt. She was lying on the table, many wires were connected to them, but she endured. After thinking about this, she again turned her thoughts to her mother and said that she would try her best and take good care of herself. So don't let her worry about her. But while she was mired in memories, she suddenly heard a dripping sound. She froze in place and the monster's huge hands reached out to her from the back. A second later, it completely emerged from under the water. It was a huge monster with 3 pairs of legs and a strength of 999 warrior certificates. After the monster dived, a huge splash of water appeared, from which drops of water fell like rain onto the nearest trees and bushes. At this time, Lulai was fighting in the forest with other players. Traces of their battle had already appeared on the ground, and Lulai's opponent laughed, saying that he was really very strong. He stuck out his tongue with a grin and said that he was stronger. In response to this, Lulai remained silent and frowned. 2 hours ago, a ray of light appeared in the forest, from which Lulai emerged. He put his hands in his pockets and looked up and began to think out loud that judging by the light in the sky and the sounds coming from nearby, he was the only one who had teleported here. No one from the team is around, but he believes that it will not be difficult for them to eliminate the monsters with their abilities. What matters now is the warrior's certificate. He wears a cloak of invisibility, which gives him additional attributes, but the invisibility immediately disappears if he launches an attack or is attacked. After a while, he came across wild monsters and killed them. Then he met the players and also took their certificates. At one point, he met 2 players who were standing next to the exhausted monster and could not decide who would get the certificates. All these players and monsters were quickly killed by Lulai by swinging his blade. After that, he moved further, jumping on tree branches, and thought that monsters with fewer certificates were weaker and easier to kill than players. But the more certificates, the more difficult it is to kill monsters. Lulai now had 226 certificates. He went into an invisible state again, and thought that now it would be most effective to kill players who had just finished dealing with other monsters and were already tired. He stopped near a clearing where 2 players were fighting a monster that had 70 certificates. The girl player stood a little to the side and applied buffs to her partner, who was ready to attack the monster with a sword. His blade and body were covered in a purple aura from buffs, and then he sharply swung his sword and decapitated the monster with a wave of energy. After the death of the monster, 70 were added to his already existing 40 certificates, and the girl, calling him Han Xiao, said that he was amazing. He easily killed such powerful monsters. She feels safe next to him. He looked at his blade with a smile and said that this sword is really useful. The girl hugged his arm and said that she heard that helmets were very popular lately. But while they were rejoicing at the victory, they did not notice how Lulai crept up behind them. But suddenly he sped up, which gave himself away, and Han Xiao immediately turned around. During this, he sharply waved the hand that the girl was holding on to, and she lost her balance, thereby exposing herself to Lulai's blow. Her body began to disappear, and she called out to Han Xiao in surprise. But he ignored her and looked at Lulai angrily, exclaiming, "Who else is he? Does he know what will happen if he provokes it?" Lulai stopped opposite him and remained silent, glaring at him. A second later, he sharply rushed forward, and Han Xiao stepped back, fearing a direct collision. During this, he swung his sword, sending a wave of energy towards him and told him to die. Suddenly, the silhouette of Lulai quickly flashed behind him, and he, noticing this, turned sharply and swung his sword, trying to strike him. But he was no longer behind him. He had disappeared from his field of vision. Then Han Xiao cursed and asked, "Is he even a person?" Lulai flashed behind him again, leaving a trail of dust in his wake, and then jumped up, flying headfirst over him. During the jump, he dealt him several blows, which lifted Han Xiao into the air, and Lulai himself landed a moment later and swung his sword. After killing the player, there were already 354 certificates on his account. Unexpectedly, another player came out from the side, clapped his hands, and said that it was great. He's pretty good. Lulai became wary and thought, when did he appear here? He didn't even notice him. This player had 0 certificates. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword with a smile and said that he took his prey, and if so, then now he will become it. They both immediately rushed towards each other, and the bright red flashes from Lulai's weapon met the blue sparks of his opponent, starting to move across the clearing at great speed. The opponent attacked Lu Lai again, but he blocked the blow, and he told him to defend himself. Let him defend himself with all his might. Sparks flashed from the collision of two blades. The enemy continued to attack, and Lu Lai defended. His opponent shouted that this is great. This is so cool. At one moment, Lu Lai made a sharp lunge forward using an explosion skill, a blade strike. The attack sent his opponent flying back into the air. And when he landed, he swung his blade and deflected Lu Lai's blow, saying with boredom that his skills were practically useless. After that, he smiled and told him to try again. A blue silhouette of a wolf with sparkling red eyes appeared behind him. Because of his appearance, the wind rose and Lu Lai retreated back, and a moment later his opponent pointed his sword in his direction and ordered the wolf to act. The wolf immediately opened his mouth and roared loudly, releasing a wave of force towards Lu Lai that knocked him off his feet. There was a roar in the forest and dust rose. From the wolf's blow, the ground caught fire and cracked. Lu Lai's opponent laughed and said that he was quite strong. After that, he licked his lips and said that he was still stronger. Lu Lai frowned and thought that he was the strongest player he had ever met. But he has no certificates. It makes no sense for him to defeat him. They froze in place, not attacking each other and waiting for something. Lu Lai's opponent called out to him with a wide smile and said that his name was Fengya. Let him say his name too. Lu Lai didn't answer right away. He looked at him for a few seconds, thinking about something, and then called Zhang Yu's name. Fengya called him by name and invited him to fight like it was the last time. Now it was a battle between a wolf and a black snake. Sparks of different colors appeared in the forest again. When they collided, an explosion occurred, and they quickly moved between the trees. Fengya lunged forward and attacked, and Lu Lai ducked and knocked his sword away. Then he swung his blade in a circle, and Fengya jumped and avoided the blow. While dodging, he again attacked Lu Lai and struck with his sword, but he immediately raised his blade and blocked the blow. The force of their blows cracked the ground under their feet. Suddenly Lu Lai ran into the forest, and Fengya rushed after him. While Lu Lai was running, he looked back and thought that what he encountered did not look like a person, but like an evil wolf. He has no way to even breathe, let alone get rid of it. He turned around sharply and swung his blade, directing blows at Fengya, but he reacted just as quickly and jumped. After that, he smiled widely and, seeing a poisonous snake in his opponent, thought that it was an extremely dangerous snake. He suddenly approached and jumped, raising his sword above him, and shouted that this was wonderful, simply wonderful. He got caught. Lu Lai turned around, his hands flashed with a bright red flash, and as he turned around, this flash cut through the ground behind him. Immediately after his opponent's strike, a powerful explosion was heard. Flashes of blue energy rose sharply into the sky and a shock wave was created, causing the birds in the air to be carried back, and they screamed loudly. Meanwhile, there was a group of players near the explosion site. They noticed in the distance clouds of black smoke that went into the sky, and their commander raised one hand and ordered them to stop. Everyone immediately froze in place and did not dare to move. They needed to be more careful. The commander turned to number 3 and he smiled, calling him brother. The commander said that number 4 had too much free time. He doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Let him go and get it. Number 3 replied that he understood. After that, he disappeared into the air, merging with the surroundings, and the commander told the others to stay in line and move on. Meanwhile, birds were flying randomly at the scene of the explosion. Fengya and Lu Lai stopped opposite each other, dust rose around them, and tree trunks were cut down. Lu Lai looked at his opponent and thought that he had found his weak point. He doesn't seem to be good at long fights. He needs to remain calm and slowly wear him down, being careful of a counterattack. Fengya smiled again and said that it was wonderful. He had not fought like this for a long time. He rushed at him, preparing to attack from above, and Lu Lai prepared to strike. After that, he rushed towards him and they collided in the air. There was a flash and blood sprayed out of Fengya's body. Suddenly Lu Lai felt something and thought that something was wrong. He immediately turned around and saw that a purple aura had appeared around his opponent, enveloping his entire body. Fengya turned around, eyes sparkling, and then suddenly rushed forward, leaving purple flashes and a cloud of dust behind him. As soon as he got close to Lu Lai, he swung his sword and attacked him, and Lu Lai tried to block but was unable to. He was thrown back with such great force that he crashed through tree trunks with his back. He got stuck in the cracks of the trunk and thought that these mistakes were just a trick that he deliberately showed. Is it really because he is weakening that he is becoming stronger and stronger? Fengya laughed, spreading his arms to the sides and asked, "Has he realized this yet? Then he has nothing to hide. This is his passive skill blood him. For every 1% of the player's health lost, attack power will be increased by 1%. If the player's health is restored, the effect of the skill disappears after a 5-second delay." When Lu Lai was on the ground, Fengya quickly rushed towards him while bright purple energy enveloped his body. After this, a roar was heard again, purple sparks shot into the sky and dust mixed with smoke rose. A second later, Lu Lai ran out of that dark curtain, and a purple glow appeared behind him. While he was running away, he thought that the man was not at all who he said he was. He has rare passive skills dropped by a high-level boss. If he continues like this, he will be able to activate his passive skill. Fengya ran after Lu Lai, and he thought that such a difficult opponent, he would not be able to defeat using conventional methods. The explosion that happened earlier occurred on a cliff near a huge waterfall, and now there was only black smoke and a small trace of Lu Lai's running, which was approaching the very edge of the cliff. He ran out of the bushes and suddenly braked when he saw several monkey monsters ahead. All the monkeys immediately became wary. They all had 5 warrior certificates. Without thinking for a second, Lu Lai decided to attack and used his hunter's sharp strike skill. He jumped up and attacked in an area, affecting all monsters. Fengya also ran out from behind the bushes and stopped when he saw what he was doing. He suddenly became worried and thought, a sharp blow from a hunter? Killing the monkeys one by one, Lu Lai put together a 26-hit combo, and immediately after that, he suddenly switched to Fengya, attacking him with his blade. Fengya blocked his blow, the shock wave from the clash of their blades traveling around. Without slowing down, Lu Lai attacked him again, and he again blocked the blow and a roar was heard. After several such blows, the roar intensified and finally, there was an explosion that thundered throughout the entire area. As soon as everything calmed down and the dust settled, the two of them increased the distance between them and Lu Lai became nervous and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could he resist his technique?" Fengya lowered his hand, which was scorched from his blow, down, and then threw the sword over his shoulder and asked, "Is the hunter's sharp blow?" In fact, he has the same skills as that time-limited boss. He remembered the commander's words that let him listen carefully. He won't repeat it a second time. If he has a chance to face a boss with limited time, then let him be careful with one of his hunter's sharp strike skills. This skill has huge damage. Once he uses it, there is only one way out. Let him use his maximum speed to catch it and break those combos. Fengya said that this technique is his triumph card. It was wonderful. He had a great time fighting him. He pointed the sword at him and said that it was a pity that he could not kill him instantly. It also helped him activate his passive skill. He addressed him by name and said that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. He lost. Hearing this, Lu Lai closed his eyes and replayed his words in his head. He thought that for him, it was just a game of winner and loser, but he is different. He suddenly lowered his hands. Red sparks appeared around him. Fragments of the earth began to rise into the air, and he thought that he could not lose so easily. Fengya covered his eyes with his hand from the wind that suddenly appeared from Lu Lai's strength, and he became nervous, thinking, why did the momentum suddenly increase so much? Is there a backup plan? After that, he laughed and said that he was really cool. It excites every drop of blood in his body. Number 3, meanwhile, hid nearby and grinned, quietly saying that it was wonderful. He pulled the arrow and took aim, saying that the commander was in a hurry and would be scolded if he was late. He is very sorry, but let him let the third brother help him. Lu Lai and Fengya wanted to attack each other again, and number 3 at this time drew a shadow arrow and released it. The arrow rushed forward with lightning speed, cutting through the air and leaving behind bright green flashes. A moment later, this arrow pierced Lu Lai's shoulder and he was thrown back, and Fengya froze in place. He immediately turned around and exclaimed, "Who did this?" Number 3 looked out from behind the bushes and said that he had come to help him. Fengya thought, why is he here? He turned his gaze to Lu Lai and immediately used his Misty Wolf ability, sending a bright purple pulse at Lu Lai, which knocked him back even further. Then a wolf appeared behind Fengya. He extended his hand with the sword forward and gave a command. The wolf roared, releasing a shock wave at Lu Lai that combined with the impulse, leaving Lu Lai no chance to land. From such a blow, he fell from the cliff and let go of the sword from his hand, and while he was falling down, his hair turned white. A few seconds later, he fell into the lake, and there was a splash, and numbers 3 and 4 stood on top and watched him. After a short pause, number 3 said that his number of certificates had not increased. Why? Fengya remained silent, and after a short pause asked, "Is this guy really not dead yet?" Number 3 turned to him with a smile and asked, "He didn't let him go on purpose, did he?" Fengya responded by asking, "How is this possible?" Number 3 asked, "Then why did he use the shadow wolf technique at the end? If he doesn't like the fatty piece of meat, how about giving it to his third brother?" Fengya got angry and immediately attacked him, shouting that this was his prey. Number 3 defended himself from his blow and asked, "Is he so angry?" "He's just joking with him." He walked away from the edge of the cliff and said that they needed to go quickly. They couldn't make the elder wait. Fengya tusked displeasedly and thought that he was annoying as always. He smirked and told Zhang Yu in his mind that next time they would determine who the winner was. Soon, night fell in the location where Ah Fei and Chili were. They walked together through the dark forest and laughed. Chili looked up at him with a smile and asked if he was lying. Does this mean that his brother is not only an ideal and handsome man, but also very educated and rich? Ah Fei said that in their dialect, there is a phrase that means to deceive someone into believing that he is someone's son. She laughed and said that he was learning quite quickly. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes, and they both froze in place. After that, a goblin with 35 certificates jumped out of the bushes. Ah Fei immediately lit his hands on fire and told Chili to be careful, let her hide behind him. But she didn't want to stay away. She immediately pushed him aside and told him to be careful, let him hide behind her. He fell, and she stretched out her 2 hands forward, summoning a fiery tornado, in which the monster immediately swirled and he burned. She received 35 certificates and dusted off her hands, saying she was done. She turned to Ah Fei and asked why he was sitting on the ground. He smiled awkwardly and replied that he had slipped. She helped him up and asked if they had just talked about where he was from. He thanked her for her help and thought that she was so close. To be honest, he had never had a date like this. They moved on, and he said that they only talked about her sister. What about her? Maybe they can talk about her. She replied that she didn't like his brother. Why does he want to talk to her? Ah Fei replied that he just wanted to talk. Chili agreed and said that she had just graduated from college. Monsters came out of the bushes again, and they stood nearby. And after that, Ah Fei said that this is the ideal age. She was a little surprised, and he asked what her specialty was. She replied that it was animation. Ah Fei killed 1 goblin, taking 25 certificates for himself, and said that she was learning animation, and he loved watching anime. He thought he liked following favorites and creating something new. He said that he even envies her. She does what she likes and creates the anime she wants. It's so cool. He thought that he needed to continue praising the person. This would stimulate the development of dialogue. Chili, who had meanwhile grabbed the goblin by the throat, suddenly froze and quietly asked, "Is he jealous? Make anime?" She slapped the goblin and said that at first she was full of desire and love for this business when she went to college. But who knew that watching anime and creating are completely different things? She hit the monster again and said that there are 24 frames in 1 second of anime. You need to draw 8 or 12 pictures for 1 second, and from 480 to 720 for 1 minute, and from 4800 to 7200 for 10 minutes. And so they need to draw even more. After studying hard and graduating, she learned during an interview that it only cost a few dollars to paint an in-between. Just a few dollars. She might as well be selling fried rice on the street. She exhaled, and Ah Fei, noticing her anger, said that the beginning was not very good. They ended on a topic they would rather not talk about. He thought that he needed to calm her down quickly. He smiled awkwardly and said that life is difficult, but he believes that there are people who swim against the tide, and this industry is popular and will continue to develop. Silence reigned in the forest. Only the slight whistle of the wind diluted it. Suddenly, Chili squeezed the goblin's throat harder, and he made some sound, and immediately after that he all burst into flames and burned. After killing all the goblins, smoke rose over the forest, and they continued on their way. Chili was silent, her face gloomily looking at her feet, and Afe thought, what should he do? The conversation is completely over, but everyone seems to start a dialogue this way, according to advice on the internet. So what went wrong? He scratched his head with a nervous smile and thought that the awkward atmosphere was about to overwhelm everything. He needs help. Let someone help him and save him. Suddenly, they stopped when they reached a lake near a waterfall, where a huge monster lived in the form of a mermaid with 299 certificates that was enjoying the moonlight. Afe became wary and asked what kind of monster this was. She has about 300 certificates. Hearing a voice from the side, the mermaid immediately turned in their direction and showed them the other side of her body, which had long since dried up. She opened her mouth unnaturally wide, showing sharp teeth, and screamed loudly. Afe and Chili immediately covered their ears with their hands and closed their eyes in pain. Afe called out to Chili and said that this is bad, let her run quickly. But it was too late. She removed her hands from her ears and wanted to say something to him, but suddenly she fell, and Afe fell after her, and she both lost consciousness. The mermaid waved her hand and thin threads danced in the air. She used the skill of suturing. The monster connected their bodies with purple threads, sewing the halves of their bodies together. One side was ruled by Afe and the other by Chili. After a few seconds, they woke up and suddenly opened their eyes. They immediately stood up and began to wonder what happened. Where are they? They began to call each other, but suddenly they both fell silent when they saw something rising from under the water. A mermaid appeared in front of them. She spread her arms to the side with a smile and asked if they liked the new look. What did she give them? Chili exclaimed that this was the monster. Afe asked what she did with them. The mermaid laughed and said that she had given them a new look. They look much more beautiful this way. She moved a little to the side and something of impressive size appeared from under the water behind her. Chili and Afe both looked up at the creature and asked what it was. Behind the mermaid's back, a living mixture of fish, tentacles, and people's faces with their bodies appeared. This monster opened its mouth and the mermaid pointed at it, saying that they could all play together. Chili jumped aside and said that this was so disgusting. At the same time, Afe also started moving and said that they need to run. They need to run as far as possible. Unable to move, they both fell into the water and Chili exclaimed, "Why doesn't her body obey?" They both looked at their hands and suddenly realized something. They looked into the void in shock and wondered, do they have a common body? While Afe was feeling the other half of his body in shock, he accidentally put his hand on Chili's chest and squeezed it. She grabbed his hand and immediately exclaimed, "Where's he putting his hands?" He got worried and apologized to her, and she got angry and exclaimed that he should take his filthy hands off. All the water along with them began to be drawn into the center of the lake, and the mermaid who controlled this flow smiled and said that they did not need to scream. They need to hurry up. Afe said that they need to be careful, they might get sucked in, so they need to go back. Chili wanted to get up and take a step to the side, but suddenly she fell and said that they needed to go to the right. Afe apologized and said that he was used to going to the left. She exclaimed, "How will they escape if they can't even get up?" The mermaid at this time extended one hand forward and continued to pull them, and Afe said that this monster was getting closer and closer. Chili became worried and said that they needed to find a way out quickly. Suddenly an idea came to Afe's head, and he notified Chili about it, and she asked what he came up with. He said that she should not move. First, he will take the initiative from his side. After that, he gave her a signal and extended his hand, sending a powerful stream of flame downwards, which lifted them into the air. The mermaid was very frightened and stretched out her hand in their direction, shouting that she did not like fire. Let him put it out quickly. She sent streams of water in their direction, hoping to put out the fire, and Afe began to avoid them. Chili got worried and said that they would hit him like that, Let him dodge. He wanted to do something and asked her to wait, but suddenly she lit a flame just like him and extended her hand to the side. Immediately after this, they were taken to the side and spun, so they moved away from the mermaid, tumbling in the air. After they stopped, Ah-Fei said displeasedly that he told her not to move. He would sort it out himself. In response, she exclaimed that he was too slow. The monster almost hit them. He replied that it was too difficult to maintain balance when he only controlled one half of his body. She called him a fool, and he indignantly asked, "Is he a fool?" After that, she rose sharply into the air and told him not to move. Now she will start. When they were high enough, she summoned fire meteors and sent them towards the monster with the mermaid. Several fire meteors hit the water and hit the monsters, causing them both to scream, with the mermaid exclaiming that it was so hot. When the shooting of meteors weakened slightly, the mermaid sharply waved her hand and put up a water shield. After that, she extended her hand in their direction and said irritably that they should listen to her carefully. She will drown them and then sew them back together. She used the underwater prison skill, and the streams of water immediately rose into the air and headed straight towards Ah-Fei and Chili as they both tried to control the body. But it was too late. Streams of water reached them and imprisoned them in a bubble in which they began to suffocate. While they were floating in the bubble, Chili thought that they did not understand each other. Ah-Fei at the same moment also thought that she was too naughty. She needed to let him figure it out. They don't stand a chance. She thought it would be great if they understood each other. The thought flashed through Ah-Fei's head that although she was a little naughty, she was so cute. Suddenly a bright fiery flash appeared in the water, and they both asked each other for a hand, and then grabbed hands. A bright flame began to form between their palms, and then they both caused a large fiery explosion that broke the water prison and freed them. They landed on the ground, and Ah-Fei said that let her first tell him what she wants to do, and he will help her. She agreed and said that then let him speak too. She would listen and cooperate. The mermaid became very angry and shouted that they were not allowed to get up. She again extended her hand to their side and summoned several threads to stitch them up again. But they both turned sharply to the right and avoided the threads, and then they ran to the left. When the threads approached them, they sharply accelerated with the help of the flame, and then again began to run from side to side. At one point, Chili laughed and said that she felt like they were dancing. Ah-Fei smiled and said that he had thought about it too. What about music? He turned to the system assistant and told her to turn on the music. An elf assistant appeared next to him and said that she would play a song for him. Ah-Fei said that this is what he listened to last time. Maybe she won't like it. Chili quickly interrupted him and said with a smile that she liked it. After this, a Latin American song began to play. To the beats of the drums and at the same time the romantic sounds of the guitar, they began to dance around, avoiding the mermaid's threads. Splashes of water combined with fire and purple threads complemented the mood of the dance. While the mermaid tried to keep up with them, simultaneously directing threads and streams of water in their direction, they began to dance even more, causing a fiery tornado. To the calm and at the same time catchy music, this tornado grew in size at an indescribable speed and headed straight towards the mermaid and the monster behind her. Out of wild fear of fire, she froze in place and could not do anything. Her face, frozen in horror, was illuminated by a bright light, and a second later a tornado approached her and swallowed her, burning her in a bright flame. In the final act, Ah-Fei and Chili's bodies separated, and she threw her upper body back, fluttering her scarlet hair, and he held her by the waist, preventing her from falling. At this time, Luna found herself in a very dangerous situation. A strong monster grabbed her and brought her to his face, almost screaming and asking who dared to kill his child. After killing the mermaid, bright flashes from objects appeared from her body and the body of another monster, and Chili said that she had finally raised her level. Now she can learn new skills. Ah-Fei said that this boss not only has a lot of experience, but also a lot of materials. They approached the burning corpse of the monster and began to collect materials, while looking through the system windows. Ah-Fei said that there are already 2 epic level equipment. Everyone can choose one, so let her be first. She agreed, and he extended his hand to the side to give it. When he handed over the equipment, their fingers touched. They both felt it, and it was like an electric shock struck them both. Chili immediately withdrew her hand, and he embarrassedly said her name. She became very embarrassed and, breathing heavily with excitement, asked him to tell him what his brother and her sister were doing now. At this time, her sister wandered through the forest and approached the cliff. Light gusts of wind brought a charming aroma to her nose. Her face immediately turned red, and she thought with a smile that it smelled so nice here. She smells him. How happy will he be when he sees her suddenly appear? She went to the edge of the cliff, but saw no one here and became very angry. She clenched her hand into a fist and thought, is it really because she's not around that everything turned out like this? Out of anger, she sharply raised her leg up, and then also sharply hit the ground with it, causing the edge of the cliff to crack. From her blow, a collapse immediately occurred and fragments of stones fell down, and she, with obvious rage on her face, said that it did not matter who it would be, but she wanted him to pay for it in full. Fengya sneezed loudly at this time. He sat on the corpse of a snake he had just killed and thought it was strange. Do they remember him? He got goosebumps all over his body. During all this time, he managed to accumulate 311 certificates. The team leader went into the forest and told number 4 to go. There was still a monster with 500 certificates ahead. Fengya asked in surprise, 500 certificates? He smiled and thought, who is stronger? This monster or Zhang Yu? It's all because of him. Now his fighting spirit cannot be cooled. After fighting him, Lu Lai fell into the water and was now slowly floating with the flow in the form of a skeleton, while frogs and other water inhabitants with 20 certificates swam around him. He sighed heavily and said that he could not move. After he was thrown off the cliff, he carefully monitored the situation on the water and was ready to launch a counterattack, but he did not expect that the monster at the bottom of the lake would attack him from behind. He quickly killed this monster, but eventually the poison from the Mabu fish entered his body. He thought it was an ordinary monster, but suddenly after a minute his whole body began to go numb, and he could not even move a finger. Soon larger monsters swam to the blood, and in despair he only managed to turn into a skeleton, and then lost consciousness. He doesn't know how long he's been floating with the flow. The sound of running water gets louder and louder, as if he is about to face trouble again. His fears were not in vain. The current carried him straight into the whirlpool. As soon as he was pulled into the whirlpool, he quickly found himself underwater, and after that he began to sink and plunged into darkness. There was a splash of water that echoed throughout the area. Lu Lai woke up in a cave and said that he could finally move. But where is he? He rose to his feet and looked at the huge holes in the wall, thinking, is he now in a cave at the bottom of the lake? He walked up to one such hole and ran his hand along the surface, thinking that these holes were not formed naturally. There are scratches on the walls. It looks like these holes were dug by some huge monster. He walked further and thought that it meant he was in the monster's lair. Based on the concept of the game, only high-level monsters or a huge group of monsters will be in such a location. He drank a healing potion and thought it was a bad idea to stay here. He needs to restore his health and get out of here quickly. After treatment, he went into one of the holes and began to walk forward along the tunnel until he descended and saw a muted green light at the end. He walked into the light and cautiously looked out, seeing several hundred eggs further down the passage. Some of them were moving, and he thought, are these all monster eggs? He walked further and suddenly noticed a bright orange shine on the ground that stood out against the general background. There was a shiny sword lying next to the huge egg, and he immediately ran closer. He crouched down and, picking up the sword and examining it, thought that it was the Luna sword. He glanced at the huge egg nearby, and then suddenly stood up and swung his blade, opening the egg. Luna was inside. He took her in his arms and, changing his appearance to a human one, began to call her and tell her to wake up. Waking up from her sleep, she slowly opened her eyes and asked, Shang Yu? Suddenly she became alarmed and warned him about the danger from above. Immediately after her warning, a huge red-eyed monster that had grabbed her earlier crawled into the cave through a hole in the ceiling. The monster jumped from the ceiling of the cave and clenched one hand into a fist to strike, but Lu Lai also raised his blade and blocked the blow. The monster continued to press on him, and he thought it was as strong as if a truck had fallen. Luna got worried and asked him to leave her, and then the monster decided to attack again, clenching both hands into fists at once. He began to hit the ground where Lu Lai was, and he responded with an explosive blow and repelled the attack. An explosion occurred, dust rose, and Lu Lai and Luna jumped back, and he handed her her sword. She caught the sword and thanked him, and after that he asked how she faced a monster with 999 strength points. She tiredly grabbed her head and replied that she didn't remember. The monster suddenly shouted that they were vile bugs, they stole his child. Lu Lai looked at the monster and asked if they could try to hit him. Luna replied that if they won, they would be able to advance significantly. Lu Lai agreed with her and said that such high rates could be very dangerous, so let her be careful. She agreed and said that she would concentrate to break through his armor. Let him cover her. He replied that he understood her, and then they both rushed forward, leaving a trail of dust behind them. At one moment, they both jumped and flew towards the monster, who had already stretched out his arms to catch them. During this, Luna swung her sword and used a star strike, and at this time Lu Lai sank to the ground and the monster punched next to him. Suddenly, the monster jumped, and Lu Lai moved to a convenient position. After that, he used an explosive blow with his blade, and bright red sparks pierced the monster's body with an explosive roar. Seeing this, Luna also began to act. She swung her sword and used the star strike again, but the monster quickly retreated. I climbed into the hole in the ceiling, and her star strike cut through the wall of the cave, but did not manage to hit the monster. She exclaimed, "Did he crawl back into the hole?" Lu Lai looked up and frowned, thinking that these holes were dug by a monster. Once he escapes, it will be difficult to catch him in these passages. Suddenly the ground shook and Luna exclaimed, "Earthquake? Is this a monster ability?" Lu Lai began to look around and told her to also look around. They felt particularly strong tremors under their feet, and Lu Lai exclaimed that he was from below. They both jumped in different directions, and at the same second the monster's twisted, sharp tail rose sharply from the ground. Having successfully avoided the blow, they landed nearby, and the monster's tail began to circle near the hole and smash everything around. Lu Lai said that this monster is very fast. After dodging an attack, there will be no time to retaliate. Luna said that they need to split up so that one can attack at the same time, and the other has the opportunity to counterattack. He agreed with her. A few seconds later, the earthquake began again. The stones on the ground began to jump, and Luna, noticing this near her, said that the monster was coming in her direction. A moment later, the monster's sharp, curled tail emerged from the ground and pinned Luna against the wall, but she managed to protect herself from the blow. Lu Lai immediately ran towards the monster and swung it, thinking that normal attacks would most likely not work. The speed of his attack, the interval of actions, the delay speed when swinging. He calculated his actions and thought that now was the moment. He swung his blade sharply and cut off the tail at its very base, causing green blood to inevitably flow from the wound. The monster immediately climbed deeper into the hole, and loud screams of pain were heard from there, and Luna had already managed to descend to the ground. After this, the monster crawled out of the ground and screamed loudly, and Lu Lai prepared for further battle and told Luna to be careful. The monster opened its red eyes and roared again, using an incredible boost, causing the entire earth to crack and fly up a little. Pieces of solid earth flew in all directions, and Lu Lai cut one such piece with a blade, avoiding the moon, but Luna was unable to defend herself. A piece of debris hit her right on the head. She immediately flew down from the impact, but Lu Lai caught her in time and asked, "Is she okay?" This monster has such a powerful power, it can kill instantly if they make even one mistake. Now he will take over the monster and let her regain her strength. The monster again prepared to attack and screamed loudly. Luna stepped aside and drank a healing potion, and Lu Lai rushed to attack. As soon as the monster's hands fell to the ground, Lu Lai swung his blades, but the monster also attacked at that moment. He suddenly waved his hands, creating a new crack, and Lu Lai and Luna had to step back. Then the monster raised his hands in rage and screamed. A green aura appeared around him. The ground began to crack again, and Lu Lai and Luna simultaneously jumped up and rushed to attack. A second later, there was a powerful explosion, sparks of different colors flying to the sides through the dust and smoke. Thus 2 hours passed. Tired Lu Lai and Luna stood on the ground, and she said that he was too strong. Why is he still alive even though he's bleeding? Lu Lai tried to catch his breath and said that they would wait a little. They would see how things went. He looked up at the monster, several of whose arms had already been cut off, and the rest of the thing was trembling. He said he thinks this is his limit. The monster repeated, "The limit?" He is an arrogant and ignorant cockroach. He reached out with his left hand and plucked a nearby egg from the wall, then popped it into his mouth. Luna became wary and asked if he ate his own egg. Lu Lai became very nervous and said that this was very bad. After eating the egg, the tail, arms, and other wounds on the monster's body were completely restored, and he was full of strength again. Luna was very surprised and asked if he had fully recovered. The monster flashed its red eyes and told them not to worry. This was only the beginning of their despair. He leaned towards them a little and shouted loudly using his demon cage skill. An energy wave of green and purple colors flew towards them. Lu Lai extended one hand towards Luna and nervously told her to keep her eyes open. In a second, Lu Lai found himself in the depths of his mind. There were people walking outside a small coffee shop, and there was noise from their voices. Inside the coffee shop, the girl made coffee and then brought the tray to the guest and said that here was his coffee. Lu Lai thanked her and took the cup, and the real Lu Lai sat next to him, wearily rubbing the bridge of his nose. He brought the aromatic coffee to his face and said that in fact, deep down in his soul, he knew the answer. As long as there is even the slightest opportunity, he should not give up. He began to leaf through the magazine and said that too much time had passed from the disappearance of his elder brother to his entry into Tiananmen and the start of the game. If his brother was truly fine, then why hadn't he heard from him yet? Lu Lai looked down and thought that the journey was not useless. Now at least he had a clue about purgatory. Suddenly another Lu Lai abruptly slammed the magazine shut out of displeasure and asked how long was he going to deceive himself. He almost went crazy because of the stupid game. He knows better than others that this is just a set of codes and data. He should inherit the will of his older brother and do more meaningful things instead of wasting time on it and indulging in fantasies. Lu Lai closed his eyes and remained silent, and the other one walked up to him and put his hands on his shoulders, telling him to wake up. Let him not forget, he also has dreams. He leaned towards his face and told him to build an orphanage where the orphans could feel at home. That's what he should be doing right now instead of being in the game. Suddenly, Lu Lai suddenly rose to his feet and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him high off the floor, causing him to grab his hands. He frowned and said that was enough. He is nothing more than an inner demon, an illusion created by a monster. The world suddenly cracked, and the other Lu Lai unclenched his hands, moving them to the side, and asked, "Is he sure? Or maybe this is a reality that he is afraid to face." The world continued to crumble into small pieces, and Lu Lai asked how he could protect more people if he was unable to protect his loved ones. The orphanage he dreamed of would be run by 3 people. Waking up from sleep, he sharply opened his eyes and saw in front of him a surprised monster that was holding both of them in his hand, and did not expect that either of them would wake up. Lu Lai immediately cut off the monster's fingers and freed himself. He picked up Luna in his arms and landed with her on the ground. The monster screamed in pain and exclaimed, "How did he get free from his cage of nightmares so quickly?" Lu Lai placed Luna on the ground and gave her a level 30 illusion breaking potion. As soon as the potion entered her mouth, she immediately opened her eyes full of tears and called her mother. The monster crawled closer to them and asked, "Isn't it better to die quietly in a world in which there is something that is not reality? Is it because they are too afraid of their minds and desperately want to escape?" Lu Lai and Luna immediately turned around, glaring at him fiercely, and then both rushed to attack, and the monster had to retreat back. Luna ran forward with a determined look and swung her sword, leaving blue sparks in the air, while Lu Lai ran next to her, his blade leaving black and red flashes. They both jumped up at the same time and pounced on top of the monster, causing him to cover his head with his hands. While he was defending himself from the blows, he thought that they should be weakened after escaping from the nightmare cage, but for some reason they fight even harder than before. He had to retreat back, sliding along the ground, and his opponents followed him. He again stretched out his hand to the wall and exclaimed, "Are they trying to match him?" He grabbed the egg, but Luna immediately swung her sword, attacking him with the full moon and said that he should not even think about it. The sharp moon immediately cut the egg along with the monster's fingers, and he became very nervous. He began to swear in his mind and thought that he had no choice but to retreat temporarily. But as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Lai immediately appeared behind him and asked, "Does he want to escape?" The monster wanted to answer something, but it was too late. Lu Lai jumped forward and sharply swung his blade, cutting off his head. Bright green blood sprayed from his neck, and after that the monster's body fell and a pool of blood began to spread on the ground. 999 points were added to Lu Lai's certificates, and she and Luna clapped their hands. She said that he was finally defeated. He apologized to her and said that all the points went to him. They had to strike the final blow together. She replied that there was nothing wrong with that. If the monster had escaped, they would not have received anything at all. They headed towards the exit, and he said that there were 2 days left until the end of the 7-day event. He will help her score points as quickly as possible. She agreed and said that she was not worried about it, but still they had better get out of here quickly. Suddenly a voice came from the direction of the monster's corpse and asked, "Are they still alive? Do they think he'll just leave it like that?" They both immediately turned around and Luna asked excitedly, "Is this monster still alive?" Lu Lai became nervous and said that this couldn't be true. His points were transferred to him. They took out their weapons and he said that the sound was indeed coming from a monster. Luna noticed that something seemed to be trying to break through the monster from the inside and told Lu Lai to look at its stomach. The monster's belly began to move. There was some rustling and knocking, as if someone was trying to get out. After that, whose hand pierced the monster's stomach, and another similar monster with several pairs of arms came out from inside, but it looked more like a human. He got out of the stomach and laughed, asking who killed this monster. He is finally free. He looked down and all his joy disappeared when he saw people in front of him. He quickly approached them and asked if they killed him. Luna wanted to say that the monster was so fast, but he immediately approached her and kicked her, throwing her back. From her fall, dust rose and there was a roar from hitting the wall, and at the same time Lu Lai rushed to attack. He struck with his blade, but the monster blocked his blow with his hand, and this caused bright sparks to appear. Then he opened his mouth wide and a clot of green blood appeared inside, which he immediately spat out. It flew forward with lightning speed, hitting Lu Lai, and then continued to move, pinning him to the wall. Lu Lai hit the wall and green blood covered his entire body. The monster with 1998 points folded one pair of hands on his chest and stretched the others up and asked, "Is this how they greet him? Why are they so bad?" They killed this monster and did the right thing. He deserved to die. Debris and dust fell from the ceiling and no one answered him. He cleared his ear with his finger and asked how long were they going to play dead. Immediately after this, a piece of the wall fell right in front of his feet, and then stones flew at him from all sides. He began to quickly swing his arms, breaking the stones into smaller pieces. Luna at this time ran forward and waved her blade, throwing stones at the monster on one side, and on the other was Lu Lai and also threw stones at the monster. While he was repelling the blows, they approached him and sharply rushed forward to attack, but the monster immediately grabbed them by the weapon, and they were unable to strike. They were very surprised and Luna asked, did he stop them with just one hand? After that, the monster scattered them in different directions and said in a drawn-out voice that it was boring. He closed his eyes and said that they were boring. He had lost interest in them. But he will give them one last chance to attack. While he was speaking, Lu Lai gestured to Luna what to do, and she showed him a sign in response, and the monster said that the will to live is the best state of a corpse to eat. After she and Lu Lai agreed, Luna concentrated, inhaling deeply, and then sharply rushed forward and swung her sword while Lu Lai ran around the monster on the other side. She stopped and swung her sword, sending a moon wheel towards the monster, but he immediately ducked and the wheel flew right over him. After that he asked, "Is that all?" He turned in her direction and said that she no longer had a chance. Let her prepare to die. The lunar wheel suddenly changed direction and flew backwards. The monster heard the whistling of the wind behind him, which the wheel made, and turned sharply to protect himself from the attack. The pressure of the lunar wheel pushed him back, but he managed to stay on his feet and repelled the attack, directing the blow upward. But at the same moment, Lu Lai approached him, and he said that the skill she was using now was a collateral attack. The main attack was the person who was behind. It makes sense, but that's about it. He spat at Lu Lai again, but this time he defended himself and was not thrown back. His eyes flashed, and he used a backstab technique, suddenly appearing behind him and cutting a gash all over his back. Green blood gushed from the wound, and the monster screamed, and then lost its balance and began to fall. Luna was happy and said it worked. But while the monster was falling and his drops of blood were in the air, he snapped his fingers and the nearest egg to him cracked, and the liquid inside quickly flowed to him and healed all his wounds. Having fully recovered, he said that it was pretty good. This combination was interesting. If he were that old man, then the advantage would be in their hands. Luna exclaimed, so he can use these eggs from a distance to recover. In other words, as long as these eggs are here, he cannot be killed. The monster pointed his finger at them and asked, and the two of them cooperate well, right? Lu Lai and Luna looked at each other. He agreed with the monster's words, and she asked if they were cooperating. The monster said that individually they were so weak, but now they united and caused damage to him. He smiled and said that this was their last time attacking together. He wants to separate them and play so they can feel the despair and pain alone. Immediately after these words, he split into two bodies, and they both ran to attack Luna and Lu Lai. Explosions were heard, dust rose, monsters attacked, and they repelled the blows. While Lu Lai was fighting the monster, he thought that after the monster split into two, its strength had decreased. But it is still difficult for him to fight. He successfully repelled the monster's blow, but Luna missed the blow and was thrown back, and the monster ran after her. Lu Lai called out to her worriedly, and she shouted back at him not to worry about her. Let him take better care of himself. His opponent asked how he got time to think about her. After that, he sharply swung his hand, striking and despite the eggs that were around. From this blow, Lu Lai was thrown back, and the monster, looking at his grin on his face, thought, was it his imagination or was he really laughing? While Lu Lai was in the air, he used the hunter's blow and all the eggs around immediately broke. He began to launch continuous attacks on all the eggs around, affecting as many as possible, and the monster just stood still and watched. He said with a smile that he was wondering what tricks he had. He still has a lot of eggs. They will last for a long time. Let him not waste his power and let him just eat him. Suddenly, he noticed some changes and wondered why his destructive powers seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. He attacked Lu Lai, who continued to break eggs, and shouted that something was wrong. He spat at him and at the same time attacked with his hand, shouting at him to stop. But Lu Lai defended himself from the blow, and then a dome of their power appeared above them, which quickly increased in size. Immediately after this, a powerful explosion was heard. The ground around cracked and dust rose. Ash swirled around them, and the monster said that he did not expect that he had such an ace up his sleeve. Lu Lai looked at the monster and frowned, asking, so he hasn't died yet? He quickly took out a skill recovery potion and drank it, thinking that he needed to finish him off before he recovered. He again used the hunter's strike skill, but the monster already understood what he would do and told him not to even think about it. Bright green sparks appeared around him. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and used the skill. Immediately after this, the eggs cracked and the monster inside grabbed Lu Lai's sword, which surprised him greatly. Then the rest of the eggs cracked. Monsters came out and headed straight to Lu Lai. They were everywhere, on the walls, on the ceiling. A horde of monsters was heading towards Lu Lai from all sides, and the monster said that it was such a pity that he almost killed him. It's a pity that he no longer had any chance. Lu Lai began to fend off the attacks of the surging monsters and turned his gaze to the monster. He laughed, healing his wounds, and said that this was exactly what he thought. Although his skills are not bad, if he interrupts the attack in time, it will not cause much damage. One of the monsters crawled up to him on all fours, and he sat on its back to watch Lu Lai, and said that now he would slowly enjoy the spectacle while he performed this terrible dance surrounded by 1,000 enemies. Lu Lai swung his sword again and continued killing monsters, while Luna fought with a clone of the monster in the depths of the cave. They flew over the water, and she immediately deflected several blows from his hands. He began to attack again, A clang of blows and a splash of water were heard in the cave. At one point, she was unable to defend herself, and he punched her in the stomach, from which she was immediately thrown back and her back hit the wall with a roar. The blow was so strong that blood came to her throat and she began to cough. She came down from the wall and sat down on one knee, and the monster stopped on the opposite shore of the lake and said that it was so boring. He just separated her from him, and she doesn't even have the opportunity to fight back, right? There's nothing more frustrating than prey that can't fight. Luna responded that it wasn't that she didn't have the ability to fight back. Although they are on different sides, due to the fact that he lost a parent at birth, she would like to express her sincere condolences. Hearing these words, the monster was very surprised. Then he laughed and began waving his arms, clutching his stomach. Through laughter he asked, "Is this her tactic? Is she making jokes so that he will die laughing?" She asked, "Is it a joke?" He laughed again and asked how she, a piece of trash, could feel guilty about killing this old man. He cleared his throat and wiped away his tears, saying that for the sake of the jokes she was telling, he would make an exception and tell her some rules of survival. From the moment they hatch, they compete with the mother's body. Their mother's body can eat the eggs at any time to replenish its strength and recover. And the stronger offspring can also eat the mother's body in order to become more powerful and stronger. He licked his lips and said that he did not eat his mother's body because they both were able to end his life. So if he eats them, it will be healthier for him. Luna asked, "Is he hungry?" The monster pointed his finger at her and asked, "Didn't she eat?" They say it's very tasty. He extended his hand towards her and released streams of green and purple energy at her, saying that she looked very excited. Why shouldn't he help her feel it? Luna was very scared and asked him not to do this, but the monster used the demon cage skill, and she covered her ears and screamed loudly. Lulai heard her scream at this time and became very worried. A mountain of corpses had already accumulated under his feet, and while new monsters had not yet approached, he tried to catch his breath. The monster yawned at this time and said that he wanted to sleep so much. He turned to all the monsters around and said that they should stop messing around and finally kill him. After his words, all the monsters immediately accelerated and rushed towards Lulai. When they approached him, he began to kill them one by one and thought that they were so fast. More and more monsters were climbing up the mountain of corpses, and he swung his blade and suddenly came up with something. When the whole horde of monsters pounced on top of him, he blocked the blow of the nearest monster, and a second later the others jumped on him, and he disappeared under their bodies, and the torn piece of his cloak flew to the side. The system congratulated the player on his promotion to level 30. Omniscience Bracelet. It is discovered that the character's level has increased. The current quality of equipment has been increased to epic level. He got a random skill. With the help of the Shadow Clone skill, he can turn his shadow into a clone to fight together. The clone will inherit 80% of the attributes and will be able to use the skills and items of the main body. Clone exclusive skill, Shadow Substitution. Within a radius of 500 meters, the clone can change its position. Recharge time 30 minutes. The monster was still waiting at this time, but his patience ran out and he told the others to stop, let them finally kill him. He's still hungry. He climbed onto the mountain of corpses and kicked the rest of the monsters to look at Lulai. The rest of the monsters stepped aside and knelt down, giving him a view. But instead of Lulai, he saw his bloody cloak and froze in place, asking where the man was. He furiously grabbed the nearest monsters by the neck and exclaimed that it was his food. Which of them dared to steal it? The rest of the monsters began to apologize, making various sounds, but he crushed the heads of those he was holding and exclaimed, "Do they want to rebel against him?" All the monsters began to climb the mountain of the corpse to their owner, but one of them was different. He was descending on the contrary. It was a shadow clone, Lulai's skill. Having merged with his surroundings, he began to attack all the monsters around, swinging his blade and making his way forward. After that, he used the Hunter's Strike, killing all the monsters around, and the main monster was surprised and exclaimed, "What is happening?" Developed this guy is not dead. He became very nervous and ordered the others to kill him quickly. He thought that even he could not cope with so many blows. But it was too late. From Lulai's numerous blows, red flashes rained in the cave, and the monster continued to sit on the top of the mountain of corpses, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, on the surface of the lake everything was calm, but suddenly a bright stream of red energy suddenly appeared from under the water and went into the sky. Lu Lai and his clone, meanwhile, both attacked the monster and cut its body into several pieces. In the last seconds of his life, he thought, how is this possible? Did that garbage really kill him? It happened by chance, just by chance. Everything is fine. Fortunately, he used the cloning technique. As long as he has a clone, he can split and regenerate so they won't kill him. But at that very second, his clone fell to his knees. 2 pairs of hands were cut off. He folded his remaining hands in prayer and asked Luna for forgiveness. He asks her forgiveness for his stupidity and ignorance. He bowed his head in front of her, hitting his forehead on the ground, and said that he was ready to be her faithful slave. He will follow her all his life and do whatever she says. Luna, who was floating in the air, looked at her hand and said that this was not bad. The monster joyfully looked up at her and asked, "Is that good?" So does she agree? He called her a goddess and thanked her for her mercy. For him, it was a great part to follow her. He will spend his whole life to prove it. But Luna was not talking to him. One side of her was painted black, and the other was still white, and one of her eyes shone with a bright light. The dark side of Luna looked down at the monster and said that he was so noisy. Who talked to him? Realizing that she would not leave him alive, he began to cry and quietly asked her not to do this. A black crescent appeared under the ceiling of the cave, and then Luna sharply swung her blade, cutting off the upper part of the monster's body, and its green blood gushed out in all directions. Some time passed after this battle. The system reported that the certificate collection event was completed. All warriors were asked to gather at the central gate. At the direction of the system, all the warriors gathered at the central gate of the lower city and began to wait for further instructions. Some of them had collected only 100 or 300 certificates and were now resting. The girl from among those who collected 100 certificates sighed with relief and said that it was finally over. Her friend agreed and said it was too difficult. The player with 200 certificates who was standing next to the girls patted his friend on the back and said that he actually scored more than 350 points. He will definitely be in the top 100. His friend asked him to be quiet and said that this was a modest result. Ah Fei, Chili, and her older sister were meanwhile sitting at a table not far from the gate. Sister Chili slammed her palm onto the table with a crash, causing the surface to immediately crack, and she said that something was wrong here. The two of them flinched, and she said that there was a problem with the two of them. Her sister excitedly stood up from the tree stump and said that she would go collect information about his older brother for her. Ah Fei nodded in agreement, and her sister asked, "Information about his brother? Does she know who harmed him?" Hearing this, Ah Fei became nervous and asked if he was harmed. "What about his brother?" The woman sighed and replied that it was all her fault. She did not protect him well. His brother was ambushed and poisoned while searching for her. Ah Fei replied that this was impossible. He doesn't believe that anyone can defeat him. Chili looked at him and said that he may have fought several people, but her sister's intuition was usually always accurate. Her sister put her hands on Ah Fei's shoulders and said that what he said was true. The man she chose must truly be an extraordinary person. Ah Fei's shoulders cracked under the weight of his hands, and Chili said that she always insists on her own. Felt pain, Ah Fei cried, and in his thoughts asked his brother to help him. Immediately after this, someone coughed from behind. Lu Lai walked up to the guys, carrying Luna on his back, and said his brother's name questioningly. Ah Fei immediately turned around and called out to him joyfully, and Chili's elder sister joyfully called him her husband. Chili tiredly covered her face with her hand and said that they were not that close. Luna looked out from behind Lu Lai and asked him to put her on the ground. She was already fine. He agreed and said that she should just not overexert herself. Seeing some girl on the back of her beloved, Chili's older sister immediately got angry and headed towards him, displeasedly calling them. Chili ran after her and asked her to cool down. She shouldn't be so angry. Ah Fei also ran up to her and said that they had better talk calmly. Luna stood behind Lu Lai at this time and coughed. Sister Chili walked up to Lu Lai and bent down, looking into his eyes, and told him to remember something. Her name is Hua Jiao. Her name means Sichuan pepper. She shyly looked away and said with a slight smile that she was his future wife, his only and true destiny. Lulai was taken aback by these words and pulled back. Luna covered her mouth with her hand in shock, and Chili sighed heavily. A few seconds later, a screen with interference appeared above the central gate, and the minister's voice was heard. He greeted the dear warriors and said that first of all, he congratulates them for passing the competition to collect warrior certificates. He then announces the top 100 finalists. In first place was a player named Daybreak Shuguang with 49.99 points. In second place, Daybreak Lei Dao with 3D Eating 41 points. In third place, Zhang Yu with 3D 418 points. In fourth place, Daybreak Fengya with 3D 288 points. Then Daybreak Y Jian with 29.89 points. In sixth place is Daybreak Diane with 2016-23 points. In seventh place is Hua Jiao with 2040-67 points. And after her Luna with 2056 points. Having looked at the rating table, the players were very surprised and one of them exclaimed, "What kind of exaggeration? Does first place actually have 5,000 points?" The guy standing next to him asked, "Who is this man?" One of the players pointed towards the squad leader and said that he was there. The player said that this is not surprising, these are Daybreak guilds. Player asked, "Daybreak guild?" The guy was surprised and asked, he doesn't even know about this guild. They are now the third highest rated union guild on the entire server. All the main members of this guild are professional players from the Daybreak Club. He heard that before they entered this game. They had already won several world championships and other games. After listening to him, the player thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and said that it is not surprising that they are so strong. But who is this person named Zhang Yu? He was in the top 3. If not for him, then the entire 5 would have consisted of members of the guild. His friends suggested that he go and say hello to him. Maybe they could become friends. The two of them approached Lulai, and at that time Hua Jiao began to pester him, saying that he had such a wonderful name. Maybe he will give her the moon. Lulai pulled back and apologized to her, saying that he had no plans to fall in love with anyone. Fei and Chili, meanwhile, were squatting and whispering about something, and the players, watching them, said that Zhang Yu did not look like a ruthless character. Fengya was also watching him at this time, looking intently in his direction. The minister cleared his throat and spoke again, saying that he congratulated the warriors who were among the top 100. They proved their courage to the king. As a reward, it issues corresponding experience points depending on the number of certificates. Immediately after this, experience points began to jump out of the portal in the gate and fly to each player. One of them was surprised and asked, "Will he get so much experience?" "It will rise 2 levels at once." The player next to him said that he would go up 3 levels. Lulai and his friends also gained experience. Luna's level increased to 34. Fei's level became 32. Lulai's level increased to 35. Hua Jiao's level became 37. And her sister's level increased to 33 after all players received points experience. The minister said that it seems that all the soldiers are quite happy with the award. But the selection is not over yet. Then they are asked to go through the portal and go to the second location. All the players approached the main gate and asked if they had a choice. Another player asked who cares. The experience they have just gained is so great that the rewards will definitely be greater as they progress further. One of the players said that those who are ahead should hurry up. The players in front sped up and took a few steps forward, passing through the portal. With the help of a magical teleport, they immediately found themselves in another location and found themselves on top of round columns that were divided into 5 larger parts and 1 small one in the center. There was a gap between all the columns, and on the wall nearby there was a huge clock. Lulai walked through the portal and also appeared on top of one of the pillars, and after him, the number of players on the other pillars began to increase. The girl who happened to be on the same pillar as Lulai became worried and asked where her teammates were. The guy next to me asked what kind of place this is. The player replied that it looks like this is a new stage for the second stage. Suddenly, in the center of each column, a bright flash appeared, from which a small man emerged with a paper bag on his head. He smiled at them and asked how they were doing. He is the leader at this stage. The so-called true warrior requires both wisdom and courage. The first test is a test of courage. The second is a test of intelligence. The rules are very simple. A group of 5 people is randomly formed to play a crime-solving game. There is a killer hiding among 5 people. They need to find the killer by collecting evidence. After each round, all participants vote to eliminate one player. If they successfully kill the killer, the surviving players will be able to move on. But if the killer survives, they will receive a promotion. Now they will give them cards with stories that record the personality of the character they will play, as well as key clues. Let them read the information on the cards carefully. A card appeared in Lulai's hand, and he lowered his gaze, thinking, "A reasoning game?" After all the players received cards, the presenter said that there was little time. The second test officially began. Now he will introduce them to the background in the form of a narrative. Who killed Warrior X? The warrior passed a multi-level test and passed the royal test. He was going to defeat the evil dragon and save the beautiful princess. On this occasion, the entire kingdom of Tevar organized a grand banquet for the warrior. But when the banquet ended, everyone discovered that the warrior had been stabbed to death in the garden fountain. Who killed Warrior X? As the investigation progressed, 5 suspects were identified. The guy was Suspect A. He is a comrade of the killed Warrior X. The girl was Suspect B. She is the daughter of a minister. Lulai was Suspect C. He is the captain of the guard. Girl with glasses Suspect D. She is a scientist of the kingdom. Man with staff Suspect E. He is a priest. The host pointed his finger at them and asked, "So which one of them killed Warrior X?" There can always be only one truth. Let them find the correct answer. He snapped his fingers and said the game had officially begun. They start with Suspect A and so on clockwise. If the rules are not clear to them, he will guide throughout the entire process. He told the first suspect that he should first introduce himself and talk about his relationship with the victim. The player looked at his card and said that he was Warrior X's teammate. They were almost like brothers, since they grew up together. The host asked how he would prove that he was not a murderer. The guy lowered his card and pointed a finger at himself, asking if there was anything dubious about his identity. Such a cheerful and handsome guy like him cannot lie. The presenter asked who he suspects of the murder. The player replied that he would think about it now. He looked at the priest and said that in terms of appearance, Suspect E does not look like a good person. The presenter said that Suspect A's speech is over. Suspect B is invited to speak. Let her introduce herself and talk about her relationship with the victim. The girl smiled and greeted everyone, saying that she was the second daughter of the minister. One day, when she came across goblins in the forest, it was Warrior X who led her out of an ambush. He is her savior. The host asked how she would prove that she was not a murderer. The girl's face turned red, and she said that, to be honest, after that meeting she admired him. She coughed and said that besides, she was in poor health and was bedridden all year round. How could a weak girl like her kill Warrior X? The presenter asked who she suspects. She replied that she felt that all the people here were good. She took out a card and said that she remembered that there was a clue in her card. She pointed her finger at Lulai and said that her father's spies mentioned that the guard captain did not get along with Warrior C. Before he was killed, many people saw him arguing with him. In response to her statement, Lulai remained silent. The presenter said that Suspect B's speech is over. He asks Suspect C to speak. Let him introduce himself and talk about his relationship with the victim. Lulai replied that he was the captain of the royal guard. He was responsible for the safety of all the inhabitants of the kingdom. He has no relationship with Warrior X. The host asked how he will prove that he is not a murderer. Lulai replied that the reason for their argument was because he learned that he was not a warrior at all. He is just a womanizer who is chasing fame and fortune. People like him are not worthy of taking on the task of rescuing the princess. But he would never go against the king, so he would not kill him. He maintained order at the banquet, and all the guests saw him. He has an alibi. The presenter asked who he suspects. Lulai turned his gaze to the girl and said that according to the data collected by the guards, the relationship between the minister's daughter and Warrior X is not as simple as she described during the acquaintance. Why did she hide this fact? In response, she said that he was so cruel. She just read what was in the backstory. He doesn't need to be so vindictive. Suspected agreed and said she didn't seem like a bad person at all. The presenter said that Suspect C's performance is over. He invites Suspect D to speak. Let her introduce herself and talk about her relationship with the victim. The girl said that she was a scientist of the kingdom. She was in charge of recording history and biography. By order of the king, she interviewed Warrior X and wrote down his biography. The host asked how she would prove that she was not a murderer. She replied that first of all, she had no motive. She is the person with whom an easy relationship develops without disputes or misunderstandings. Secondly, she did not have time to kill. She spent an hour at the banquet before and after the incident, interacting with other scientists. Even if she went to the restroom, someone would still accompany her. Thirdly, she would not be able to kill him. Warrior X's height is 185 centimeters. Her height is 145. The dagger was stuck into his body vertically and high enough that she would not have physically reached his chest. This could only have happened if he had been on his knees, but then he would not have fallen into the fountain. The presenter asked who she suspects. She fell silent, thinking about something, and Suspect A said that she has good analytical skills. Suspect B agreed with him and said that she might know who the killer was. The girl replied that she did not know who the killer was. She adjusted her glasses and said that she suggested eliminating the players who weren't very good at it first. The goal of this game is to determine who is the teammate and who is the killer with the help of clues. Some players sounded like idiots. Even if they are teammates, they are just dead weight that drags the others down. The presenter said that Suspect D's performance is over. He invites Suspect E to speak. Let him introduce himself and talk about his relationship with the victim. The man said that he was a priest who was in charge of fortune telling and sacrifices. The presenter asked how he would prove that he was not a murderer. He replied that the day before he had used a fortune-telling ball to predict the success or failure of this mission to rescue the princess. An image of Warrior X, stabbed to death in the palace, appeared on the fortune-telling ball, so he hurriedly went to the king and reported the results of the fortune-telling. The king immediately ordered him to pray for the warrior and change his fate. He quickly walked to the altar to make a sacrifice and pray for the warrior, but unfortunately, too much time passed before the sacrifice and blessing of Warrior X was completed. The presenter asked who he suspects. The man thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and asked, "Who is the killer?" If the killer is someone who managed to escape his abilities, then he is a certain unusual person. Such a person must be thoughtful and good at pretending, so he needs to think things through. The person who is least likely to be a murderer is most likely to be one. The presenter said that the first round of performance was over. After the countdown, have them raise their hands to vote. Let them choose the killer. The 3-second countdown began. Suspect B pointed to Suspect C. He pointed to Suspect A, and he pointed to E. All other suspects pointed to A. In the end, the majority voted for Suspect A. He pointed a finger at himself in confusion and asked if they voted for him. It's not a mistake. He said that he is a good person. The presenter did not let him finish and abruptly waved his hand, saying that he should leave. Immediately after this, part of the column on which he was standing sharply sank down and he began to fall screaming. Suspect A is out of the game. The player's identity is Comrade. The game continues. The host congratulated everyone on moving to the second round. For further development of the game, their backstory cards will be supplemented with a new hint. But let them be careful, only 3 clues are true, while the rest are false. Since Suspect A is eliminated, they start with Suspect B clockwise from left to right. He asks Suspect B to share new evidence and give her opinion. The minister's daughter looked at her card and said that she had a new clue. The captain of the guard obeys the king's orders completely. While the king ordered the priest to pray for the warrior's blessing, he also took measures to protect him. She looked away and said thoughtfully that when she looked at this clue, she thought it was a lie. The more submissive a dog is outwardly, the harder it bites behind its back. The presenter asked Suspect C to share the evidence and give his opinion. Lu Lai turned his gaze to the priest and said that according to the guard's response, after the priest returned from the king, he stayed at the altar all night and did not leave. Now, apart from him, the explanation of the scientist and the priest is relatively reasonable. He turned his gaze to Suspect B and said that her second statement did not address the issue he had raised about her concealment of the facts. so it was difficult for him not to suspect her. The presenter said that he now asks Suspect D to share the evidence and give her opinion. The scientist adjusted her glasses and read out her clue. The minister's daughter is obsessed with Warrior X. She followed him, collected things he used, sent him her hair every day. She pointed her finger at her and said that she also sent a threatening letter saying that if she did not receive it, she would destroy it. The minister's daughter was indignant and said that there was no need to slander others. The scientist continued. She said that the priest knew some of these clues. Moreover, after the incident, she requested information from the captain of the guard and discovered that she was the only one who left the banquet early. The presenter asked Suspect E to share the evidence and give his opinion. The priest fell silent for a few seconds and then closed his eyes and said that according to fortune-telling, the kingdom's scientist was a capable and reliable assistant. The host said the second round was over. After the countdown, have them raise their hands to vote. Let them choose the killer. The countdown began. Suspect B pointed at Suspect D, and she pointed at her. E pointed to Suspect C, and he pointed to B. Thus, B received more votes. She spread her arms to the sides and became angry, exclaiming that she was telling the truth. Do they even have brains? She's clearly not a killer. Don't they know how to play? She pointed her finger at the girl with glasses and exclaimed indignantly, is she jealous that she is more beautiful than her? This means that she deliberately stalked her and blackmailed her. She's a devious fool. She lost support under her feet and began to fall, but finally shouted that let her wait a little, she would take revenge on her. Suspect B is out of the game. The player's identity is Comrade. The game continues. The host said that their game had finally reached the third round. If the killer cannot be found this round, he will win. Rules for the third round. There is no limit on the order and number. Let them speak freely. After 3 players have spoken, they will be able to vote. Lulai thoughtfully raised his hand to his face and asked the others to let him first sum up the results of the first and second rounds of performances. The girl with glasses closed her eyes and raised one hand, telling him not to worry. She suddenly opened her eyes and said that it was obvious who the killer was. The suspects turned to her and she said that according to her tips, Suspect B was innocent. She deliberately planned to eliminate her. The remaining suspects became wary and she adjusted her glasses, saying that she did this to find out who the real killer was. The killer is the captain of the Royal Guard. Lulai asked what evidence she had. She replied that the evidence was her previous performances. The part of the clue that mentioned him was entirely her idea. Her goal was to see if he would vote for her, but in the end he didn't. Lulai wanted to say something, but she interrupted him and asked if he just didn't like B and chose her. She remembered his look and said that he didn't think so. Eyes don't deceive. When she was sending him a false signal, it would have been normal for his gaze to fall on her, be it out of suspicion, curiosity, or misunderstanding. But he did not, and there can only be one explanation for this. He is the killer. His subconscious mind naturally thinks not about how to find the killer, but about how to hide and eliminate them. That's why he doesn't dare look at her. Is there anything else she needs to explain? Lulai listened to her, and then sighed heavily and sat down on the floor, saying that he couldn't argue with her, so be it. They will simply accept her opinion as truth. Then it's time to vote. They shouldn't waste their time. The girl was slightly surprised and thought, is he not resisting? After this, the presenter turned to Suspect E and asked if he wanted to discuss anything. The priest shook his head negatively and replied that this was not so. After that, the presenter said that then the last round of the performance was completed. After the countdown, have them raise their hands to vote. Suspect C and E both pointed to D, so she got the most votes. Lulai grinned and the host announced that the game was over. The killer had won. The girl indignantly turned to Suspect E and exclaimed, "What did he do?" Suspect E immediately fell to the floor, realizing his mistake, and she spread her arms to the side and exclaimed, "Didn't she make herself clear? Why didn't he vote for him?" Lulai stood up and said that because the answer in a person's heart is stronger than the truth expressed in words. The girl asked incomprehensibly, "Is the answer in a person's heart?" He said that from the moment she spoke out in the first round, he knew that sooner or later she would reveal him. However, fortunately, She used the method of elimination. Thus, suspects A and B are more likely to be eliminated first. In this case, the remaining priest is his only chance. The man looked up at Lu Lai nervously, and he said that the logic by which he votes is closely related to the first round. The girl looked down and said in shock that in the first round he voted for A, in the second for C, and in the third for her. That's why in the last round he responded to her argument by pretending to give up. Did he actually push E to make a choice? She fell to her knees and devastatedly said that she had lost. After that, part of the column under their feet sank sharply, and the presenter announced that the game was over. The losers were eliminated. He clapped his hands and said it was absolutely brilliant. What a great counterattack. Lu Lai threw away his backstory card, which said that he was a murderer, and he received an order to destroy Warrior X from the king. First, he needed to kill Spy X, who was trying to make himself look like a hero. Then he needed to complete unfinished business and get rid of fellow Warrior X. Then he needed to deal with the minister's daughter who had colluded with X. And then he needed to deal with the disguised scientist, Accomplice X. And finally, he had to deal with the priest. After the end of the game, a screen appeared above the playing field, and the minister congratulated all the warriors who passed the second selection test. The king prepared a large amount of gold as a reward for all those who passed. Now let them rest. They will soon go to the final selection site. Immediately after the minister's words, Lu Lai's friends began jumping onto the column from all sides and calling him. And Luna said that he was great. They all advanced. Lu Lai closed his eyes and did not answer them. And after they were all on the platform, a fence appeared around, and the minister said that everyone would be leaving soon. He asks them to hold tight and follow the safety rules. After that, all the columns rushed up to a huge hole in the ceiling. They continued to rise, and finally rays of sunlight fell on them, which made Lu Lai cover his eyes with his hand. He saw pink clouds in the sky. The sun had already begun to set. When the platform finished moving and they found themselves in a huge arena, around which there were stands of spectators, they were greeted with loud applause and joyful shouts. All the spectators began to wave their hands, and the minister, together with his assistant, who were sitting in the center, greeted the dear spectators at the final stage of the selection. A screen with the image of the minister appeared in the air in the center of the arena, and he asked everyone to raise their gaze to the projection above, greeting King Tevar Jin, the supreme ruler of the kingdom of Tevar, with the warmest applause. He will give his speech about the third stage of selection. The screen showed an image of the king sitting on the throne. He smiled and laughed, thanking everyone for the warm welcome. He also thanks the worthy warriors who traveled a long way for coming here to participate in the selection to save his daughter. And the first and second stages of selection seemed to him extremely effective. The warriors standing here now are smart and valiant. Lu Lai and his friends stood next to the other players and watched the king's speech. And Ah Fei said that he felt like it was Monday and the principal was speaking to the whole school. Chili said it was true. Gems appeared above the king's palm, and he said that everyone knows that their kingdom has no equal in the world in mining and blacksmithing. To encourage all warriors during the competition, he will reward the top 3 with stones for inlaying legendary level weapons. The Daybreak Guild leader told his team that the information was correct. These 3 stones should go to the guild. Do they understand? All the guild members replied that they understood. Ah Fei at this time turned to his brother and asked, what is the inlay stone for a legendary level weapon? Is this stone expensive? Lu Lai replied that this was very rare. By inlaying this into a weapon, they can gain a special skill. He thoughtfully raised his hand to his face and thought that this was an object that should appear at the 50th level. Was it really published ahead of schedule? Chili was delighted and said that now on the market one such thing can sell from tens to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Ah Fei was also happy and exclaimed that they would get rich if they took all 3. The king laughed and said that he could already feel the fire kindling in the hearts of the warriors. Then they begin the third stage of selection. The minister said that he was sure that all the warriors had been eager to enter the arena for a long time. His assistant agreed, and he said that he knew that they were all worried, but that they should be patient. Let them first acquaint them with the rules of selection. Only 32 warriors passed the second stage of selection. They used the duel method to determine the champions over 5 rounds. They need to overcome the opponent, knock him out of the ring, or force him to voluntarily admit defeat. The champion will receive a lot of experience, gold, and first choice. The champion can also choose party members to rescue the princess. Each member will have the opportunity to take one item from the royal treasury. Each player will be assigned a number, and an opponent will be randomly assigned. After a few seconds, it reported that the matching was complete. The first duel will take place between numbers 4 and 13. He asks these warriors to enter the arena. Numbers appeared above all the players' heads. Luna was 7th, Lulai was 4th, Chili was 27, Afe was 26, and Hua Jio was 18. Luna told Zhang Yu that he was first. Afe smiled and said that it was time for the show, and Hua Jio called him her husband and told him not to lose. Lulai remembered how he fought at Fengyun and thought, another fight in the arena. He entered the arena and the spectators in the stands cheered with joy, cheering them on. His opponent also entered the arena, and Lulai was suddenly surprised when he saw him. Lulai recognized his opponent and wanted to say something, but he interrupted him and asked what was wrong. Has he heard of it? Lulai's opponent turned out to be Lu Ren, whom he killed after his victory in the arena. Lu Ren smiled and thought that after a long silence, today he would only shine in the rays of glory. He remembered how the system congratulated him on successfully killing the elite boss One-Armed Amon, and he received his sword as a reward. Then he remembered the skeleton boss that killed him and thought that after 28 attempts he finally got it. He won't lose it this time. Maybe he should thank that boss. He let him know who he was. He is King Lu Ren, the lone and mighty wolf. What can overcome him is not a cause for concern, but to make him stronger. His sword and body were enveloped in a blue aura, and he smiled and told the enemy to attack him. No matter who he was, he would not lose to him. But before he had time to take a step, Lulai made a sharp lunge forward, and with a light swing of his blade pierced him to the very heart. Lu Ren didn't understand what happened at first. When he finally realized that he had lost, he exclaimed that this couldn't be happening. He couldn't lose. After all, he had not yet attacked or demonstrated the power of his original fusion technique. It doesn't count that way. Let him give him another chance. Why is this annoying feeling so familiar to him? Lulai tossed his blade in boredom and thought that his mouth still wouldn't close. After his victory, the minister said that number 4 made quick work of number 13. He congratulated number 4 for making the top 16 list. The head of the Daybreak Guild, who was watching the battle, turned to the 3rd number and asked, "Is this the one whom they and the 4th did not kill?" The 3rd confirmed his words, and he said that it was quite interesting. Fengya pointed his finger at himself displeasedly and said that this was his prey. After that, the minister said that he was inviting the following participants to the arena. Soon other participants entered the arena, and the minister commented on the results of the battle. Contestant number 7 defeated her opponent using fast and colorful sword art similar to moon dancing. She made it to the top 16 list. After that, Afe entered the arena and grabbed the opponent right by the groin with his hands engulfed in flames, and the minister said that he felt a burning smell. How cruel it is. Contestant number 26 unexpectedly defeated his opponent by making him a barbecue. He made the top 16 list. Then Hua Jio entered the arena, and with one blow of her fist threw the opponent into the air, and the minister said that participant number 18 forcibly broke the opponent's block and delivered a perfect blow. She made it to the top 16 list. The head of the guild turned to the 3rd and asked if the techniques and habits of this pepper were similar to hers. Number 3 replied that he was 80% sure it was her. After the end of the fight, the minister announced that the next fight would be between participant number 27 and 6, Daybreak Diane. He asks the participants to enter the arena. The girl in the raincoat came forward and said with a smile that it was her turn. The guild master told her to find the feeling that usually occurred during practice matches and let her maintain a state between tension and relaxation. Afe at this time supported Chili and told her to defeat her opponent. She stretched her hands and said that it was all nothing. Her older sister smiled and said that if she lost, she wouldn't get any hot pot for dinner. 2 girls entered the arena, and the players who stood nearby were surprised and said that they could see professional players so close. Another player said he was interested in seeing how the famous members of the Daybreak Guild differed from them. Chili prepared for battle and asked, "Is the Daybreak Guild very strong? Now she will show her that no matter how good she is, there will always be someone better." Diane laughed and said that her chest was small, unlike her ego. Chili was taken aback by such a remark and exclaimed in embarrassment, "What is she saying?" She got angry and went into action, calling her a fool and saying that flat chests are fashionable. Did she understand it? Diane asked. Was she angry? She wanted to say something else, but Chili suddenly approached her and jumped up to kick her and told her to shut up. Her opponent managed to duck in time, and Chili shouted that she should not try to dodge. Diane turned around and raised her head to look at her, and immediately after that, Chili spun around in the air and launched a fire strike. The minister commented on this, saying that it was beautiful. Contestant number 27 suddenly used fire to spin around in the air. The battle began with a pursuit. Contestant number 6 used her ability's reverse thrust to dodge the strike, but appeared to still be injured. Diane smiled and said it was interesting. Now they will play a little more seriously. She raised her hand and the multicolored stones on her gloves sparkled. She used the technique of summoning the undead, the fiery spirit. A purple portal appeared near her outstretched hand, from which a hound ran out and immediately ran towards the enemy. Chili looked at the hound and thought she was a summoner. This dog is very fast. But the summoned object has one movement trajectory. It only needs to predict a little and then cope. The hound approached her, and she jumped back and attacked with a bright flash of flame. But the hound successfully overcame the curtain of fire and continued to approach her, which surprised her greatly. As soon as the hound approached her and attacked, a powerful purple explosion occurred, which threw Chili back and she screamed. Afe called out to her in concern, and her sister said that the problem is that the summoned beast has high resistance to fire, which greatly reduces the damage from fire attacks. After this, the hound returned to its owner and Diane laughed, telling Chili that if she did not want to disgrace herself, then she should give up as soon as possible. Her dog barked, and Chili asked if she was asking her to give up. After that, she rushed forward, having previously created fiery meteors, which she directed at the enemy. Her dogs began to repel the attacks of meteors, and she said that it was useless, just a waste of energy. After that, Chili created a fiery tornado that swirled with bright flames in the center of the arena and headed towards the enemy. Afe's eyes sparkled with delight, and he said that it was so beautiful. She first used fire meteors to close the distance, and then used a fire tornado close-up. It continuously attacks both man and dog. The fiery tornado was quickly approaching Diane, and she, covering her face with her hand from the hot flame, ordered the hound to cover her. The hound immediately rushed forward and protected its owner, but during this Diane did not notice how another bright flash was approaching her from behind. Chili appeared from that bright flash and raised her hand to attack, saying that this was the end. Diane just noticed her at this time and exclaimed, "When did she manage to appear here?" Chili then attacked her with a giant explosion, causing Diane to be thrown upward. The minister said it was beautiful. Contestant number 27 used a combination of abilities to disorient contestant number 6, and then quickly launched a powerful kick from behind. It seems that the outcome of the battle is predetermined. Chili was happy and said that this was a victory, but suddenly Afe called out to her and told her to be careful. Her sister pointed her finger at her opponent and told her to look. She was not dead yet. Diane lifted the mask on her face and her eyes glowed. The colorful stones on her gloves sparkled, and she again used the technique of summoning life. 5 offensive-defensive circles. After using the technique, several powerful attacks hit Chili at once, and she screamed. Recognized spirits of different elements appeared around Diane, and she apologized, saying that she forgot to say that we can summon not only animals. The minister was surprised by this and said that it was just a nightmare. Participant number 6 managed to simultaneously summon 5 creatures with different attributes. Plus, she looks pretty relaxed. Contestant number 27 doesn't get up, so they congratulate contestant number 6 on her victory. She made it to the top 16 list. The glory of the Daybreak Guild is well deserved. Member number 6 seems to be ranked 5th in the guild. Is their ranking related to strength? They will reveal this information to the public in the next match. After such an attack, dust rose in the arena, which soon cleared, and Diane began to repair equipment damaged in the battle. Afe and Huajiao helped Chili out of the arena, and he asked if she was safe. Her older sister said that the performance was good. It was just that the opponent's attribute was opposite to hers. Chili pursed her lips and said in disappointment that she really lost. After that, she cried and said that it was such a shame. Luna approached her and tried to calm her down, saying that it was not her fault. Huajiao smiled awkwardly and said that if she was her opponent, she would help her relieve her anger. Chili wiped away her tears and said that they didn't need to console her. She was fine. She will try to become stronger. She stepped aside and became all angry, saying that she would definitely not lose again to someone who made fun of a flat chest. Afe let out a confused sigh, and her sister said that she now understood why she was so upset. Lulai and Luna looked towards the Daybreak Guild, and she said that their guild members were indeed very strong. Any of them seemed to be difficult to deal with. After the end of the fight, the minister said that it was a wonderful duel. The performance of participant 27 was very spectacular, and the strength of participant number 6 knew no bounds. His assistant agreed, and he said that now they would look forward to the performance of other members of the Daybreak Guild. Next to enter the arena will be Daybreak Guild member number 5, Fengya. He smiled at his opponent and then began throwing numerous punches and shouting that he was weak while he tried to protect with his shield. Finally, Fengya broke through his defenses and threw him out of the arena, and the minister said that Fengya lived up to his nickname. He's just like a rabid wolf with his fangs bared. His opponent has no chance to strike back. He is like a lamb waiting to die. Now they will look at number 3, Daybreak Guild member Y Giant. Y Giant entered the arena and pulled the arrow with a smile, and his opponent prepared for battle and thought that his enemy was also a man. He had no need to worry so much. Everything is fine. He will be able to parry the blow. A second later, his opponent fired an arrow, and he tried to parry the blow, but as soon as the arrow collided with his sword, it split into several parts and went around the sword, heading towards him. He got very worried and thought, is this a crushing shot? All the arrows immediately changed their direction and, cutting through the air, rushed straight at him and stuck into his body from all sides, causing blood to spray out. He fell to his knees, and after that the minister said that Y Giant is fearsome. Each arrow from the crushing shot hit the target and in vital places. It looks simple, but it requires first-class calculations and technology. Then the following participants entered the arena. The girl from the Daybreak Guild rushed forward, and her opponent froze in place and focused on her movements. She approached him very quickly, which he did not expect, and immediately after that she hit him with her hand under the chin, causing him to be thrown up. When he began to fall, she turned around and swung her leg, and then hit her opponent in the stomach with a swing, causing him to fly out of the arena and hit the wall. The minister was surprised and said that the number 2 participant Lei Dao from the Daybreak Guild struck down the enemy with lightning speed. She didn't even take out her sword. Now he asks the following participants to enter the arena. After the start of the battle, the player became very excited and nervous when his opponent said that he was doing it wrong. The head of the Daybreak Guild named Shu Guang pointed his finger at him and said that his attack strategy was wrong. This will make it very difficult for him to inflict damage. In this situation, he should hold the axe with both hands and make powerful blows. He came closer to him and told him to raise his arms higher and use his lower back to use all the strength of his body. The player nervously followed his instructions and asked, like this? Shu Guang said that he needed to raise his hands even higher. The player tried it and Shu Guang said that it was correct. He needs to fix this feeling in his memory and try again. Hands up, once again. Strength comes from the lower back, not the buttocks. Let him try again. After that, he waved his hand and said with a smile that he was making progress. Time is short, so let him go. The player bowed and thanked him for his instructions, and then said that he would admit defeat. The minister did not comment on this match. He tiredly covered his face with his palm and told his assistant that he was tired of something. Let him help him with the commentary. His assistant became excited and agreed, and then asked the next participants to enter the arena. The next participants entered the arena and their blades touched, and then one of the players asked if they had to continue the fight. His opponent sighed and said that he was right. They'll just waste half the day fighting. It's better they give up together. A dissatisfied roar of spectators' voices was heard in the stands due to such an ending to the battle. Lulai thought that it seemed that others were not in the mood to continue fighting. Then all that remains for them is to fight the Daybreak Guild. The minister, along with his assistant, said that it was likely that Daybreak's huge lead had accelerated the pace of the competition. A list of the 8 strongest will now be published. The list included Xu Guang, Lei Dao, Wai Jian, Fang Ya, Zhang Yu, Ah Fei, and Hua Jiao. Participant number 6 and participant number 7 will compete for the last place among the top 8. Chili told Luna that she should destroy her. Let her knock it over and roll it face down on the ground. Ah Fei supported Luna, and she thanked them and said that she would try. She went to the arena and Lu Lai wished her luck, in response to which she showed a sign that everything would be fine. As soon as the 2 girls entered the arena, all the spectators began chanting the name of the Daybreak Guild and supporting Diane. Both girls came closer to each other and Diane asked, "Is she the partner of that flat-chested girl?" She thinks she has almost the same one. What about strength? Luna replied that now she will see it, let her call her 5. After that, 2 portals appeared behind Diane, from which the spirits of fire and water emerged, and she said that she would call on everyone if she realized that she had the strength to resist them. Luna at this time closed her eyes and concentrated. She put her hand on the hilt of the sword and used the Star Radiance execution technique. Immediately after that, a bright flash began to emanate from her and Diane had to cover her eyes from the bright light. She pointed her finger forward and told her spirits to attack. They couldn't let her get closer. But at this time Luna was already running towards her from the side and Diane noticed this as soon as she approached her. Luna immediately attacked, swinging her sword, and Diane jumped back using a water shield. After retreating, she thought that she had avoided the blow. A little more and she would not have been able to defend herself. But she didn't have time to finish the thought. The blindfold over her eyes was torn. Luna still managed to hit her. Luna said that in the last fight against Chili, she must have secretly used her water attribute summon to counterfire. Why is she acting so relaxed? Let her fight her seriously. It will be respectful towards her opponent and herself. Chili was happy and said that was well said. She is absolutely right. Let her beat her and not stop. Ah Fei supported her words and told Luna to finish her off in one fell swoop. Wai Jian said that 5th little sister underestimated her opponent. Xu Guang crossed his arms and said that Luna said everything correctly. He hopes this will serve as a good lesson for the 5th. Fang Ya, who was squatting next to them, yawned and said that he was so bored. When will it be his turn? Hearing Luna's words, Diane grinned and asked, "So what?" She called upon all her spirits and asked if because she left a scratch on her, she thought she could defeat her. Now she will help her understand what reality is. She ordered all her spirits to move forward, and they immediately rushed towards Luna. The Firehound and the Water Spirit used their abilities and sent a stream of fire and water at the enemy, but Luna immediately jumped up. In the air, she noticed a golden spirit that quickly approached her and used the ability of sharp feathers, flapping its wings and attacking her. Several sharp projectiles hit her and wounded her. After a second, she landed, and then sharply turned around and rushed to the side while the tree spirit hit the ground with its hand, summoning earthen vines. She did not have time to avoid the attack. The vines grabbed her leg and she could not move. And at the same time, the earthen spirit used the ability of the earthen coffin and stones appeared from under Luna's feet, which sealed her in the coffin with a roar and a crack. Diane victoriously clenched her hand into a fist and was delighted, saying that in the end she won easily. Ah Fei asked, "Did Luna fail?" Hua Jiao tested and told him not to talk nonsense. She could still win. She thought that the compatibility of the 5 attribute beasts was higher than it was in the last battle. Chili got angry and said that she was such a nasty girl. Lu Lai remained silent and continued to observe the situation in the arena, waiting for further action. All the spirits returned to Diane, who was already celebrating the victory, and she told them that they had done a good job. A second later, Lulai and Luna simultaneously thought that it was time to act. Immediately afterwards, Luna used a huge sword technique and easily broke the stone coffin, leaving her opponent surprised. She jumped up and raised her sword over her, and she just looked up at her in surprise. Luna swung her sword and delivered a powerful blow, causing dust to rise and debris from the arena floor to fly in all directions. For 1 second, everything was quiet, and as soon as the dust settled, everyone saw that Diane was protected by a barrier of earth, wood, and water. Luna continued to put pressure on her with his sword, and eventually her barrier cracked. But the rest of the spirits also came to her aid. The hound barked, and the Golden Two attacked Luna from the air, but she parried the blows and retreated back. Still under the barrier, Diane became very nervous and thought it was such a shame. Again, she has this disgusting feeling that makes her feel sick. She began to breathe heavily and remembered her childhood. She sat against the wall and cried quietly while her parents threw things around in a rage. Her father pointed his finger at her mother and shouted, "Why is she on edge from morning to evening? This is just ridiculous." His wife exclaimed, "Is she ridiculous?" The absurdity was her blindness when she married him. In response, he shouted that let her get a divorce then, they need to separate. They continued the argument, still shouting loudly and already pointing a finger at their daughter. While she listened to all these screams and swearing, she cried even harder and closed her eyes. Time passed and she grew up. Girls from her school began to bully her. The girls slapped her in the face and called her a fool, and then asked if she had quietly taken her boyfriend away from her. Diane replied that this was not the case. The girl snorted and said that they say her parents are getting a divorce because her mother cheated on her husband. The daughter really looks a lot like her mother. She grabbed her by the hair and said that the guys said her eyes were beautiful and innocent. She knows how to pretend. Another girl pointed her phone camera at her and said she was so sweet and calculating. Maybe I could undress them, shoot a video, and send it to the group. Let them see if she is pretty. Because of these words, Diane became very angry and began to attack them back. She sat on top of the girl and tried to hit her, and she exclaimed that she had bitten her. Let them get it away from her quickly. Her friend tried to pull Diane away, and the second one stood and filmed everything on her phone. She said that this would be proof that she beats her classmates. Then Diane thought that the world is cruel and cold. Life is full of suffering. How can she live on? She can hide, disguise herself, grow fangs, then life will get better. Time passed. She was sitting in a gaming club with a man. He blew smoke out of his mouth and told her that he didn't think such a beauty could act well. Diane smiled at him and said that she should thank him, brother who, for helping her deal with the school bullies. He hugged her and replied that it was nothing. He will say straight out that if she becomes his girlfriend, then he will guarantee that no one else will bother her at school. Diane became nervous and asked, didn't he say that he sees her as a little sister? He calmly replied that if there was sympathy, then they could move forward. Diane's face darkened, and she thought, is this the price? She's feeling sick. Suddenly some guy grabbed Brother Hu's hand, and he called him a scumbag and asked who he was. Xu Guang, who grabbed his hand, said displeasedly that she was still a child. Hu's brother's friend sitting next to him whispered to him that these were Daybreak people. They shouldn't mess with them. Brother Hu asked in surprise, are they from Daybreak? Xu Guang told them to quickly leave here and not show up in the Daybreak Internet Club anymore. After that they left, and Brother Hu finally said that he remembered him. Xu Guang walked up to Diane with a smile and said that she played very well. Has she thought about joining a band and playing professionally? She repeated confusedly, play professionally? He said that he believes she has a talent from God. They are looking for such people in their Daybreak Club. Hearing about this, Diane's eyes lit up with delight. Now, remembering this, her face was distorted with rage, and she thought that she should not lose. She wants to win. The victory will be bright. She is a representative of the Daybreak Guild. She called all her spirits to herself and used the ability of 5 offensive defensive circles, a confident kill. All the spirits immediately released 5 bright flashes of different colors towards Luna, and she prepared to defend herself. But the bright flashes flew further and hit the arena wall with a roar, and a cloud of dust rose. From her attack, A depression appeared in the arena, and a large hole appeared on the wall. Diane caught her breath and said that she had won. The minister was very surprised, and his assistant asked, "Did she break through the wall?" There is nothing left of Luna. Luna's friends became very worried and called out to their friend, but only Lu Lai was calm. He smiled slightly and told the others to look underneath the arena. It turns out that before the strike, Luna plunged her sword into the wall of the arena and stood on the blade, so she avoided the blow. The minister and his assistant asked, "Was this possible?" She used the space between the ground and the arena to shield herself from the killing blow. Luna jumped into the arena and greeted her opponent, and she exclaimed, "What is she doing? Isn't this a violation of the rules?" The minister told Diane that she did not see, but Luna stuck the sword into the wall of the arena and did not go beyond, so there was no violation. Luna looked determinedly at her opponent and said that it was her turn now. Diane waved her hand, ordering her spirits to attack, and exclaimed that she was so arrogant. Let her not even think about defeating her. In response to her attack, Luna swung her sword and summoned a lunar disc that quickly flew forward. The fire and water stream collided with the lunar disc and a roar was heard, and then steam instantly began to appear from the collision site. The minister and his assistant commented on this, saying that Luna used spinning techniques to repel Diane's water and fire attacks. The flames and water instantly formed steam, and now there is fog in the arena. Diane closed her eyes from the steam and mentally cursed, thinking that she could not see anything. Luna took advantage of this and used her moonlight execution ability, causing several bright flashes to immediately appear in the fog. Diane looked up and saw this. Then the moon flares began to strike down, and she had to protect herself under the barrier. Bright flashes continued to fall from the air, piercing the arena and hitting the spirits of Diane. After that, Luna used a huge sword technique, and the biggest flash appeared above the barrier. Diane immediately reacted and raised her hand up, telling the spirits to protect her. They spent all their strength strengthening the barrier from above, and because of this, she was vulnerable on the sides. Luna immediately appeared behind her and said with a smile that she was caught. It was just a flicker. Diane froze in place and was surprised. And after that, Luna delivered the final blow, and she fell to the floor from the wound she received. By this time, the fog had just cleared, and now everyone could see what had happened. The minister asked, "Has the fog cleared?" Luna defeated Diane. Victory for Luna. Diane at this time looked at the floor in shock. Her spirits disappeared, and she said that she had lost. But suddenly Luna extended her hand, and she looked up. The rays of the sun came through the clouds and illuminated the arena, and Luna said with a smile that she hoped they would have a good fight in the future. After Luna's victory, the minister said that the last place among the 8 participants was taken by participant number 7. It turns out that Zhang Yu's group will oppose the Daybreak Guild. This is just wonderful. The next 4 fights are sure to be exciting. They will face a confrontation between strong opponents. Who will make it to the next stage and who will drop out? The future will show that. After that, the maintenance team entered the arena and began to seal all the holes. The minister said that the intense battle had just caused enormous damage to the site. The maintenance team is currently working to strengthen the arena, so he asks the audience to wait a little. Chili greeted Luna happily and said she was absolutely amazing. She was so worried about her. Luna replied that the opponent was really strong, but she realized what she was capable of, and that's how she managed. She turned her gaze towards the Daybreak Guild and thought that she still felt pressure from that team. Diane at this time walked up to her team and lowered her eyes filled with tears and disappointment and apologized for the fact that she lost. She is not strong enough to be a member of the team. She only embarrassed Daybreak. The head of the guild extended his hand to her and she was scared, but he just patted her on the head and asked what nonsense she was saying. If she has time to be depressed, let her think about everything that happened. She is very talented. She may not have been on the team that long, but she has a promising future. It is normal to face challenges. They should not underestimate the enemy team. He thinks they can finally have fun. After a while, the minister said that the audience seemed to be tired of waiting. His assistant smiled and agreed, And then the minister said that the arena had already been repaired and they were ready to continue. His assistant said that they are now inviting the following players to the arena. Participant number 4 and his opponent participant number 5. Lu Lai and Fengye entered the arena and made eye contact. Fengye laughed and said enthusiastically that they had finally met again. Now no one will bother them for sure. They need to have a good fight. Lu Lai took out a blade and replied indifferently that it would be so. Seeing the mood in the arena, the minister was surprised and said that it would be a hot fight. Zhang Yu and Fengye will fight to the fullest in a completely updated arena. Immediately after his words, Lu Lai and Fengye rushed towards each other and their blades collided with a clanging sound. And immediately after that, a shock wave passed from them and broke the arena with a crash. The minister leaned forward in shock and exclaimed, "Have they destroyed the arena again?" His assistant was also very surprised and said that this was only their first skirmish. The minister exclaimed that the arena had already been strengthened 10 times. Despite the shocked comments, Lu Lai and Fengye continued their fight, furiously swinging their weapons, causing bright sparks to appear from the collision. At one point, Fengye smiled and swung his sword again, and then attacked and struck Lu Lai on the shoulder, which he was unable to parry. Lu Lai was pulled to the side by the blow, and he clenched his teeth, but he quickly regained his bearings and turned sharply, using a sweeping blow. Despite this, Fengye attacked him again, causing him to be thrown back, but he still did not fly out of the arena. Dust rose from their blows in the arena. They stopped opposite each other, and Fengye smiled, saying that this was wonderful. He still enjoys fighting him. He feels like he has become stronger since their last meeting. Lu Lai remained silent, and his opponent said that, however, he was not the only one who also succeeded. They again attacked each other, and their silhouettes were slightly hidden in a cloud of dust, which in an instant dissipated from their blows. Sparks danced in the arena again. The platform under their feet cracked and began to collapse, and they continued to strike. Dust rose again in the arena, and a roar was heard. Red and blue sparks scattered to the sides along with debris from the floor of the arena. Fengye's comrades watched the battle closely. Xu Guang said that it was no surprise that the fourth was so optimistic about Zhang Yu. He understood everything immediately. In 1-versus-1 conditions, he is already at the level of professional players. On the other side of the arena stood Lu Lai's team, which was also watching the battle. Ah Fei said that the opponent is very assertive. This is the first time he sees someone who can stand up to his brother. Luna said that this Fengye has good reflexes and intelligence. She thinks he acts instinctively. At this time, Lu Lai and Fengye in the arena finally increased the distance between themselves after another clash. Fengye tore off his outerwear and said that they were just warming up. Is he ready to fight for real now? In response, Lu Lai took off his cloak and threw it aside. After that, they quickly ran at each other. Fengye attacked first. He swung his sword and attacked Lu Lai, but he exposed his blade to the blow and did not let him hurt himself. But suddenly the smile on Fengye's face became even wider, and he let go of his sword. His sword immediately spun around and Lu Lai was unable to hold his blade, causing him to step back, and he was a little surprised. Fengye's sword and Lu Lai's blade were simultaneously thrown aside and slammed into the floor. The minister was surprised by this development and said that he unexpectedly used his sword to repel Zhang Yu's attack. It was so thoughtful. Now Lu Lai and Fengye were left without weapons. Fengye clenched his fists tighter and approached Lu Lai. As soon as he did this, he swung his fist sharply, but Lu Lai managed to duck down. After this, his opponent began to strike him numerous blows, which he successfully blocked. At one point, something changed in his opponent's movements. He smiled again and told him not to relax. His fist glowed with a bright blue light, and then he swung at Lu Lai's head, causing him to fall onto his back and blood sprayed out from his wound. He managed to save himself from falling in time, leaning on his hands, and then sharply pushed off and kicked his opponent with a swing, from which he immediately defended himself. Immediately after the attack, without wasting a second, he quickly leaned forward and pushed off the floor with his foot. He jumped up and kneed his opponent in the face. A crunch was heard from the impact. Fengye quickly recovered and coughed up blood, and then the two of them stood opposite each other and immediately attacked. Lu Lai struck first, punching Fengya in the face again, and he responded by punching him as well. After that, they began to inflict a series of blows on each other, which they both successfully reflected, and from their force the arena began to collapse again. At one point, Fengya struck again, but Lulai decided to pull back. He somersaulted and stopped a few meters from his opponent, catching his breath. He stared at Fengya and tried to catch his breath, and then looked away. Immediately after that, he began to approach the enemy, moving from side to side, and Fengya prepared to strike. Lulai threw a punch, but Fengya blocked it and asked with a smile, "Is he exhausted yet?" Blood flowed from his mouth again, but he did not pay attention to it and smiled, saying that he told him not to relax. As soon as he said this, he struck Lulai in the stomach with a flourish. There was a sound of peas in the air, blood flowed from Lulai's wound again, and after the blow he was thrown back. Everything happened in an instant. Fengya followed the direction of his flight. The blood of his opponent in a semicircle for a moment froze in the air near his hand. During the flight, Lulai's feet caught the floor of the arena and two paths of dust appeared behind him. A slight grin appeared on his face, which Fengya noticed only after he had flown far enough away from him. The smile quickly disappeared from Fengya's face and he became very nervous. He quickly rushed towards Lulai and cursed loudly, realizing why his opponent smiled.